Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody can hear me. Let me turn up my monitor and let's see if I am okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody can hear me. Let me turn up my monitor and let's see if I am. All right. This is interesting. I don't know if I'm still running into this problem, but let me go ahead and let me double check. Um, all right. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to get this one way or the other. Browser. Okay. I got a few technical issues I'm working on, so give me a minute here. And we'll redo this. And let's see what happens. Okay. Now, I don't. Oh, there we go. All right. There we go. There we go. And it looks like our first is Jonathan. Welcome back, Jonathan. I'm glad to see you here. And again, I actually had a question last week from somebody that wanted to know about how to gain muscle on the carnivore diet. Well, I can't think of anybody more qualified and more knowledgeable than Jonathan Griffiths, the carnivore muscle. So, again, I'm glad that you have returned, and I don't know how your chronic pain issue is doing. I hope that you have been able to get some improvement, but knowing you, you don't give up. And we're glad to have you here. So, thank you for coming in. And we also have the Feral Grandma. Now, let me skip to the new comments, see how bad I sound. Okay, I don't see any complaints, so that's good. And this is the reason why my sound was not so good. It's actually one of the reasons, but you have to realize I normally use the other computer, which has its own audio input. I'm using a different computer, so I have to use these things, these little USB to audio adapters, and this one seemed to have died on me. I guess it overheated and too many live streams from Rick, and it got, well, messed up. So, anyway, let me go back here and see who else we have. We have CB Carmack, Rick, the main man. I am a Mitchfit and a quackhead, though. Yes, that is right. And I am the quack man, the duck man, whatever craziness you want to see. Now, I probably have the worst live stream because my equipment is old. It's from the dump. I have furniture from the side of the road. I I'm just I'm sort of like everything that a YouTuber should not be. So anyway, and CB Carmack says Rick the original carnivore gangster. Well, there you go. And also says hello to Jonathan. And I wish I could say I'll get up at 2 a.m. to tune in, but will not happen. Okay. Well, John, at least you said hi, which is fine. I know it's a difference of time change over there. So anyway, for those of you that have come in early, and I'm looking over here, let's see. Uh, my time it would be 1:32 a.m. But I'm glad that you were here. And Michael Pregler says heart attack chicken last night, absolutely delicious. And again, there's nothing like a good heart attack to make you feel better. I've had people say, "What? Why do you want me to get a heart attack?" I said, "No, you don't understand. It's a joke. Heart attack chicken. If you don't understand the story, then you need to watch my channel. If you watch my channel, you'd be able to understand the story, wouldn't you?" United Carnivore, greetings from Tampa Bay, and greetings from Miami, Florida. A cloudy but relatively dry part of Florida right now. Sandy Blythe, good morning, Rick and Milton. Well, good morning. Milton was here, but as soon as he heard the Live at 8 with Rick theme, he went to the bed and he's probably falling asleep right now. And Father United Carnivore, good morning, Rick and everyone from Melbourne, Florida, home of Rantman. Well, there you go. And speaking of Rantman, one of our wonderful subscribers also made a Duckman. If you were in the private group with Mitch, you probably saw it. I was laughing quite a bit because here I am sitting on my couch. Next thing you know, I get big eyes and turn into a duck and run over to my van. So it's Duckman with a van with a plan. Running tab 12. G'day, Rick from Australia. I'm finally staying up from 10 p.m. to be a part of this for a while. Quack, quack. Well, again, glad you're here. And let's get this party quacking. Good morning, guys. Hey, Lexus Jones. I know you had a little bit of a setback on your carnivore journey, but hopefully you're getting back on track and we'll continue. And again, that's why we're here. We're not here to sell anything, we're not here to make anybody do anything. We're just here to say, hey, come on down, maybe take a little time and try to enjoy yourself because the journey may seem like a long time, but it's not that long in the scheme of things. All right. And Terry Sue says, best music ever. Well, I picked it from YouTube. So, and I seem to be the only one that uses those theme musics. Everybody else goes for the more rock and roll guitars and electronic and all that stuff. Mine is sort of like a combination between Les Baxter and Mr. Rogers. So that's one of those things. If I had a TV show, I'd definitely want to get one of those 1960s music producers. That'd be really good. And we have some good mornings here. As Movie 420 says, good Saturday morning, Rick. And the Quacktastic folks here, well, good morning. Maine Runner is also here. Good morning, Rick. And happy weekend to all your carnivores. Yes, it's a great weekend. We're still above the ground, and we're not decomposing. That's pretty good. Terry Sue, yes. And Super Tune has returned. Good morning, Quackers. Well, you said Quakers. So should I put on a funny hat and start eating oatmeal? Well, no. I think you mean Quackers. So don't forget that C because, well, a lot of good things have the letter C in it, such as cat. Lady June says hello. Rick says hello. Hi, Rick Milton. Hi, everyone. I'm off to work. We'll be listening for a show while. Have a nice weekend, all. Well, thank you, Bacon Baby. I'm glad that you're here, and you can listen whenever you like. You don't have to listen to the whole thing because it's pretty predictable anyway. Looking forward to seeing Duckman. I have not received the email yet, but I will double check my email. I've been sort of, I'll explain what I've been up to. It's been a bit of a challenge. Hi, Lisa. Good morning, Quacks and Quackers. Spelled correctly. Yes, lambs. Short while. Okay. Hey, any little bit helps. Get those views up. And let's see. Runner. Mitch's Steakhouse. Yeah. Howdy, Quackers. There was a Mitch's Steakhouse here in Miami. Those are all historical Miami pictures that I have in my collection. But yes, there used to be a Mitch's Steakhouse. And I do remember seeing it as a kid before they, well, redid it like everything else around here. Any place that's interesting has got to be either demolished or redone in such a way to make it unrecognizable, especially now, because the only thing they want now is black, white, and gray crap. And that's basically it. Bacon Baby, whoops, we got a little, okay, waiting, Ricky Tikki Tavi, and the sidekick, Milton, who is refusing the dry duck food, cat food. Yes, he won't touch that stuff. So I took it to the ducks yesterday, and they gobbled it up instantly. The ducks love that stuff, so it definitely is duck food. Enjoy your day, Bacon Baby. Have fun. Okay, yeah. All right, so let's see what we got going on here. We should all be able to show our fridges. Well, there's nothing stopping you, but then again, if you live with other people, they probably have a bunch of their duck food in there, and you're probably not that happy about it. Good morning, everyone, from Brian Fry Fisherman Dish. I won't be chatting. I'm heading outside to do some work. That's the best place to be. Go outside. Don't stay inside like me. The man of the hours, yes. And yes, we can hear you. Well, that's great. Uh-oh. Audio popping in. Oh, not again. Oh, this is just... I think this computer has some problems. I don't know what to do. I'm just so frustrated with this thing. I might have to switch to the camera microphone. I can't hear him. Oh, boy. All right. Let me go ahead. Oh, this damn computer. This is what I get. My good computer got wrecked by the roof. Now I got to deal with this piece of crap. Okay, hold on. Let me change this. All right. All right, what I'm going to have to do now, I'm going to have to use the webcam microphone, which completely sucks, but at least you can still hear me. I have major problems. These little audio adapters seem to be failing, and I don't know what to do. These cheap ass computers they make nowadays don't even have an audio input. And I don't understand why they've done such a thing. But anyway, hopefully you can hear me. My microphone indicator does show that the sound is up. So, but this is you're going to hear the air conditioner in the background, which is also falling apart. It has a bad motor. It goes the whole time. But we'll have to deal with that until I can figure out what in the world is going on. Now, this computer, this is actually the one that Russ gave me, it does not have audio input. So I'm going to have to I'm going to have to build another computer. I'm just going to have to get some parts from somewhere and build a dedicated desktop to work. Because I have over here, as you can see, my server and all that. If I could get some decent hardware, I think I'm going to build a permanent computer, and then I will use that along with the camera on a stand. But again, I just don't want to spend money on something that it doesn't make me any money, so I'll find something. It's just one of those things to do. Okay, let's see here. What did I do? All right. Pretty quiet. So, okay, the audio is poor. I hear nothing at all. No sound, Rick. Sound is faded very low. Stop chatting so we can catch up. Okay, here now. Yeah, this is not going to be as good, but I suppose it's better than nothing. We can hear that now. Yeah. All right, so let's hit these comments. You have to listen to AC Weekend too. Well, that is true. We can just hear every word, fingers crossed. Again, I'm dealing with some pretty old equipment. At first, I thought it was my mixer, so I changed the mixer. All right, and if you look, you'll see the old mixer's underneath. There it is. Oh, see? And I hope I don't pull the cord out. All right. Why can't it? Well, there it is. See it? It's down there. I'm going to go ahead and turn that one off. And I was struggling to see what was wrong with it. So I went through my pile of junk. I found another mixer, which I have here. And as you can see, when I talk into the microphone, it works just fine. So the problem is not in the mixer. And it's not in the microphone. The problem is actually in the PC. And again, because I'm using very old equipment, I have to use these little adapters. And I have a bad feeling every one of these is probably messed up. Now, if I was a professional podcaster or whatever, I would probably get one of those Focusrite or whatever, the USB that has, you can change the impedance and all that stuff. But instead, I'm using these crummy little things that we used to use for transferring videotapes. It has a video, audio inputs. It even has a S-video input. It's old stuff. I don't know where I got it from. Probably one of the flea markets. And I got two of them. Well, evidently, they're both messed up. So, I don't know. What can I do? I'll use what I got and see what I can do. So, we have Annabelle the Happy Carnivore here. And yes, you need a gaming laptop like Amy. Well, the problem is, Amy actually has a job that pays very well. Rick is in survival mode. So, I don't have the resources to be able to go out there and buy a fancy computer. I have to wait and see what somebody throws out or what I can pick up. And that is a problem. And it's not even that I need a gaming laptop, because a gaming laptop would be good for video editing, which, as you know, I don't do, because my computer, if you put 2 or 3 video clips together, it'll crash, and then I have to start all over. I tried to render a nice video explaining my lifestyle and my daily routine. It took 2 hours to try to render, and then it crashed. So I gave up. I said, screw it. I can't waste my time, and I don't know what to do. So anyway, that's what it is. And Lewis, hi. I see you're going to be interviewed tomorrow, and I see the picture there. It had the cute little kitten in it. So Lewis is the cat man, so we know it's going to be very interesting. So I guess I will watch your live tomorrow, if I happen to be here, definitely. I think it's at 7. It's on, let's see, whose channel is it on? Is it on Juliet's channel or is it on Amy's channel? I think it's on Amy's channel. I did see the preview for it, but I just never took a close look. Okay, we got some hellos. Rick never made it into the 21st century. Yes, I'm still stuck in the past. I have to admit. I mean, I've got the clothing and hairstyle of the 20th century. I've tried to go a little more 1960s than 1950s, as you can see. So I went from the greasy kid stuff to nothing at all, which is fine. Oh, okay. Dr. Kilt's always off on Saturday mornings. Yes, he's off on Saturday morning. And you probably noticed that I picked Saturday morning for several reasons. And one of them, it is the least popular time for the carnivore channels. There's no way that I can compete weekday nights. Although Friday night really doesn't have anything either. It seems like, you know, obviously Tuesday night, Keto Cookout. Monday night, you have, the almighty Dr. Barry, whatever. Everybody loves that guy. Why they do, I don't know. He's just like anybody else. No Kiltsy on Saturday, no. But he is on Sunday morning, and I'm usually working at that time, so I almost never get to see it. A lot of people go to church on Sunday, so there's no way that I'm going to have a live when it's church time. Sunday morning is a no-no. A lot of my friends go to church, so that's not happening. But I guess they go on Dr. Kilt's. It's kind of like going to church for some people. It's better than a televangelist. And Lewis says my talk with Amy is next month. Okay. And next month is going to be when hopefully I get to meet a lot of people. All right. Lewis, yes. Okay, got some questions here. You can definitely find a throwaway computer that will work well with Linux and your setup. Just need the opportunity to pop up. Yeah, if it's meant to be, I'll find it. I'll go to the dump today. Usually what I do, I ride my bike over to the dump and then I just wait and see. I don't take my van because if I did, I'll come home with a bunch of crap. So I'll go over there and I ask everybody, you got something to throw away or whatever? I can usually find a computer that way. Plus, I'll hit the dumpster over there by the office park. That's another good place to find computers. But if I can get the e-waste, that's great. Brisbane, okay. All right, so I've caught up with the comments. That's good. Now, let's see here. I got bacon, baby. Speaking of that, I think the rest of my bacon is still cooking. How is the journey to Quack your health? Well, my truck is still not running. I've had nonstop rain for about 2 months now. Now, yesterday, it did not rain hardly at all. And just like I predicted, last Saturday, I replaced the tarp on my roof. And I told everybody, as soon as I replace the tarp on my roof, rainy season will be over in a week. And sure enough, rainy season has been dying out. So instead of getting hard rain every day, we're getting light rains, and that's about it. So, anyway, that's the way it is. Okay. Queensland is so hot. Well, I think Florida's just as bad. And here's a question. Rick, with your skills, why don't you try for a conventional job to help with money issues? Well, I'll tell you why. First of all, I live in Miami. 99% of the people here don't speak English. So trying to find a job is critical. Now, if you get a corporate job, they all speak English. The problem is when you're 57 years old and you have not had a regular job for 10 years because you were taking care of your parents, no matter how many people you talk to, you will never get hired. So I gave up on that. I have to find an alternative way. But, I've been in survival mode. If it wasn't for the Federal Reserve and their ridiculous inflation, I'd be doing pretty good. Plus, the traffic here is absolutely insane. So if you work a regular 9 to 5 job, you're going to be working 12 hours a week because you're going to spend 1.5 to 2 hours sitting in traffic every single day. And they don't pay you for that. Plus, it'll destroy your car. And with my transmission the way it is, it's not happening. But when I move out of here, hopefully I'll be able to start another business. And because I've had 2 businesses in my life. One I started with 3 friends. One I started with another friend. Both of them failed because it's like you can ask Mitch about his experience. That's the way it is with business. the vast majority of business that you start will fail. And then after the business fails, then I rely on some of my customers to get me work to keep me going. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and let me check on my bacon, see if it's burning. Let me put you on a video loop, and I'll be right back. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Milton is eating his dried meat, so that's really good. Okay. Ah, what can I do, right? Anyway, I am going to go over here and let's see. We have lots of comments. We have good morning, Rick and friends. Good morning, Karen P. Florida sunshine. And speaking of Florida sunshine, the sun is out today. So I think that today is the first day of no raining season. And Amy's here. Hi, Amy. Hi, everyone. Still in bed. Sorry, not a morning person. Well, I'm the opposite. I get up in the morning before the sun, and it's very hard to keep me in bed because I keep thinking, well, I need my sleep, but man, I'd love to do something. And pretty much every day, I'm eager to get something done. Now, there are exceptions, and I'll explain that in a little bit, which is more nutritious, lard or ghee butter. That I don't know. I think beef tallow would be the most nutritious, but lard or ghee, hard to say. I don't really. I think it's just fat. I don't think it really makes any difference. If somebody knows, let me know. I don't think Rick is an 8 to 5 type. I can be, but I don't want to sit in traffic to get there. I don't want to have to leave here at 6:30 to get somewhere by 8 if I'm lucky. Sit in a crappy building full of drywall, paint, and nasty fluorescent and LED lights around people that wear horrible chemicals, toxic perfumes, and horrible fabric softeners, end up getting sick, feeling tired all day, feeling like crap. So yeah, that is a problem. I'm over the heat. Well, if you don't like heat, don't ever move to South Florida because it never ends. Yep. Oh, cooling off in California. Predicting a snowy winter this year. The gas company will love it. I wish when I was a kid, we used to have winter. Our schools even had radiators that hung from the ceiling. We haven't had a winter here in 25 years. It's not bad enough that they've overwhelmed us with billions and billions of funny money from all over the world, millions of people from everywhere, packed into a place that's more crowded than my house, and then we have to deal with this horrible weather year round where the poor air conditioner never shuts off. That air conditioner runs continuously from about January all the way to December. I think it only is shut off for 2 weeks out of the year. It is absolutely ridiculous. When I was a kid, the hot weather started around April, and it ended in October. By now, it was already cool. We opened our windows. We had no air conditioning from October until April. Now, just miserable. Miserable, disgusting, hot, humid, horrible. And the worst part is when it does cool off, it might drop into the 50s at night for 2 days, and then it's in the 80s. It's like up and down, up and down, up and down. And everybody gets sick because you can't get used to it. Happens to me every time. When I go from cool weather to warm weather, I always get sick. Always get the flu. When I go from warm weather to cool weather, I don't get sick. But when you get this up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, then I have to deal with the flu on and off, on and off, and on and off. And it's really frustrating. All right. Good to live in England. Okay. Iowa, we're supposed to have above normal temperatures for the next 3 months. This break music sound is normal. Yeah, that's because it goes straight through the computer. Now we get to Richard Wake. Yeah, right, right, vacant, right? Politics now is horrific. No, that's another thing. When I hear this, I keep looking for Batman. Okay. I need to wake up soon to make heart attack chicken. Well, Amy, it's a good choice. I've been eating heart attack chicken every day because beef is way too expensive. MP, haha. Good night, guys. Had a very busy week. Wanted to make sure I got here for a while. Love you guys. Well, glad that you're here. A few minutes here is always a good thing. Butter has a lot of good stuff in it. Dr. Berg made a video years ago about butter. Interesting. Sleep well. I can't sit still on carnivore either. Yeah, see, Amy, it's hard for me to sit and watch TV with hubby. That's my problem. I stopped watching TV a long time ago, and I cannot deal with spectator sports. I can't. Absolutely awful. I'm roasting the chicken today. I use duck fat as an oil to hold the spices. Such crispy skin. Yeah. Oh, you got that right. I lost 4 pounds this week, tweaking my macros. I wish I could eat as much as Rick can, though without gaining. Maybe I still increase. Well, the thing is, you, like a lot of people, have been dealing with weight issues, and I think a lot of it is because of the way that when you grow up. My theory, which I don't know if it's true or not, when you're a younger person, you can eat whatever you want and you don't gain weight. But as you get older, your metabolism, it changes. And I think that eating the regular food that people eat with the blood sugar spikes up and down, it makes your body less resilient. But when you've been eating carnivore as long as I have, decade after decade after decade, I mean, I'm going to be 60 years old in a few years. I'm basically like a 30-something person when it comes to the way that I eat. And when I'm around people in their 30s, a lot of times they kind of associate us together, 30s, 40s. But when I get around people my own age, it's like a whole different thing. They're stiff, don't have a lot of energy, got all these issues, they're on medications. And I'm just amazed at people that I know, the stuff that they have to go through. They go to the doctor all the time, they have all these problems. And I don't know what to say. But the only thing that I do say is that I'm the exception to the rule. I'm not the average person. But Amy, I think the longer you do this, you will adapt. Depending on how much your body has changed over the years, you may never be like me. But then again, who wants to be like me? Yep, great job. The 4 pounds shows something is working. Yes, it is. And again, for some people, you may have to track the macros. And there's Cindy. Hello. Hi, Cindy. Glad that you're here. And another one of our hardcore carnivores, Mark Harmon. Hi, Rick. Hello. I'm glad that you're here. And that's great. You should be. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. But the problem is, especially in this part of the world, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And I know several people that make a lot of money and they're totally incompetent. But the fact that they know the right people and they can get the job done good enough, they do fine. Had a phone call. Good morning. What are you eating, Rick? I am eating bacon. Good old bacon. In fact, there may be some more. Let me see if the rest of it is ready. All right. Hold on a second. Okay. Where did I get that thing? All right. I have returned. Okay. Yeah, it's bacon. So we got some hellos. Is it possible to cold turkey start carnivore as a high carb diet, dude? Well, again, I've never been on a high carb diet, but I can tell you the experience I've had from some of the people that I know. It's a really bad idea because the couple of people I know that were on the high carb diet, the one who was ex vegan, he tried to go on the carnivore diet. The temptation to eat the high carb foods was too high. I think that is a terrible idea. If I were you, I would start the carnivore diet gradually, unless you have serious health issues, in which case, yeah, you might want to do it just cold turkey. But if you're just trying to get in better shape, maybe you're trying to improve your health, I would just start adding in the whole carnivore foods such as meat and eggs, and then cut back. First thing I do is cut out all processed foods and continue to eat some of the vegetables. There are vegetables out there that have benefits, such as, like, I don't know, some people like green beans. I can't eat the horrible things. Some people eat lettuce. Some people eat certain fruits. But you're going to have to try it and see, because I don't think that most people are going to be able to do it instantly. You and your husband crack me up, Cindy. I made heart attack chicken T-shirt design. Uh-oh, I think I saw that. I thought he didn't have bacon. He showed inside his fridge yesterday. No, I have some bacon. One of my subscribers, who you probably know, was nice enough last week to send me some bacon and eggs. So that's what I'm eating. I didn't have bacon before because I don't buy it. When I run out, I don't buy it. It's a little bit beyond my price range, but when I do get it, I eat it. Okay, let's see. Yeah, seemed to work. Okay, yeah. Okay, so some people do it and succeed. Life is too short. All right. Hmm. I think sometimes people don't see what I'm saying. Hi, Cindy. He had lots of eggs, which I still do. Maybe he scored dumpster bacon. I've never had dumpster bacon, believe it or not. Golden Girls sold Miami's a great place, but it looks like a dive. Hope you escape soon. Well, that was back in the 80s. That was when Miami was first starting to deteriorate. But it's gotten far worse. The funny money from the Fed, along with drug money, along with money stolen from other countries, has turned this place into a complete dump. Mm. In fact, we have a neighborhood here called Doral, which was named after Doris and Al, a couple of Jewish people that bought some swampland out in the west. Catskill, I think. I don't remember the name. But anyway, they built an office park known as the Koger Center, which is now gone. It's been replaced by apartments and crappy shopping centers. And the Doral Golf Course, which they set up. They had a Doral Hotel on Miami Beach. People would come to Miami to visit, and then they'd shuttle them out there to the golf course. Well, guess who put his name on the golf course? The president. It's been called Trump Doral for like 20, 30 years now. Doral is basically a landfill. You have a big pile over there. We used to call it, Mount Garbage. The one down south is Mount Trashmore. And what it is, an old landfill leaching basically toxic waste into the ground. The land was totally worthless. I think they paid $50,000 for the entire thousands of acres of swampland. It is the worst neighborhood, and it's been heavily developed with these crappy zero lot line, stacked and packed condos and all this garbage. Absolute worst place, worst traffic, absolutely terrible. And the only reason it exists is because of all the Venezuelans that ran out of the country when the country went down the toilet. They stole as much money as they could, came here, threw the money around, and played this game. Well, now a lot of them are leaving because they're afraid of getting kicked out of the country. But Miami is basically a dive. It's an overpriced dump. But again, it wasn't always that way. When I was a kid, it was nowhere near as bad. The thing about Miami, it started out as a swamp in 1900. It went up in the 1920s, went into bubble territory. Hurricane brought it back down to earth, kind of leveled out. Then after World War II, people started coming in, started going up. And then in the 1970s, it leveled out, started to decline. We started getting white flight. And then in 1980, Castro flushed his toilet. Millions, thousands, or whatever of Cubans came here, and with them, they brought all of Latin America, part of the islands, and this place got flooded with people, just flooded with them. But it was still cheap because the people didn't have any money. But once they got involved in drug trade and funny money, then the money started coming in. And then every time that some other part of the world had a crisis, for example, when the Soviet Union fell, a bunch of Russians and people from that area, they came running to Florida. And what did they do? They went to Sunny Isles Beach, which was a nice tourist place with low-rise hotels. They poured the funny money in, all the oligarchs and everything, billions and billions and billions of dollars. Now you go to Sunny Isles Beach, it's nothing but a row of ugly skyscrapers that are sinking into the ocean about 1 centimeter every 10 years. So, but Miami is basically what I call the septic tank of Florida, and it's sort of the lowest common denominator. All the people that are running from someplace else come here. The government is totally corrupt. The whole system is it's a complete disaster. So, yeah, Miami is not great. On the good side, it's one of the few places that is tropical, so we have a lot of interesting plants. The problem is all these developers are set on eliminating everything until everybody is living stacked and packed, until we basically get blown over in a hurricane or sink into the ocean. I hate to say it, but the best thing that could happen to Miami would be a Category 5 hurricane. All right. Surgery, okay. What did you felt day one? All right. Problems with the switch. My wife. Okay, so we're talking about what we need to do. Add more lard on my egg. Lard, maybe? You mean lard? Yeah. Lard. Yeah, that's true. You can use beef tallow, whatever. My live stream on 10/26, we talk about how I'm recovering. I don't want to schedule a guest in case I have to cancel. Okay. I was out camping. Some of the guys looking at me strange when I ate a pound of bacon for breakfast. Well, there you go. They will. And when they see that you're not overweight, it'll really blow their mind. Okay. Let's see. When I eat extra fat, I eat pieces of butter. Rick's fridge was a bit manic inside. Made me feel good about mine. His Beyond Meat package was still in there fermenting. Yeah. I'm afraid of that thing. You ever seen, like, when you have a nuclear waste site and they have that nuclear symbol on it or a biohazard? I'm afraid to touch that. One day I'll have to do something with it, but I'm afraid. I'm buying the dumpster chicken since 1983. I'm happy somebody gifted bacon and eggs. Very kind. Yes, I am too. I really appreciate the gifts, and we've had several of us. They're giving gifts. In fact, Amy was nice enough to give me a gift card for Sam's Club. I haven't been able to get there yet because of the weather, and the transmission in my van was torturing me. But maybe tomorrow or maybe Monday, I'll find a day when I'm not working, and then I'll go over there and I'll get some goodies out of that, because I know that there's all kinds of good stuff to eat over there. Speaking of eggs, thanks to the person who sent me eggs, I have not gone back to the canal to see what Mrs. Ducky did in her nest. So it's already too late. It's been a couple of weeks, so the eggs are already developing. So she gets to keep all of her ducklings. Of course, they won't last because the predators will get most of them, but I'll go check her out just to see how she's doing. I weaned myself off my thyroid meds. Awesome. Felt like I would need them forever. That's fantastic. Beyond Meat, yuck. One of my subscribers, if you remember back when we had the Carrie and Rick debate going on, he pretended to be Homestead, Homie How, or whatever it was. It was funny. I think he put it as, I don't remember, but it was funny. So he sent me delicious meats, bacon and eggs and all that.
He sent me that package of Beyond Steak. I've been afraid of it. It got pushed to the back of the refrigerator and I left it there. It might end up being like one of those McDonald's burgers that's 20 years old and still looks like new. Okay. Amy, you'll be just fine. Yep. I saw this old YouTuber putting lard on his bread. Well, that's what they used to do in the old days when people were poor. Sometimes the anesthesia makes me sick. Okay. I cook in lard all the time. That's smart. That's smart. Keep yourself strong and healthy. Cook in fat. You were sent it to him as a joke a couple of months ago. Yes, yes. You remember what food you eating. Be sure to tell the anesthesiologist. Okay, beef, pork, sardines, salmon, a little asparagus once in a while. Little strawberries with cream over it once in a while. That's about it. And lots of eggs. Good. Carnivore diet with a little plant material added in. Did wonder how long before the ducks got it. I'm afraid to even give it to the ducks. I don't know what to do. I think one day I'll make a video and I'll open it up and then see what it smells like. I'll go to the canal. I might even take a bite out of it and then spit it out and give it to the ducks and see what happens. Because I always used to give the ducks whatever I found in a clean out. I even know the name of the anti-nausea med that works best. Okay. All right, let's see. Sometimes eat fruits like banana. Okay. Well, I don't eat fruits like. I mean, I'll have a fried banana occasionally, but that's only when I'm running out of food. And it has to be a green banana fried in beef tallow. I will not eat a ripe banana. I hate the smell and taste of ripe bananas. Except for the sardines. Raglan. Nice, yeah. My favorite food meat is dried sardine fish. Well, that's good. I'm like 67 years old, 6'2", 190 pounds, ripped. I love to lift weights. That's right. 67, you're 10 years older than me. That is extremely good. You're a big dude, yes. You don't have to answer, but what do you think of Kip's idea to have surgery? I'm going to answer that one. I commented on it as well. Now, I have a lot of respect for Carnivore Kip. I think he's a nice guy. But I think his problems are not just being overweight. I think a lot of it is in here. I don't understand. When he came onto the scene a couple of years ago, he had a lot of support. And you'll see he was even in, for example, you know, Carrie's group. And you know how Carrie's very fussy about who he puts on his channel. He doesn't want to put quacks on his channel. But anyway, so there was a lot of support. People were sending Kip meat and they were giving him different things and everything was going well. Everybody was really happy about Carnivore Kip. And then of course, he fell back into the duck food, started waddling around, and then came back. So he's been sort of like the comeback kid. Does good for a while, then falls off. Then comes back, does good for a while, then falls off. And I think what happened is a lot of people got frustrated with him and figured, man, why is this guy back and forth? It must be clickbait. But the problem is, Kip's issues are not just here, they're here. This is where the real problem is. So, getting surgery to control how much you eat doesn't fix this. If you don't fix this, this is going to keep being a problem. Sure, he'll get surgery, get himself disfigured so that he doesn't eat that much. But what's going to happen? I know people that have had gastric bypass surgery. One person almost died because he got an infection. They do the surgery laparoscopically, they put a couple of holes in you, and I mean, I would never in my life do such a thing. I mean, I've got a hernia I need to fix, and I won't even go for surgery because I don't trust the medical system. I won't go into the medical system unless I have a car accident or some type of life-threatening injury. You have like a tumor or something that's growing, and if you don't take it out, it's going to kill you. Then you have no choice. But for something like that, which is basically elective surgery, I would advise strongly against it. Now, I don't have the same issue that Kip has. And the thing is, I can't tell him what to do. But I think it is a terrible idea myself. And I know a lot of people are praying for him. I even made a comment that people are praying for him. Hopefully, they're praying that he won't do it. But I don't know. It's his body. He can do what he wants. I don't know where he's going to get the money for it. I guess his job might pay for it, but I wouldn't do it. But again, I've never been obese. The most I've ever weighed in my life, I think, was 220, and that's when I was trying to push myself to work out. I've never had more than 14% body fat, so I'm the wrong person to ask because I don't know what it is. And as Amy said earlier, I eat all that I want. I eat whenever I want, high calorie foods. I don't gain weight. But Kip, when he was talking about his experience, he said that he was at Taco Bell. I'm thinking, what the heck are you doing at Taco Bell? I mean, Taco Bell isn't even delicious. Taco Bell's disgusting. I'd rather be eating straight out of the dumpster behind Presidente than eat at Taco Bell. Brush the maggots off and eat the meat? No. Taco Bell? No, no, no. The few times now when I was a kid, Taco Bell was actually pretty good. I used to remember they had these neat tacos and they had a bunch of meat in there, cheese. They had the lettuce. I'd throw that away. I'd scoop out the taco meat and then chuck the taco shell to the ducks. The Taco Bell was by my friend's house. What we had around the corner here was called Taco Viva. And I think maybe today or whenever I go bike riding, I'm going to show you the remains of what used to be the Taco Viva. It was a local thing that we had here. And the commercial they had was when you say taco, say Viva. Taco Viva. I had somewhere when I was in high school, they used to give us book covers and they had advertisements on it. And one of them was Taco Viva. But I don't know. I would advise Kip not to do it, but he's not going to listen to me. He don't even respond to my comments anymore. So I guess I've joined the group of persona non grata on Kip's channel. But that's how I feel. So if any of you know him and you want to know what Rick's opinion is, I think it's a bad idea. Kip says that he has faith in God through Jesus Christ. What he needs to do is to rely on God and his Holy Spirit to guide him. That would be a lot better. But you know what? If he wants to get his body cut up and disfigured for that, go for it. Hopefully he'll be all right. But then again, I wouldn't do it. And how do you dry your sardines? Okay, he'll probably answer that. It's a Philippines food. Search it up. Yeah, I've seen that. Salty, it's yummy, runny eggs. Yeah, that's right. That is a regular Visa card. You should be able to use it at any grocery store. Oh, well, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know. And again, I appreciate it. We have the best people in the carnivore community. I'm just so happy that, and this is the main reason why I go on YouTube. It's not for the money because I've never made any. And it's not for, I'm not trying to promote myself because I'm not that kind of person. When I got on that video in August of 2022 and it went viral, I refrained from posting any videos because I didn't want people to subscribe to my channel just because I was popular and then I have to spend my time entertaining them. I waited for 6 months before I posted my first video. And I'm glad that I did that because I've been able to get some of the really the best of the best. The elite, the best of the carnivore community, not the sheep. I'm sad that Kip is choosing surgery. Well, what can you do? What I miss, young adults. Yeah. Yep. I think Kip will be sorry. I don't know anyone who has had the surgery without regret. And I can tell you from experience, somebody I knew 20 years ago, he had the surgery, and the only thing it did is it turned him from a big meal eater into a grazer. He would eat all day. All day. Then he had absorption issues with vitamins, and it actually ruined his health. So, to me, it seems like a bad idea. But that's just me. Sounds good to me. I'll have to look up and try it. Dried fish is called buad. All right, let's see. Okay, I bought it from Sam's, but you could use it anywhere. Okay, good. I wonder if it's ruined the nutrients omega-3 of fish by drying. Yeah, yeah, exactly. See, Amy, and you know what I like is that we have some great new female carnivores. We have Amy and Juliet. They're entertaining, they're fun. That's why I like having women in the carnivore space because they bring a unique perspective to this space. And they're more entertaining. You have Cindy, you have all these women that have popped in to the carnivore space, and I think it's great. You know, us guys, yeah, we're great too. We're pretty entertaining. I just get a little tired of the usual doctors and experts and all that, and the chiropractors and whatever. I understand that. The PhD students, yes, they have value. But if I want to read a bunch of information, I'll just look it up online. I like when people do funny things. I mean, you got Amy with her waddling duck, duck shaking its rear there, and you have Juliet over there with these great ideas. You have, I don't know if anyone has seen, uh, of course, Dustin. Dustin is male, but he's another one that's entertaining. If you don't know who Dustin is, his channel is called Keto Simple, and they make funny cartoons, Quack Pack, and then what was the other one? Quack Your Health, which I think was just hilarious. It's sort of like a rebellion against the seriousness of Hack Your Health, where you have all these people out there marketing products and services, and then you have this total quack going there and making fun of it. Because ultimately, in the end, it's all funny. You know, when we're born, we're basically we're written off to fail. It's like, here's a baby, you're gonna die. That's it. So you're just being born, everybody's proud of you. Eventually you're gonna end up dropping dead and going right back into the ground, just like compost, like everything else. So it's all pretty much a joke. And if you think about it, it's like, why would anybody have any kids? Because they're just gonna suffer and die like everybody else. But it's what's in between that makes the difference, and that's one of the reasons why I think that this is really it's kind of fun. And Terry Sue says Rick will show us the Beyond Meat in 2035 to see if it's molded here, right? Processed bacon is a no. I mean, I do eat it occasionally when it's given to me. It hasn't hurt me, but then again, a lot of people do. They have that thing called BBBE, beef, butter, bacon, and eggs. Now, I still have BE, and I still have some beef, but I had to get rid of one of the B's, which is beef, because beef has gotten way too expensive, and I've had to adapt, and I've had to make some changes to my diet. I haven't had beef now for 2 days. I used to go not a single day without beef. Now I'm eating only 1 to 2 pounds of beef per week, because thanks to the Federal Reserve and thanks to what they did to us, now we don't have any beef. Now you say, well, what does the Federal Reserve have to do with the lack of beef? Well, there's actually a name for that, and I think it's called the Dutch disease, where the money all goes to one thing and then everything else fails. That's what happened in South Florida. Why would you raise cattle and other plants when you could just build apartments and throw them there and then get stupid people to rent them from you? It's just much easier. And then you can borrow tons of money. It's hard to get money to borrow to start a farm, but it's easy to get money. You can get all you want to build as many crappy black, white, and gray boxes as you can, because they assume, incorrectly of course, that there was always a stupid idiot dumb enough to rent or buy one of these crappy apartments. Now that will change, and you will see that Miami is going to be the Detroit of the South. And I wanted to make a video on that too, the reason why I believe that. This boom town in Miami is going to end, and when it does, it's not coming back. Okay? Since we can't super chat Rick for all his hard work, or be a member, it's the only way to show appreciation for the OG Carnivore. Well, Amy, I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. But as you know, I don't like super chats because not all the money goes to the person who's doing it, and I will never, ever, ever put memberships on my channel because I do not believe in discrimination. I think that discrimination is wrong, especially economic discrimination. That's definitely wrong. To treat somebody different because they don't have money, is reprehensible in my opinion. So I like to maintain the open door policy. Everyone is welcome to get the same amount of quackery that they want. Now, it's like church. Only a scam church would charge you admission. It's like, some of these synagogues, they have their special holidays and you have to pay to go in there. Well, they're all about this. But a regular church, it's a building, you can walk in. Most of them you can come as you are. Some have a dress code, yes, but most of them are come as you are, and you can sit down in the church. You can listen to the sermon, or as I call it, marketing, and then they may pass around a plate, collection plate. You can put money in there, or you don't. Or they might have a box somewhere in the church, or nowadays a lot of them have a QR code and a website where you can donate, and that's fine. That's what I'm looking for. You can come on in, do your thing. If you want to donate, that's great. If I could find a way, I mean, you got the buy me a coffee thing, but I don't drink coffee, so it just kind of bothers me. Buy me a coffee. I don't want a coffee. If they had buy me an egg, okay, that's one thing, but they don't have that. And I don't have the resources to set up a payment processing site, nor do I want to. So, but yes, I am glad that Amy took the initiative, as have about 5 other people. There's it all started with Russ Mitchell. He was the very first. And then it went from there. And you probably know I've mentioned before who the second and third and fourth and fifth. So, and Amy was the most recent one. So that's really good. I might try sardines in my dehydrator. Yeah, nothing wrong with processed bacon as long as they don't use sugar. There are more nitrates in celery. I think you mean celery than bacon. And the other thing about nitrates are actually good for protein synthesis. So, and yeah, he did say celery. So it is possible that the nitrates may actually help you in the long run. The traditional nitrate that was used for making bacon is potassium nitrate, which is used to make gunpowder. And by the way, did you know that nitrates actually lower your blood pressure? People that tended to work with explosives in the old days tended to get dizzy if they were exposed to too much nitrates because it would lower their blood pressure. And also, for some people, nitrates can actually reduce erectile dysfunction, which is not really that important, just a little something to think about. Now, nitrosamine is a cancer-causing thing, and that's usually something like if you're smoking tobacco or something like that. Okay, you should try. Now, this is a good point. Kip should do Ozempic instead of surgery. Now, I generally don't like medications, but you know what? I agree with this. Now, the only problem is Ozempic can paralyze your stomach and lead to permanent damage. But I think if he could find a qualified doctor, Wegovy or Ozempic might be a better choice. Because surgery is, I mean, while you can reverse some of it, you can never reverse the damage that was done in the process. But yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Okay. Had the surgery. Oh, so see, Cindy had the surgery in 2007, which I had not. I watched Kip's video and commented to him what I did about my experience with gastric bypass. I hope that Kip will actually contact you because there's nothing more convincing than to talk to someone who's been down a certain path to decide whether you want to go there yourself. I really hope that somebody can get through him. I like Kip. I don't want to see him ruin his life for nothing. I'm upset for Kip. I think he's making a big mistake. I think Rick's right. His issues are related to his mind. Yes. Also, YouTube is not a good place for people who suffer with depression, anxiety. Yes, Amy, you are absolutely right. If you're going to be a YouTuber, you have to be a quack, basically, that doesn't care what people think, like me. I don't care. People make fun of me all the time. I don't care. I have no reason to care because those people don't do anything for me. What are they going to do? And that's, but yeah. And Running Tap says Ozempic, no. Well, if you have a choice between Ozempic and disfiguring your body, Ozempic is probably a better choice. I wouldn't do either. I mean, honestly, but again, what can I say? I've never been fat. It's not physically possible for me to get fat. If I was to eat duck food, I would lose weight because I would have nonstop diarrhea and I would be throwing up all the time. I would probably die from duck food. But as long as I eat fatty meats, I have no problem. And I don't think I'm doing too bad. I mean, I'm 57. 57 and, almost 57 and a half before you know it. A couple of months, I'll be 58. And in a couple more years, I'll be 60. When you're 60, you really start to fall apart. So it's going to be interesting to see how quickly I deteriorate once I reach that time. But I do eat a lot, and I can't resist. I'm over here. I love my bacon and eggs, and I'm here working on that heart attack. So this is to you, cardiac arrest. Mm. Mm-hmm. He's a very emotional eater, addicted to sugar. Yes. Now, I'm glad you bring up that point because until the last few years, I never realized that people got addicted to sugar. But you know who's really got me to understand that? Is Mitch. Mitch, old guy carnivore. He says that he's a sugar addict. When he had a stroke and he related the experience about being in the hospital, he started thinking about carbohydrates. I realized sugar addiction is not an excuse. It's real. I see it all the time with people. They can't stop eating it, even when they don't know it's sugar. Oh, I'm not addicted to sugar. I don't eat sweets. Meanwhile, they're taking tortilla chips and potato chips and popcorn and all that stuff. I'm like, you are addicted to sugar. That's sugar. It's sugar in disguise. So yes, he's a very emotional eater. See, I'm not an emotional eater. When the food, I'm on the seafood diet. I see food and I eat it. That's the way it is. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, people on YouTube can be rude and mean and bossy. It really doesn't help people with mental disorder. Right. The thing is, I know that if I met one of those people in real life, they wouldn't say anything to me. In my real life, 99% of people don't even look at me. They wait until I walk by and then they look. So a lot of times I'll turn around, I'll see somebody looking at me and they turn away really quickly. I get that a lot. And the only people that will come up to me and talk to me are the elderly. People that are 60 something and up. Those are the only ones that talk to me. And a lot of times they think that I work in the store. I had a guy yesterday at Aldi come up to me and say, "Oh, do you know where the pet food is?" Like, well, I don't work here, but it's right there. Oh, you know, they like to talk. And I think this is another reason why I like people who are older because they feel like they got nothing left to lose and they want to talk. And the other one is the kids. For some reason, kids love to talk to me, even babies. They look at me and they always smile. It's so funny. And I'll smile at them and they'll smile. There's some people when the babies look at, they go, "Oh," but they always look at me like it's just I'm like a cartoon character. So I think that is kind of interesting. But those terrible people on YouTube that say all the bad things, how unhealthy you are, whatever, I laugh at. I think it's funny. I get a big laugh out of it. And speaking of celebrities, Jonathan has returned. Good day, Jonathan. I'm glad that you're here. And again, I'm sure that my subscribers are going to make comments about how you're doing because we all appreciate you. You talk about OG carnivore. Well, Jonathan is one of them. He's long term, more than 5 years. He is the original carnivore YouTube bodybuilder, and he deals with so many problems, and yet he keeps on. A normal person would have given up, but Jonathan doesn't give up, and he puts information out there for us, and I really appreciate that. And again, I have a lot of respect for you. Sometimes I may not express it because I get distracted, but I do. So thank you for being here and continue to put in any input that you want. I know people ask questions, and you're a very good source of information. Michael Pregler is asking him how he's feeling these days. That's good. And Juliet is here. I was just talking about you. You may have heard me. You're another one of our more recent female carnivore influencers. And I always look forward to seeing you. I can catch your lives and your videos. And I love the Quack Your Health thing that's going around. So that's great. On YouTube, you have to acknowledge the nasty comments, say thank you, and move on. Yes, some of these people are getting depressed. Yeah, exactly, and anxious with viewer remarks. That's what I do. I can't laugh out of it. I think it's funny. I've laughed at some of the crazy comments I've get and some of the threats. You know, you're going to have a heart attack. You're going to get cancer. Okay, fine, whatever. I enjoy it. And when they say I'm going to have a heart attack, I say, good, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the big one. You know, don't give me that little minor heart attack where you have a little chest pain and you go to the hospital and they put you in the nursing home. No, I want that widowmaker. It goes, bam! It's like getting hit by a Mack truck. You know, not only do you get an elephant standing on your chest, the elephant fell on you, and you just drop dead, and that's it. Emotional eaters fail after surgery. They stretch their stomach back, but they also ruin their absorption of nutrients. Yes, that's the point I was trying to make. So true, Amy. Yes. People that have any social media channels, formats, really need to have a thick skin to be able to deal with all the negativity out there. Yes. Yes. Okay. And Jonathan says, I'm mentally reasonably okay, all things considered. I have bad news, unfortunately, on my YouTube community tabs in a post. You know, I haven't been getting video recommendations from you, Jonathan. I don't know what YouTube is doing. I'm going to have to go to your channel and look because for a while I was getting recommendations all the time and then they stopped coming. And when I did get a recommendation, the video had already been posted a day before. So I don't know, there's some YouTube silliness going on. YouTube user checking in, glad you're here. Rick is absolutely 1000% right on. Well, coming from you, Michael, that's a good affirmation. I appreciate that. Makes the stomach smaller, but the brain signaling doesn't change. Yes, the food noise and cravings will not change. Yes, Juliet. And again, you're right. KIP insurance is more likely to pay for weight loss surgery than other. Oh, interesting. I think KIP should look into the VLAT. I'm not sure what that is, Jonathan. That's a good question. But he won't listen to me. I mean, you know, nobody listens to Rick. Rick is a quack. Those suffering with mental disorders don't have the thick skin. Yes, I agree with that. When I get a negative comment, thankfully a rare thing, I thank them for watching and let it go. That's what Carrie does too. He mentioned that. Okay, threat. Okay. So Jonathan is saying, yeah, Kip should look into the threat. Yes. Yeah, but I think a lot of times Kip thinks emotionally. I don't think he realizes what's going on logically. The latest GLP-1 treatments. Good, good. Physically, I'm great, but mentally, I'm okay. With my son's passing, I'll never be the same. Yeah, that's just, you know, I don't think that ever. Nobody expects to outlive their children. And I know people that have lost. In fact, I know I have an older friend. He lost his son to a car accident, but that's because his son was drunk. And, you know, I'm not going to say who you are because I have respect for you, but his mental state just fell apart. But I have another friend who his son died in a car accident because his friend was drunk. And by the way, his drunk friend survived, he didn't. And although my friend also had a mental breakdown, it wasn't as intense. So, I don't know. But I'll never have to worry about that because I've never had any children and I never will. I'm simply too old now. That is something I don't have to worry about. So that's kind of a good thing, but I guess it's bad in another way. How did that happen to your son? I hope everyone negativity over coaches. Well, again, negativity is not a correct term because what is this? It's a battery. And you see the battery has a little indicator. It tells you how much charge you have. The battery has two terminals that plug in. Where are the terminals? Here they are. See right here? You have one terminal here and one terminal there. One of them is positive, one is negative. If I was to cut off the negative terminal and shove this into my drill, you think the drill will work? No, it will not. So You have to have positive and negative to get anything to happen. What I tend to call those comments, I call them destructive. You have constructive comments and you have destructive comments. There is no positive and negative in the world of Rick. If you are constructive, you could criticize somebody. You could say, I think you're doing the wrong thing, or in my experience, this won't work. That's not a negative comment. That's constructive. But a destructive comment would be like, well, you're a loser. You can't do that. You want to be a doctor? You're too stupid. You couldn't do this. You couldn't do that. That is a destructive comment. That's not a negative comment. But again, it's all semantics, it's all definitions. I just think a little bit differently than the average person. Okay. I used to get wildly sleepy while driving home during afternoon commutes before carnivore. That's another thing I've had with friends of mine. They do tend to get sleepy when they're driving. I never do, but I always attribute it to the fact that I'm not sure when my car is going to fall apart. So every little noise wakes me up because I don't realize if I just hit a rock or if my bumper just fell off. And don't ask me how I know because it's happened. I actually had the gas tank fall out of my old truck one time. That was really funny. I'm driving down the road and I heard a dragging sound and it went bloop. And then I look in the back and I see this big piece of metal on the road. I pull off the side of the road. I go running back and I drag the gas tank off the road before somebody hits it. Then I start backing up my truck. Of course, it runs out of gas halfway there. I have to go to the gas tank, siphon out some gas, plug it into, you know, the carburetor, back up the truck, and then I put the gas tank in the bed of the truck, ran a hose down through the rust hole, plugged it back in there, and kept on driving. But anyway, that's me. I understand, Michael, I'm not a father, but this issue is close to me. If you ever need a discounted consult or plan, don't hesitate to get in touch and I'll happily facilitate this for you. Well, thank you, Jonathan. I know you care. That's why I'm glad you're here. I get that, Amy, which is why they shouldn't put themselves. Well, that's it. If you get offended easy, don't be a YouTuber, please. Don't be a YouTuber. Leave it to the quacks. We can do it. You don't have to do it. What I would recommend, if you want to participate, pop into a chat like mine or any of the other influencers, because I'm not an influencer, I'm a de-influencer. But go on somebody else's group, and maybe if you want, maybe team up with them. You have a lot of these groups that they invite people in as guests. Do that. But don't be a YouTuber on your own if you're going to be ashamed or you're going to let it get to you personally, because it will destroy you. And I've had people email me. I don't get a lot of emails. I think out of all the YouTubers, I get the least amount because either people are afraid of me or they don't want to bother me. I don't know what it is, but I have there's 4 people that communicate with me regularly, and there's only one that I communicate almost daily on YouTube. So, I'm an acquired taste that the average person isn't going to want. But on the other hand, I think it's really encouraging that we have this chat and we have so many good people here. I mean, look, everybody in this chat that's commented, in my opinion, is top notch. You're getting more experience and more empathy here than you will in any of the big groups. I know a lot of people, they love the Dr. Berry group, but come on. They don't have the high quality people. I mean, they're there, yes, but as a ratio, the average person versus the outgoing, higher quality people. If you see somebody on my channel, there's a pretty good chance that that's somebody that you want to check out if they have a YouTube channel. If they don't have a YouTube channel, they're probably very active participating in other YouTube channels. So that's really good. All right. Thank you so much, Jonathan. There you go. I get irritated when people boss me around. Yes. Do this, try that, and then, well, that's it. And this is something that you'll see with a lot of our subscribers, some of the ones that are here. You start giving people advice, like if they don't already know. You got people here that have been carnivore 5 years or more. They have educational backgrounds in nutrition. in medicine. They have practical experience. And you're telling them to try something that they've already tried, they've already looked into it. Sometimes people just want emotional support, they don't need advice. If you ask for advice, that's one thing. But if you don't ask for advice, don't give it. Don't insult somebody's intelligence. All right? Okay. I have beef bone broth, been in the pressure all night. Yeah. Okay. I started a tooth implant procedure on Thursday. Have 2 screws in my jaw now. Fun times, but gotta have teeth. Yeah, that's true. I have teeth, but they're all crooked. Strong though, but crooked. Okay. So let's see. We got a lot of comments. Oh wow. The comments just updated, and I got a ton. I had over. Well, I have 53 people watching now. This is the prime time of my channel, and I've gotten so far back. I think I'm Mitch now. I'm so sorry about your son. Okay, I'm gonna go through the comments quicker. Gaming people getting sick. Oh, young people getting sick a lot these days. Yeah, because they're not taking care of their health. They're eating duck food, staying inside. What's working for us? As a nutritionist, I can confirm Dr. Chafee's thoughts on surgery are correct. One of the satiety measures of food volume is a weak, yeah, strategy long term. That's right. That's right, Jonathan. And again, Jonathan's qualified. He knows what he's talking about. Okay, no worries. You deserve some kind of help. It's the best I can do. Keep on, these streams are good. Worst case scenarios, Rick's rambles help half the time, right? That's it. And look who's here, Thomas. All right. And Jonathan says hello to Thomas. There we go. Now, Thomas is someone that I think is better adapted to YouTube. Now, yes, he has his emotional issues, but I think he's building. I can see the confidence building. Thomas is a celebrity in the making, which I said from the beginning. You know, he's still young enough where he has the natural good looks, and he's fighting against the bad body composition, all the problems from the diabetes. He's going to stay with it. I just don't see Thomas falling off into the duck food and going to Taco Bell. I just don't see it. Happened to Paul and Dr. Chafee. Did you see my message, Carnivore Muscle? Okay. All right. My go-to's Jonathan or Dr. Kiltz, Old Man Mitch, and Rick. Well, I'm glad to be in that group. Even though I have no medical or nutrition experience, I'm just a quack. I can barely get my audio to work. Oh well. Yep. And Thomas got through Dr. Kiltz's program. I saw the video and I commented on it. Got some hellos here. How do you make liver tastier? Seem very chewy. Depends on how much you cook it. Never ever grill liver. It's like eating the bottom of a shoe. Liver should always be cooked in a liquid. If you want to make it tender, use a pressure cooker. If it's safe and you can tolerate it, eat it raw. I've done that many times. But yes, it's all in the way you cook it. Don't overcook your liver or you will regret it. One thing that some people do, they will grind up the liver and mix it with ground beef. And the fat and the protein in the beef, they kind of all work together and it gets rid of that liver taste and the liver toughness. So you can do that too. You don't need a lot of liver. I love the humor of the carnivore community. That's what we're good at. Because if you think about it, we've been told the carnivore diet is deadly. So you have to laugh about it. That's it. Okay. Thank you, Sandy. Okay. If you don't like the taste of liver, mix it with ground beef. You'll thank me for it. You can also mix it with pork if you want, but ground beef is the one you want to use. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll catch up with these eventually. I'll tell you one thing. For a channel that has less than 4,000 subscribers, I have an amazing amount of commenters. I get more comments, I think, than some of the big channels. Movie Gulch always distracts me from life in 30 minutes. Yeah, yeah. If you don't mind the sound of ducks and geese and all that, you like her channel. Dr. Kiltz is tagging along with my lead speaking engagement in the UK next year for carnivores in June. Excellent. I'm glad. I'm building a fence to raise ducks. There you go. That's smart. Over there in the Philippines, I'm sure ducks are very popular. I have a consult for an hour. I'll be back when I'm able. Well, thank you for being here, Jonathan, and I know your consult will go well, as it always does. Jonathan is very good at getting the information and putting it into practice, so that's great. And again, it's been almost 3 years since I first saw Jonathan. I actually met Jonathan through Bart Kay's channel, and I've been a subscriber to his channel since he started it. So Jonathan and I are like this, I think. Sometimes like this, sometimes like this. I don't know. But we're glad that you're here. Talk at you later. I love the Little Rascals music yesterday. Ah, Aaron is fun distraction. Yes. Um, Ricky Milton, is Barry making you a duck man? Yes, he did. He actually put it on Mitch's private live stream. He was going to send it to me, but I checked my email this morning. I didn't see it. I need to check my email again and see what happened. For some reason, he couldn't get my email from YouTube, so I don't know what happened. And Cindy, perspective is why I listen to different people. Everybody sees things differently. Yes, it all depends on your experience. We got some hellos going here. Did you enjoy the live yesterday on Tuber Chat Thomas? Okay. Erin has a great personality. She's a young girl with an old soul. Well, she's not as young as you think. She looks a lot younger than she is. So that's good. And let's see. You can change buy me a coffee to anything. Oh, I changed mine to buy me a bacon. I'll have to look into that. The problem is, I don't really. I'd have to link a bank account, and I haven't had a bank account in a while. I mean, I do and I don't. It's a long story, but anybody can have 10 children and smile and have the attitude Aaron does. Yeah, anybody that can have 10 children. It's like a madhouse over there. I don't know. I know why you don't have a girlfriend. You have dirty nails. Yeah, right? Well, what can you do? When you work all day, that's one of those things. I got a gifted membership for Tuber Chat yesterday. Not sure who bought them. I was not in the chat. Interesting. It happens randomly. Yes, she is. I fry my eggs. I scramble them up, fry them in beef tallow. That's how I normally do it. What's the best? I tried mine. Buy Brian a coffee. I didn't know that, Amy. Okay. Missed out a lot of YouTube. Busy helping neighbors here. Okay. That's going great. Huh. Okay, Tuber Chat. You're keeping it real. Well, so are you. So are you. I just wish you made more videos, but I'm glad that you're here. And again, there's always, it's like, there's Mark Harmon. There's also Polish Mike is another one. We've got a handful of people that are on the carnivore lifestyle that are doing it for personal improvement because it's working for you. And again, I'm glad that you exist, that you're not out there trying to promote this product or yourself or whatever. You're just there living the lifestyle and setting an example that I think more people really should follow. I will pray for Kip Sada. Don't we all? Surgery to lose weight, not good idea in my opinion. Maybe he'll change his mind. Maybe it'll get his views up. Hey Rick, one does not fall apart at 60 unless you let yourself. Okay, I am 67, have not fallen apart yet. Well, there you go. That's true. It's just a lot of people do. I'm so excited for you to catch on replay. Talked about Amy a lot too. Don't we all, right? I get in Tuber Chat every so often. Kevin is great. My addiction was carbs, not seeds. Yes, sugar. Okay. City moves so fast, hard to see who is on there. Fruit or veg, which is better? I don't know. That's a good question. I think which is better depends on which one you have and which one doesn't make you sick. If you're a sugar addict, probably not going to want to eat fruit. Vegetables are generally more harmful, like to me, but if they're cooked or fermented, I mean, humans have been eating vegetables for a very long time. And some people live a really long time with eating vegetables. I think that's a personal thing. Eat occasionally on animal base. Okay, well, it depends on you. There's nothing wrong with having seasonal fruit or vegetables. And you're saying that veg is better to me? Well, maybe the vegetables are better. Yes. But sugar, see, the thing about vegetables, although they contain sugar, many of these vegetables are full of fiber, which slows down the absorption of sugar. And if you're not damaged, if your body's not damaged, the fiber just passes right through. Maybe that's what it is. Me too. My weakness used to be angel hair pasta. No more. Well, I'm glad that you got away from the pasta. What veg you eat? Veg is like a medicine than a food. Okay. All right. I got an email about gifted membership. Okay. I ate some asparagus, maybe a little broccoli, cauliflower, all cooked extremely well in butter. See? So the vegetables are working for Michael. Occasionally, that's fine. This girl in documentary in my place was juicing lemongrass. Ew, moringa tea. Stage 4 rectal cancer is gone. Well, again, plants is medicine. Very long time. You know, the moringa, I have a moringa tree in my yard. I have a friend that deals with diabetes. And believe it or not, he's been making moringa tea and the blood sugar stabilized. So I don't know what to say about that. So I propagated and gave him a moringa tree. And now it's growing in his yard. Seems to work. You fry then. I fry it in a pan. There you go. More fruit than veg. When I crave an orange, I eat one. If I crave a lemon, I pour tequila. What is tuber chat? The only fruit I eat is strawberry. Aha! There you go. You can send me all the super chats comments that you want. Well, Tom, they can do that. Okay. Lewis needs to design a T-shirt of that friend of Rick's opening and Rich and seeing the headless animal there screaming. Oh, that would have been funny. The noise she made, I thought that she had cut her foot off or something. I like berries and heavy cream, banana and cream once in a while. Okay. Have you tried plantains? Yes. Michael Pregler, you can answer that if you want. I've tried them. I grow them. Strawberries and heavy cream is my treat. Rick and Milton's channel is so free and easy and relaxing. Well, that's the whole idea. Nobody's asking you to buy anything here. There's no ads. It's just come on in, say what you want. Rick, don't get offended. Now, some of the other people in chat may get offended. If anyone is really, really bad, I'll remove them, but I don't know. I mean, words can only do so much. What do they say? Sticks and stones can break my bones, but words can never harm me. I love deep fried plantains. Don't eat them much. I'm not really that crazy about them, but I do make them. People love them. I eat them occasionally. I haven't had any plantains in a while. Mm, it's a good start on Sunday and Saturday. Yeah. Hard to type from bed on phone. Okay. And look who's here. We're just talking about you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Aaron. Have you had any delicious ducks lately? Okay. Sounds good. Still dark here. And we have some hellos going on there. Do you eat them unripe? Were your ears burning, Aaron? Yes, we were talking about you. We were just chatting about you. Yes. I'm typing cell. How many people do we have now? We have 58. We have 58 people here. We're about halfway to Mitch levels right now. That's pretty good. Morning, Michael. Yes. All right. So let's see. How do you fry them? You soak them in water first. Thank you, Amy, for recommending me. Well, there you go. That's Thomas in action. We got more hellos and more hellos. And let's see. I cut them, flatten them, make them like little chips. Those are tostones. That's what they have here, the tostones. Cooked in beef tallow or lard, of course. Rick style. That's what I call, when I cut them through a fry cutter, I call them Rick's Heart Attack Fries. Dr. Kiltz may have his ice cream, but Rick has his Heart Attack Fries. At the Heart Attack Grill, they fry potatoes in lard. They call them flatliner fries. And remember, during the week, Mitch actually mentioned the Heart Attack Grill, which I've mentioned several times. I've never been there, but I've seen it, and I always thought that was funny because my dad was the one that saw it on Nightline, and he recommended I look at that, and I thought it was really funny. Okay, I slept in. I didn't record enough to make a movie either. I may go live later today. Well, I'm going to get. The sun is still out. I don't know if it's going to rain. Usually, as soon as I go off, it'll rain. That's the way it works. But I think if it does rain today, this is the last day of the rainy season. The rainy season ends the middle of October, and I think it's going to end pretty soon. I watched someone make crispy meat chips yesterday. Oh, I think it was Carrie. Look good. And again, I have to admit I have not been watching Carrie's channel as much as I did. Part of it is I've been busy, but I don't know me, but I've gotten kind of burned out with the Homestead House channel. Has anybody else reached burnout point? It's not that it's bad. It's just it's the same thing over and over and over again. I think you should get back into the homesteading thing and do, less of the carnivore thing and more of the homesteading. Because really when it comes down to it, how much can you talk about what you eat? And then of course there's the movie, which I guess next year will be out there. Once the movie has been posted, maybe you'll get back to the homesteading. I'm hoping. Between the meetups and all that, great. If you can go to them, great. I'm losing interest. I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening to me. I can't get excited about it anymore. How many times you eat in a day? Is it a bad idea sleeping after eating? Okay, got some questions there. Manix Gaming has a lot of good questions. That's great. And let's see, I used to be once or twice. You should do a live and people jump on the panel and your kids can interview them. The bad ideas don't stop popping in my head. Well, there you go, Juliet. Kids, Halloween costumes. All right. Please like 50 here. Only 25 likes. Well, we need to fix that. Come on. Let's make it happen. The good people in the chat is over. I'm here now. Well, there we go. We've just dropped. We've just gone into the duck pond. Thanks for a reminder. All right. And we have some hellos over there to our friend CB Carmack. I don't know if the CB comes from the CB radio or it's just initials, but whatever. We're glad that you are here. So we got all the hellos. Buddy of mine shot a giant yesterday. Is that an iguana? Okay. And we have somebody else here. We have Ivy-Weenet. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Glad that you're here. A daily talk to friend. Ah, there we go. I hope that your eyes have improved, or your one eye, or whatever it was. I hope that you are feeling better from that nightmare. Still dark out here. All right. So you must be in California or something. Amy Hay, and let's see. Up. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. I finally got out of bed, Rick. Reminded me of all the things waiting for me to do. Have to run back, pick up the anxiety meds for my cats that are trying to kill each other. You know how cats are. They say it's like herding cats. I've learned to decipher everything. Thank you, Rick. Well, thank you. Hey, you're here. I should be thanking you for popping in here. Not all cats get along. Nope. Some cats can be really vicious. Has great shorts with awesome music. Well, Thomas is entertaining. The music, it's okay. It's not my style. You know me, I like a nice elevator. I like an elevator that's going up to the top floor and do 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 do. Something like you would get a Martin Denny or Lex Baxter record. You put it in there, you hear the birds chirping and all those sounds, and you feel like you're out in the woods. Like here, when you go in my yard, you get the crickets and the books and all that. All right. So Booby goes talking about her kids. Nixon needs to repair his Batman mask. Nixon. I mean, if you call your kid Nixon, he'd probably say, "I am not a crook. I am not a crook," and goes like this, "I'm not a crook." All right. Let's see. I know if Doug is probably like, "Dude, again." Okay. Thomas does pick good music. So does Aaron. There we go. Yes. Congratulations. And Quack Man. I gotta find out where that video is. It was really funny. Doug says that bad, but it's about Rick, not you. Okay. You're going to get some meat from it. And we're getting there. Nope. It just jumped again. Okay. We're not even close. My favorite. Yeah. Okay. I'm sure Doug is very patient. Well, gotta be patient to be married, right? What are you guys' opinion on sleeping after eating the carnivore? I usually eat long before I go to sleep, but I've eaten before bed and I've slept just fine. I think it all depends on what your body can handle. Some people actually sleep better when they're full. Think about a cat. After you've fed your cat a bunch of meat, what's the first thing they do? They go off in the corner and fall asleep. I fed Milton this morning. He ate his food. Now he's gone to my room and fallen asleep. He'll wake up eventually. Underwood deviled liver at my ground beef. Okay. I remember they had Underwood deviled ham. I didn't know they had deviled liver. I missed a lot on YouTube. Been helping some elderly neighbors that live alone and have no family. I try to help them. Well, good for you. Good for you. People don't, I mean, the problem is you have elderly people that do have family and nobody helps them until they die and then all the kids line up trying to get the inheritance. But if they have no family, it's nice. Jonathan, hey, boss man. Yep. Jonathan is in a consultation, but adorable kids, cemetery walks. Congratulations. Okay, Mary's course. That very expensive course. Morning, Ivy. Is it true goat's meat smells bad? No, that is not true. But then again, that's my opinion. I like the taste of goat meat. Chivo. Sometimes they have it on sale. In fact, I got to check the Key Food Market. They had it for $2.99 a pound a month ago. I ate a bunch of it. It was good. A lot of it depends on how the goats are raised. If you eat the goats that eat garbage, they're going to smell different than the ones that eat just regular feed. If they eat regular feed, they don't smell any different. A little different than beef, but goat is somewhere between pork and beef, in my opinion. Morning, Aaron. My first 3 months, I was exhausted after every carnivore meal. Then it stopped. No more exhaustion. Okay, that's good. Well, I think as your body adapts to using its fat more efficiently, then that exhaustion goes away. Channel is fun. The kids check it. Yeah, it is. Aaron's channel. Noisy, but fun. Mr. Beef. Okay, I think that's a wonderful reason to miss them. All right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mary beat me to it. But I love the Duck Man. Send me your picture if you want one that looks like you. Excellent. Goat meal. Yeah. Treat her right, and it will treat you right. Yes. Hoping to get a camera. Okay. Hmm. So you're like Aaron. You got a bunch of animals. That's good. Hmm. Oh. Did he pop in? I didn't see him. Interesting. Did I miss him? Tim? Did I see Tim? I don't know. Somehow I missed him. Oh well. I'm sure he'll comment. Back in the days, people have dirty nails, managed microbiome. Yeah, I work outside all the time. I don't see your email either. Can you show us? Yes, I can. Let me go ahead and do that. I got a ton of comments, but let me go ahead and do that right now. I don't know why it's not working. Maybe YouTube made some changes. So let's go over here to YouTube. All right. So here I am. Now let me click on me. All right. Let's see here. I'm going to go to YouTube. I'm going to go to Charger Mopar. Let's see. All right. I click my picture. View your channel. Click more. View email address. What the heck is going on here? Wow, YouTube is going wacky. Okay. View email address. I see it. It's weird. I don't know what this jumble of text is, but address is right here. Huh. Okay. I don't know what's going on. We have 54 people watching. That's really good. I'm surprised I get that many viewers. I mean, who in the world would want to watch a crazy quack like me? Let's see. All right, so we got... Milton is so cute. Yes, he is. I get a lot of comments. That's good. Lots and lots of comments. All right. What you showed us, we don't need more in life. Yeah, that's true. Okay. So that's great. So anyway, go back here. That's how you do it. Okay. Now, and speaking of email, let me check my email just to see. All right. Mail. Do I have... Nope. I haven't gotten any emails from the Duckman, so... Anyway. I'm sure you'll find me eventually. All right, let's hit these comments. Let's see if we can catch up. We will eventually, I think. Maybe not. I will if I can get past this allergy. Yes. I'm lost on ideas. Thank you so much for doing that for everyone. Mark Holman, you look so fit. How do you do it? Well, carnivore and dedication. Try baking soda and warm water. His eyes. Put you in the wheel. All right. Okay. You don't have to be educated to be smart, believe it or not. I am a perfect example. My mind tells me all the time, wasted potential. Well, the problem is, and I've said this in videos before, we have a system that relies on accreditation and who you know and that kind of thing. So a lot of times you just don't get the opportunity to enjoy the potential because you're limited. They don't put you in a position. It's like a plant sitting in a pot that never gets put in the ground. It can never grow because it never has what it needs to thrive. You have people all over the world that basically live dirt poor and they never produce anything ground shaking or earth changing because they don't have the opportunity. So that's one of those things that is just a flaw of the way that our system works. In my place, doing a goat stew means a party or festival. Yes, it's a gift. Yeah, in the Philippines, they love goat. And goat is something else. Washing eyes with baby shampoo. To use Grok for AI. I'm one of the few people that doesn't use AI because I wouldn't even know where to start. I'm sure it involves some subscription that I don't have. And that's it. I've not seen what you did with my Keto Chow Avenger, that is. Really helps me with my nonprofit. Okay. Pressure myself. I can't come up with an idea. I do love cats. Maybe I can be a Pottinger's cat. Not the sick ones on cooked meat. You got through the chat. Wait, there's more below. Yes, that is very true. And let's see. That's the thing on my channel. I think one of the reasons why people keep coming back to my channel is I hit every single comment. and I don't delay. It's just that my comments come in faster than anybody else's. Then when I catch up with the comments, I do a rant, and then there we go. Anyone here like pawpaws? If I do eat fruit, I tend to stick with indigenous. So, it's interesting because I have a friend up in what do you call it, Missouri. They have those, and I know people that have gone looking for them. They don't grow here in South Florida. We do have something that's called pond apple, which grows wild, which you see occasionally. But the problem here is that all the wild land has been totally destroyed to develop it. There is not a single piece of natural land except in some of the parks. Everything else has been completely eliminated. But we don't have them here, so I don't know. We also have, there's some wild guavas. We did have some wild citrus, although they cut them all down when they were trying to get rid of the citrus canker. But yeah, if you can grab the wild stuff that's native, you can do it because there's only so much of it, and you'll never be able to become addicted to it because it's always seasonal. It's called Carnivore Avengers Contest. Well, there you go. I'd pay you or buy you bacon, Amy. Okay, sunrise at 7. Used to feel bad for the elderly in the rehabs. Many had such sad stories. That's true, although a lot of older people put themselves in that position. They, some of these people that I've known, that they're old, they were quite bitter when they were younger, and they drove everybody away, including their family. So when they got old, the kids are like, stick them in the nursing home. I have a friend, his mom was a horrible person, and when she got sick, he says, I'm going to get even with her. I'm going to put her in the worst rated nursing home I can find. So he put her in the nursing home off of A Street that smelled like urine and was run down. I mean, this place was in such bad shape, they had buckets to catch the leaks in the roof. The funny thing was, they treated her really good there. That was the weird thing. You know, the fancier nursing home, they ignore you, but over there they treat her better. So that nursing home doesn't exist anymore. It's now a high-rise apartment building. But hey, sometimes it's that whole karma thing. Okay, switching to phone mode so I can cook some bacon. Smart man, Thomas. Smart man. Hi, Rick Milton and the Saturday Quackers. Well, hello, BK, Belgian Carnivore. Glad that you're here. I'm watching Rick on TV and typing on my phone. There you go. Here in the Missouri Ozarks. Excellent. Excellent. Carnivore life, lamb leg, quail eggs, and halibut. That's today's menu. Sounds delicious, Mandy. All right. Let's see. If I woke up 6:30, I'd have another 90 minutes of Rick and the Quackers. Quakers. It's not Quaker, it's Quacker, but yes, I know what you're saying. I'm going live at 4 p.m. today. Well, I will be offline by then, and most likely I'll be there to watch your video. I just try to help by visiting and bringing them meatballs. Seems a few going live at the same time. Saturday getting busy, but I'll be there. Not so much in the morning though. And last Saturday, when I was listening to a live stream, I was actually up on the roof putting another tarp on the house. And since that point, we haven't had a lot of rain, but I've had 0 drops of water coming through the roof. So I was happy my friend gave me that tarp, which was a billboard sign, which is where I get my tarps from. And I'm sure now the rainy season will end, and by the time the rainy season comes back, the tarp will have already been damaged and it will leak. But hopefully by then, I will get the materials together and I will be able to rebuild my roof. I wish I could get somebody online to sponsor me by sending me a bunch of roofing paper and some wood. I'll fix my roof, and that'll eliminate the problem. Because when I do sell the place, although I'm sure somebody might want to tear it down, if I fix the roof and I make it look presentable, I can get a decent amount of money, and I will take that money and I will use it to buy some farmland. Because what I want to do, I'm not going to be a health coach. No one's going to listen to me. I'm not qualified for that. I'm not going to be a carnivore influencer. I'm not going to sell you glasses that are red and LEDs that you can put on your head and all this other silliness and ground wires so you can connect your bed to the ground and special shoes and all this other crap and EMP things for your phone. No. What I want to sell you is quality meat products, and I may even sell some building materials. I still think I'd like to manufacture my famous ceiling tiles over again so you too could make a 1950s room. You could turn that part of your home into your own studio and get that 1950s look at any time. I might even start reprinting encyclopedias. Maybe we'll get some of the famous carnivore books like Dr. Kiltz puts out, make bound volumes and put encyclopedia type things here and put the name on it. And you too can have your own encyclopedia set of all the books that you like to read. Hey, that might not be a bad idea. I'm sure that with clever marketing, I could sell a lot of products, but I'm not going to cash in on the carnivore diet or lifestyle. I think that that's just not my style. Hopefully, I'll be there. Hopefully, too, right? And Eastern Time, will you come to the Dr. Kilt's dinner? I will go anywhere that I'm invited to, but I don't have any money. When I go there, I may have $100 in my pocket, and that's it. I just don't have money. I don't have a credit card. I mean, so I'll go wherever. You know, if Dr. Kiltz wants me at his dinner, he can invite me, and I'll be glad to go there. I do that for my neighbors too. My neighbor lady across from me is 92. Yes, he's going. Yes. See, Juliet has made it official. There you go. All right. No worries. I know it's not carnivore. Or did it as a joke. I always take her soups I make. Excellent. On channels just repeating the same. The new thing on it will be fast lost. It's. I think the carnivore trend has plateaued, and now it's going to go down. And I'm going to tell you something that I've told my friends. Once the carnivore documentary comes out, and it doesn't have the big hit that they thought it was going to hit, I think they will take the air out of the carnivore bubble. The channels will start to go down. You'll see less and less people pushing the carnivore lifestyle, and I'll be over here really happy because it's just gonna take away. I don't want to see the carnivore diet become really popular because it's going to be a target. If you start pushing this diet as a way of curing everything, it's just going to turn into a disaster. You're going to have lawsuits and you're going to have disgruntled people making videos. I went on the carnivore diet, I had a heart attack. I went on the carnivore diet, I got cancer, blah, blah, blah. And it's just going to self-destruct. What I want to see, carnivore trend peaks out, begins to decrease. You see less and less carnivore videos. All the carnivore influencers start to lose popularity, and that's it. And then those of us that are on the carnivore diet continue to eat the carnivore diet, and you know, it's it's not like we're going anywhere. A lot of us are going to still eat carnivore. I'm going to eat carnivore until the day I have a heart attack and I drop dead. If they told me tomorrow that my arteries were clogged up and I was ready to have a heart attack and you need to go on a vegetable diet, I'd go, great. I'm going to eat more meat. I'm going to stuff myself with whatever meat I can get so I can just have my heart attack and get it over with. I'm not going to be like these people that are constantly with these stupid health hacks and they're going around, they're putting LEDs on their head, they're wearing red glasses, they're covering themselves with mesh, they're putting on a tinfoil hat, they're doing all these crazy things to try to live longer. And I got news for you, it's not going to work. Your genetics set your life. All you can do is shorten it. There's nothing you can do to live longer. That's my opinion. You don't like it? Then have your own opinion. That's your right to do so. Okay. It'll be early for me. When clocks go back, it'll be more difficult to watch Mitch. Well, when the clocks go back, it doesn't matter to me. That's one of the good things about not working 9 to 5. I work outside mostly, so I work with the sun. I get up when the sun comes up. I'm awake just before the sunrise, and I go to bed around 11:30 to midnight. When the time changes, I may go to bed at 10:30. It's a cycle. I don't change my cycle based on what the government says the time is. I go by what's out that window. I wish they stopped the nonsense. Yep. I like dark mornings and light evenings. Hate this time change. Yeah, Terry Sue, I agree. Got to run into CVS. I haven't been in that place in over a decade. Me too. Mitch and Rick in Florida time stays the same. I go back. They do change the time here, though. I try to steer my interviews away from carnivore. Yeah, that's right. I like to get in to know the interview outside of carnivore life. like you did with me and several others. That's right. A lot more meats have enzymes. Put sleep, like turkey. The whole tryptophan thing. That's right. Although it's minimal from what I've heard, but I've eaten turkey and it gives me energy, so who knows. But when I cook turkey, it's heart attack style. Not that crazy baked turkey. That just takes too long. All right, so let's see. They don't change the time there. Yes, I am opposite. I like light out early as it gets me up. Okay. You should get up with the sunlight, by the way. My goats rewilded and graze in my woods. That's a good thing about goats. They're adaptable. And you'll like the changes. Only 2 clocks don't go back. I thought our time did change. It changed last year. Maybe not this year. I don't know. I like to sleep in winter, but here comes the sun. Well, there you go. If you live in Alaska, you don't have much of a choice. We gone back an hour in Florida. Yes, that's right. I won't at 6:30 next month. Be 5:30 a.m. Yikes. Sorry. No, Florida does go back. They've been talking about not doing it, but they still do it. Okay, sun comes up at 7 now. As the sun coming up at 6. Well, actually, set the clock back. Wouldn't it come up at 7? If it's like now it's 10 o'clock, you set the clocks back, it'll be 9 o'clock. Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't care. I go up with the sun. I don't worry about the time. I use no alarm clock because when I work, generally, it's going to be during the day. See what happens typing in bed. Okay. Capture puzzle to solve before it shows me. Oh, really? I guess it depends on the person. That's weird. AI like a bear trying to go for a kid and then a cat attacking the bear. AI, the video gets a lot of views. Yeah, but they're so obvious. I'm surprised people waste their time with it. And coffee, switching my PC once I get up. The interviews are good. You even got Mitch to go. Yeah, that's a rare celebrity interview. I'm sure if I asked Mitch to be on my channel, he'd tell me to quack off. But you never know. Actually, Mitch did invite me to do a live podcast with him, which I would do if I went up to Melbourne. I thought that'd be kind of interesting. You could see the old guy carnivore and the future old guy carnivore in one place. My wife is Filipino. She only thing with goat or deer. Even goat cheese. So she can smell it. She must have had it too much to survive in the Philippines. Okay. Yes, let's do a video. The grass in the Philippines is bad. It gives a certain smell. I've had goat meat here. It's actually pretty good. Oh, what's going on here? People are making a lot of money out of it. A lot of fake videos. Linda Flanagan. Hello, Rick and everyone. Hello. You just need to experiment. Experience okay. Yeah, billboard signs on buildings on the farm. Problem is now most of the billboards are electronic, so those tarps, they're disappearing. Trash piled up in the Philippines. In the old days, you used to paint the billboard panels. Okay, government rich. People are mad doing protest. Drinking coffee. What about that? Yeah, book. All right. You can raise money, hack your health. Set up a quack table and charge $20 for autograph. Oh boy. Let's see. I don't think anybody's going to ask me for any autograph. They'd say, oh, you got a free iguana? Well, any iguanas in the canal behind the Hack Your Health? 10, 12 kids, but now they can't even do one. People getting obese. That's terrible. Okay. Yes. We are rebuilding our ghost town, co-op style, surrounded by silver pasture forest farms. Oh, any tradesman that open a shop, that's pretty good. So you have a channel. I need to look that up. Let's see here. Um, do we have a go-to channel? I don't see it. Oh, maybe not. Let's see here. I think I lost that option. Interesting. All right, let me double check. Oh, let me try something else. Let me open another window. Okay, nope, that doesn't work. Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's see. All right. Okay. Go to channel. Let me check this out. There we are. Oh, how interesting. Let me just check this out here. All right. We have 50 subscribers. So you do have a channel, but no videos. So you're a new YouTuber. That's great. I like that. Oh, here we go. Oh, 54 videos. Why is the video not coming up? Okay, there we go. There's the videos. Okay. Huh. All right. So where are you located? I know you're not in Florida. Off Homestead. Garden of Eden. Huh. United States. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, they got that. I see they put that in there. Okay. Huh. Very nice, very nice. I don't see a location given, but that's very interesting. So that's what we want to see. Come here. So wherever that is. Okay. Excellent. I like that. Okay. Hey, Bob's here. Hello, Bob. You can see I've had technical issues. My mic system, all that stuff took a crap, so I'm using a webcam mic, which sucks, but what can you do? Just watch your video. It's great. I commented on his video as well. Let's see. My buddy is in Madagascar now. He said yes. They're writing about corruption. Oh, I tried to talk my wife out of rice. Okay. Use several programs and they all cost money. I guess that's the AI. Their video creation tools. Tell me to eat. Couldn't find you on your WhatsApp. Okay. YouTube subscribe me. All right. What two states? Arizona and Hawaii. That's correct. Saw your Avenger videos. Yeah, Mitch likes you, Rick. He probably would do a live with you. I think he would. There we go. Look, Mitch says, I come on with you, Rick, if you invited me. I knew it. I knew it. You see, there are a few celebrities that like me. They don't all hate me. Let's put it that way. Yeah, maybe one day when I set up, we'll definitely do it. But I need to elevate my standards so I'm at the level that Mitch is at because Mitch has a lot more goodies. He spends money on the tools that he needs to do a good quality live stream. Meanwhile, I scrape the bottom and I struggle by with a bunch of junk. But I will elevate myself to your level eventually. And that's good. See, he takes it more seriously than I do. To me, it's all just kind of a joke. All right, so let's see. Meet with Rice. Good morning, my friend. And everyone's saying hi to Mitch. That's my name. Yes. All right. And good morning to Mitch. Good morning from Rick. And again, I know Mitch drops in for a little bit. I don't expect you to sit through this whole boring thing, but glad that you're here. It stimulates interest in my channel, which is awesome. And Mitch, you'd probably appreciate this. I had to stop using my bike because my stupid USB to digital thing crapped out on me. I don't know if it's a motherboard issue. It worked fine in my old computer, but thanks to my leaky roof, which destroyed my computer, now I have to use this webcam mic, which I'm sure sounds awful. But what can you do? I'm blushing. Mitch, it's you. Good morning. Good video yesterday. Yes. You know, and I haven't seen that video yet. I got so busy yesterday. I've got to see it. I dropped in the live, of course, but I missed the video. But if I remember correctly, Mitch is doing another one of his reviews, so that's excellent. Missouri Ozarks. That's right. You mentioned it before. Excellent. I got a friend out in Missouri, but he's not in the Ozarks. Let's see. I live in Springfield. Okay, so Juliet's not that far away. I put QQQ in front of comment. He will see it faster. There we go. Hi there, neighbor. Okay. Rick, your reaction to Mitch. Well, there you go. Who hates you, Rick? I don't think anyone really hates me, but I know that a lot of the more popular channels, they don't talk about me. They try to distance themselves from me because I'm a total quack, and they don't want to ruin their marketing or their popularity by associating with a quack. It's always been that way. See, the problem is I'm one of those people that loves to say what he really feels. And we have another one of those right here. Mitch, the old guy carnivore, he will tell you exactly what he feels. And a lot of people can't handle that. They get offended. It's like, how can you say that to me? Like, well, I would rather you tell me the truth than try to stroke my ego by lying to me. But that's just me. I like the direct approach. A lot of people, they don't. They like what they call sugarcoating. And when you're at Rick's place, the most you're ever going to get is a little salt. You're not going to get any sugarcoating. So, you might get your wounds salted by Rick rather than getting something sugar-coated. And DS111 says Rick is carnivore character. Yes, I am a complete character. And you can see I'm a real character. Now, I've reached the chat. I've caught up, so I've done pretty good. So let's talk a little bit about what I've been doing. And as you know, my living room is basically a shop. It's full of junk. So, oh, we have one very important comment. Kurt says how he feels as well. Yes, yes, he does. And that's something that we definitely can appreciate. But anyway, let me show you what I'm doing. I made a video about some of the junk I picked up, and there's all kinds of junk here. Here is one of the pieces of junk I picked up. I don't know if you can see it. It is a Craftsman drill press that was rusting out, frozen up. I've been taking it apart. It's missing a few parts. The motor didn't work, so I took it apart. It's got seized bearings and all that. And as you probably know, yes, I am Rick the carnivore, but that's only part of my life. I like to fix things and build things. I was using a Chinese drill press, which finally broke. That Chinese metal or Chinesium is garbage. But I found this. My friend gave it to me, and he's a hoarder himself. He usually doesn't give anything away, but his house got destroyed by a tree. So he's got to clean up to deal with the county. And his son, which is a really good friend of mine, told him, Dad, get rid of this. Take it to the scrapyard. Give it to Rick or something. So he gave it to me. And I brought it home. It was sitting outside when I got it. I brought it in my own house, took it apart, had to use a sledgehammer to free up the quill, but I was able to get the pulleys to move, and I was able to get everything sort of functional, and I'm in the process of getting the motor working. So if I can fix it, I'll go ahead and paint it, and I'll put it in my shop, and I'll have myself a nice floor model drill press that I can use. Now, I would like to get my hands on another lathe. I have a small lathe, but that's one of the reasons I want to move to a place where I have land, so I can build a shop. I'll have my lathe, milling machine, drill presses, hand tools of all kinds. I won't have to go into this storage room with the leaky roof with trays catching the water. I could have a dedicated shop, and that's it. So that'll work really, really well. All right, so let's see. Yeah, tell it like it is. That's what I always do. And Mitch says, thanks for the compliments, Mick. Well, I mean, they are, I don't know if they're compliments. It's just sort of reality. I'm just telling you what I think. But yes, if you see them as compliments, I'm glad to give them to you. I value you, Rick, and I'm grateful. Well, Thomas, look at him. I value Rick, and I'm grateful for meeting you for sure. Now, Thomas is a good example. People call me negative, but ever since Thomas has been doing videos, I've been encouraging him, and I've been telling him he's going to make progress, and he has been making progress because I'm pretty good at reading the intentions of people. And again, none of us are 100%. We all have our issues. Most of it is right in here, but Thomas has a good attitude. He has a can-do attitude, and he definitely is more on the optimist side than the pessimist side. And he's learning how to balance different things in his life so that he can move forward. And you get to meet a lot of interesting people. We have good morning from Mitch. And Mitch's video was about meat, ribeye chuck roast. Okay, I know that Mitch had mentioned he got a meat tenderizer and he was going to try to puncture the meat so that he can make chuck roast into a ribeye. And I did comment that's impossible. You'll never be able to make a chuck roast like a ribeye. But then again, if you're like me and you actually enjoy chuck roast, you can definitely make it more tender, or you can do what I do. Simply take your chuck roast, put it in a pressure cooker with beef tallow, and cook it very, very slowly. And it will soften it up, and it will taste very similar to a ribeye. And as Mitch also said, there is the chuck eye steak, which is very similar to the ribeye. So I'm looking forward to watching that. I just got way too busy. I, I'm going to tell you what happened yesterday. It was a very unusual day for me, but I'm going to explain that to you. Let me catch up with the comments because, again, one of the main reasons I have this live stream is comments. Even if it's missing parts, it can be used for parts, yes. Eliminate the concept of waste. That's the story of my life. I did the same thing. Everything I have, basically, somebody threw away. And I either fixed it or used it for parts. So what I do with something I can't fix, I'll try to give it to somebody who needs it. If nobody needs it, I'll strip it for parts, throw it in the back of my truck, and I give it to my friend when he goes to the scrap yard. You know how much garbage I throw out in the entire year? This is amazing. All the garbage that I generate, that I put in the garbage can, can fit in one 5-gallon bucket. That's it. That's all that I throw away. Everything else gets either turned into fuel, recycled as metal, or composted. So when it comes to environmental sustainability, I'm the best. And once I move out of the suburbs and I move into a rural area, you're going to see the next level because I'll be like Russ. I'll do solar. I will have my wood gas generator. I'll be hauling off material, turning that into energy. As you know, I produce all my own cooking gas. Now, I know you, Mitch, you love your air fryers. Why don't I use an air fryer? Because I don't cook with electricity. One of my rules, I will never cook with electricity. I have a microwave. I never use it. It's just a storage. But for those of you that live in apartments or those of you that don't like a messy kitchen, hit the air fryer. Mitch does great with it. Chef Mitch, amazing. And I'm sure your food tastes great because I know, you know, he knows how to make stuff good. But in my case, I like to cook with fire. So you'll catch me outside with a pile of wood starting a fire, or I might be using wood gas with my gas grill. That's another video I need to make. Although I have to admit I blew up my other one last year. It was not that big of an explosion. They didn't call the police, but it did blow up. But my poop gas, I've been debating on making a video on that because the last time I did, YouTube took it down, but I may do it again. But I do use plant material and poop to make cooking gas. So, but anyway, yes. And Mitch was using a tenderizer. I'll have to check that out. Trash for another, it's treasure. You make trash to treasure. Yes, I do. I just got a welder, and definitely welding is a very important skill. There's a channel that I'm subscribed to. That's it's called what is it? Now I forgot what they call it. Taylor Welding. That's Chris Taylor, and him and his wife used to make great videos. I don't see them much anymore, but it's sort of that permaculture and survival and homesteading and that kind of thing. That's one of the first things I got into on YouTube. Good song. Name that tune. There we go. Rick can turn the drill press into a meat tenderizer. Mitch was using that meat stabber thingamajig. These work good for round steaks. Okay. Yep. That would work on getting through a, okay, pork belly fat cap. Well, that's fine. Mississippi has no state tax now. You could consider that unless you want to stay in Florida. Well, I'm sure Mississippi has more affordable land. The last time I went through Mississippi, it was like going back to the 1940s or 50s. there was so many small towns other than the ugly Dollar Generals they plop in there. You have a lot of these. I saw motels that were abandoned. I saw empty barns and yeah. Mississippi is interesting. Plus, you got a lot of people with that strange Southern accent. And then the thing that really was surprising to me is that Mississippi is not like Florida. It's not all flat and swampy. There's actually some elevation there. And I was always told that Mississippi was the worst state in the whole United States and that everybody was overweight and there was crime everywhere. And I go there, I see a bunch of people that are lean. I see people working outside. Yeah, there's fat people for sure. And then, what was it, Biloxi? There's a big city there. Went through there, a lot of tall buildings. I'm thinking, did I take a wrong turn? This place doesn't look that bad. And but yeah, that is true. But it's all in the future. Hopefully next year is going to be the year that I start to make the move. I have a game plan. My game plan, I do own a lot up in the Lake Okeechobee area. I want to see if it's worth it building there. If not, I'm going to try to rezone the land as agricultural to reduce the property tax, and I'll turn it into a tree farm. I'll plant all the stuff from my yard along with other plants, just turn it into a tree farm, and I'll keep that lot. And then I'll move somewhere else. But I may have to camp out there for a while. What I may do is just take my school bus camper and park it over there after I sell this dump, and then some idiot from another country will pay me $500,000 or more for this decaying termite infested pit. And then I'll take that money and look somewhere else. We'll see. So I think the future is actually pretty good. If I can just survive through the economic disaster they created for us, I think things will be pretty good. It all depends on whether the average person falls for their nonsense or if they rebel and they say, I've had enough and I'm going to do something different. If that happens, things could be really good. Tenderize the meat, I use a mallet, not to be confused with the haircut. Okay. The haircut is a mullet, and mallet is M-A-L-L-E-T. One of the things I did as a kid, I used to always enroll in the spelling bee, and I actually would always come in second place. There was always some kid from another country that could spell a lot better than me, some obscure word. But I always came in second in the spelling bees. I have some of those little certificates they used to give me. Miami News, Miami Herald Spelling Bee, whatever. My county borders Mississippi. Well, there you go. That's it. Hmm. People want me to go on a live, but they want me to do a live story or a whole speech or something scary. Well, you should just find a live where you could just kind of share your story the way that you want to. Anyone hear an update on the Tennessee explosion? I saw there was an explosion at an ammunition factory or something, but they didn't give a lot of details, so it'll be interesting to see if they get more. But interesting with tenderizer. Thanks for the warning. Okay. Okay, cooking and offered me breakfast. All right. And old guy carnivore, Mitch says, gotta go, guys. See you tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Yes, be there or be square or be nowhere. All right. So Mitch has left the group. All right. Chuck roast is not created equal. I pass up on chuck roast. It doesn't have a big chuck eye in it. Look for the Denver cut. Then the big fat separation in the middle, which separates the eye. That's good advice. You're right about that. Okay, see you tomorrow, Mitch. Yes. Okay. I'm glad that Mitch has his live earlier so I can catch every one of them before I go to work. And it's also good for people who go to church. They can catch Mitch first and then go to church. Okay. No need to tenderize the tender. Yeah, tender as it needs to be. Tender is a little tough and has gristle. Okay. Mitch, have a great day. I'll make a video on how to identify the right chuck roast. There's only so much chuck eye in a chuck roll. Yes. Tempted to ask chemistry homework. It's a good thing I don't have kids because they had chemistry homework they might be calling the bomb squad. We have a methane digester too. Aha! Almost still working on putting it together. And we are filling it up good. Well, there you go. So you won't be able to say that only Rick cooks with poop gas because now we have somebody else that has a methane digester. I hope that you have equipment available in your place there where you can move stuff around, like if you have a tractor or a skid steer or something like that, where you can move the containers around. But it'll be interesting. I'll have to check out your channel. I was not aware of it. I'm glad that you popped in. I roasted oxtails and short ribs yesterday, and the bones have, oh, been cooking all night. Smells good in here. I bet it does. I bet it does. Let's see. Any good morning? Is that a frame picture of Rick from last year? No, this is Rick in 1983, just before he started the carnivore diet. This is, I think I was 14 at the time. This is 14-year-old Rick. This is before, you can see, before I switched to the type of shirts that I wear now. This was a transition. I was trying to go for a more preppy look. See how my teeth are still messed up? They weren't broken. Well, they were broken, but it was fixed with that epoxy. See? Yep, that's Rick. So this is Rick 42 years ago, and this is Rick today. So right here, 42 years ago, this is me, both of them. And over here, 1983, 2025. Mm. We need smell-o-vision. There you go. Really time to get moving. There we are. All right, let's see. See if it gets killer mosquitoes because there's moisture. Well, Florida, I give you a run for your money. I'll tell you that. Okay. 72. Okay, excellent. Rick came in second, spelling me by correctly spelling duck. Quack. I thought it was Muscovy. All right, quack, quack. I saw my oncologist yesterday. I'm still in remission for 9 months. He told me to keep doing what I'm doing, even though he has told me to eat produce prior. He's coming about on my diet. Well, good. I think as more and more people continue on the carnivore diet and they show what it can do. I mean, just keeping your blood sugar down, it makes sense. Getting rid of those spikes, that seems to be it. And I noticed my parents, although they were healthy food, every time they would take the juices or eat a lot of vegetables, it would affect their mind. They get mad at me for no reason. So I think there's a lot more to this diet because I was called a robot because I was a person that never got upset. And that was it. Okay, the boy from India got that one. Yeah, that's what happened with me a couple of times. Are you spell checking me? I won spelling bees also. Typing on my cell is like typing on a quacker cracker. Hope you make a video tier list of meats or foods. Once I'm able to edit videos without my computer crashing, I will. But if you saw the kind of hardware I use, you would be in total shock. My best computer has been destroyed by a bad roof. Everyone good today? I'm still alive. I haven't had a heart attack. All right, let's see. That's great. Welcome. You're so cute, Rick. Did you ever go to a school dance? No, I never did. Number one, I was short and skinny, so everybody laughed at me. Number two, the older I got, the less interested in dating I got. By the time that I finished high school, my desire for dating was zero, and to this day, I have zero drive to mate. Zero. I don't think about it. They say the average person thinks about sex every couple hours. I think about it every century. So I'll be dead by then. But no, I had no desire. Plus, growing up in the 1980s, they pushed that 1980s music, which I hate. I don't like listening to Michael Jackson. I don't like, I mean, I can tolerate. The music today is so bad that the 80s seems good by comparison. Now, if I would have grown up in the 30s, 40s, or even 50s, that might have been a different story. I probably would have been a lot more participating in the school. But plus the 80s fashion, that was another thing. I used to hate those tight jeans that girls would wear. They looked terrible in them. Some of them, it looked like they had to stuff themselves in there like you're stuffing a sausage. It was just, and the hair was terrible. They had those disgusting things they put over their legs that they're like some kind of scarf for your legs. The 80s was just horrible. Ugh, it's like, I didn't like it. So, no, I never went to any school dance. I didn't even go to my graduation. I went to the office, I picked up my diploma, and I left. I had no desire to do the stupid cap and gown nonsense and everything. I see the problem is by the time I got to high school, I wasn't picked on anymore, and I wasn't really looked down on. I mean, I was somewhat popular. Everybody thought I played basketball, but after elementary school and junior high being constantly picked on, I just didn't see, 3 years of high school wasn't enough to reset my mind. I just saw everybody as looking for an opportunity to laugh at me, so I didn't go. No graduation, no dances, nothing. They even had that trip they went to Disney World called Grad Night. I didn't go on that. Of course, I didn't even like Disney World. As a kid, Disney World was okay, but I would rather go to the dump. In fact, I had more fun at my friend's farm down the street playing around with the tractor, the skid steer, and the wood chipper than I ever did at Disney World. The wood chipper is a constant source of entertainment for kids. Now, you would say, why would they allow a 16-year-old kid to operate a wood chipper? Well, I think they're probably thinking maybe he'll fall in there and get chipped up and we don't have to deal with him anymore. But I would always love, we had the Chuck and Duck wood chipper over there. This thing was ancient. You'd start it up, it had a V8 engine on it with a belt, and you'd throw the branches from the side. The thing would go and come shooting out of there. If you threw it the wrong way, it would kick back. So you never stood behind the chipper. You always got next to the chipper, took the branch, and then throw it in there. You don't try to push it in because it'll pull the thing right in there. It'd probably pull you with it. So, but anyway, I had a lot of fun with that stuff. And then playing around with a tractor, doing stunts with a bobcat. So, sending Rick to the funny farm was a lot better than going to Disney World waiting in a line for an hour to ride something that lasted 15 minutes. And another place I used to like to go to was a Serpentarium, which they had down here. They closed it in the 1980s to do what else? Build a shopping center. They had snakes and iguanas and gators and all that good stuff. I think some kid slipped and fell in the gator pit and got eaten. And then, I don't know, but the guy used to get stung, used to get bitten by snakes all the time, and he survived. Bill Haast, he came up with anti-venom and all that stuff. Interesting place. Gone. And now they're closing what's left of the Seaquarium. That was another place we go to as a kid. The Seaquarium had a shark tank, they had a killer whale show, they had dolphins, and then they had a monorail that went all the way around the Seaquarium. Well, like everything else, they remodeled it, they got rid of the monorail, they got rid of all the 1950s-ness, redid it, turned it into crap, and now they're going to close it to build a bunch of development there. They gave the lease to a developer so they can build some kind of restaurant. I'm sure they'll eventually build condos, and that's it. So all those places, they're long gone. But Disney World's still there. But Disney World is full of overpriced crap, and I just don't see it as being that enjoyable. Now, I know our friend Dustin, Keto Simple, loves Disney World. I find it boring. I hate it. I find it corny and boring. But that's just me. I was a crazy kid. So I never went there. And I don't regret it. Inspiration playlist. My content for our projects is on our Substack. Listed in my links. Sorry, I need a media tech. Yeah. Rick and I rode bikes all day. Okay, 3 years old. Would have been fun when we went bowling. Well, there you go. Fourth and fifth rib are right next to the ribeye. They're called chuck eye. That is correct, Tom. That's correct. My YouTube community page. Rick was cute kid and still is cute kid. You mean senior citizen? Both Rick and his twin look very good. Girls still wear tight jeans. And I can only imagine how bad that is. Oh, I've seen horrifying women when I ride my bike. Some of these women are so bad. I mean, then again, the men don't look any better. That's the problem. If you're overweight, why would you stuff yourself in tight clothes? It's not flattering. There's nothing wrong with being fat. But the thing is, if you're fat and you're getting healthier, you will get slimmer and slimmer and slimmer. That's good. But if you're fat and you're stuffing yourself in these tight clothes, all you're going to do is turn yourself into a big joke. It's like when I was a kid, we go to Miami Beach and you see all the old people that look like prunes. They have the tiniest little bikini, but you can't see the bikini because the fat just rolls over it. That was awful. Maybe that's one of the reasons I'm not interested in anybody. You see people like that, it's like, ugh. And I can imagine now. Now, Miami Beach now is a lot more ghetto than it used to be, but still, there's a lot of horribly obese individuals there. Email about the Avengers, all right? And Jonathan has returned. I hope your consultation went well, and I'm glad you have returned. All right. Yeah, remember when leggings first came out? It was like something fat chicks wore to Walmart. Then when COVID happened, it's like boom, all women wearing leggings. Oh my goodness. Hello, Jonathan. Now men are wearing leggings too. Really? This culture is probably the weirdest one I've experienced in 60. I haven't noticed that. Then again, I don't really pay much attention to people. I think in many ways I just kind of ignore them because they generally ignore me. The vast majority of people, when they see me, they pretend like they're not looking at me. But when I walk past them, if I look in a window where I can see their reflection, a lot of people turn around to look. They're probably thinking, what the heck is that? Where did that come from? Welcome back, Jonathan. Thomas is saying hello to Jonathan. I remember big hair in 80s. And it wasn't just the girls that had the big hair. And I got criticized, so I rebelled. I got lard and tallow and I put it on that and I slicked it down so slick. It looked like some greaser from the 1950s. The only thing I didn't have was a leather jacket because it's too hot in Florida to wear that thing. But that is just too much. Oh, here comes the Fonz. All right, let's see. My faves are Euromastic and Savannah. Hmm. Not sure what that is. I had Farrah Fawcett hair back in the 70s. Oh, I remember that. And then the 80s hair. I laugh so hard when I look at 80s hair and shoulder pads. Well, again, see, I never had the 80s hair. This was me. This is me like I am now. This is secondhand. Well, actually, I was using Vaseline back then. I started with Vaseline. And you can see I had this little thing in the middle of my head like Eddie Munster. I got rid of that. That went away. So that is a change. I look like Eddie Munster. But you can see I haven't changed much. Not bad. Not bad for an old man. And now, for the very first time, someone actually mentioned our friend Kurt, otherwise known as Meathead. I miss Kurt in the live streams. Yes, yes, we do. But you can only make comments so long, and people don't acknowledge your comment. But I'm glad that Amy has noticed that he has not been here. So, yes, I am glad that you have mentioned that. But then again, it might be in the background. Did Kirk get moved to Thailand? No. You're thinking about somebody else. Somebody else that was going to move. Somebody with guitars. I'm not going to tell you who it is. Non-carnivore women losing enough weight to make the yoga pants look good. Yeah, not many. That is sure. It's like, oh, okay. Rick is obviously allergic to muffin tops. Let me tell you something. When women look like that, I always tell people this is probably the reason why there were so many gay men. Because if I had to deal with women that are like that, especially when they stuff themselves in those way too tight clothes, say, well, and I make this joke all the time with our friend Peter. It's like, well, if Rick had a girlfriend, it would be like Dr. Sean Baker with a blonde wig, because I'd rather be around the women that are fit than the ones that try to look pretty. But it's like, why would you do that? Again, if you are overweight or obese, it's better to be modest. Wear clothing that helps cover you up while you work on what's underneath. And I really don't think people should be showing off anyway. What are you looking for? Are you looking to mate, or are you just trying to tease people to try to get them to do your thing? In business, especially, women do better when they're modest. They wear clothes that are the right size. And you, I don't deal with women because I'm trying to mate with them. I deal with them because they're good people. I have friends. I have female friends. I have female vegan friends. Vegan. And I still talk to them. We're this is not meat. In other words, if I want a piece of meat, I'll go to the store and buy one. But I like to treat people based on the quality of their personality, whether you are skinny as a toothpick or you're the shape of a hippo. I don't care. If you waddle like a duck and you breathe hard, I don't care. If you're a good person, you're my friend. And that's the important thing. You could be a model. You could be a supermodel and be a jerk. And I'm not going to talk to you. If you're the prettiest gal in the world and you're just a bad person, why would I want to be around you? I don't. It's not important to me. So, but anyway, yes, I don't like that look. I think every guy had a Farrah Fawcett. Well, no. In my bedroom, and there's still a few of them left, I had Matchbox cars and I had a lot of car pictures, mostly Chargers and Roadrunners. I also had little cars and construction equipment. I was the kid that had the Tonka trucks, Tonka bulldozers, sandbox, the cars. I like cars. I like bikes and all that. That's my thing. I did not have any pictures of any people in my bedroom. I've never even been of the celebrity culture. I knew kids that they like certain sports teams. I have no interest in any of that. I don't like spectator sports. I don't like celebrities. The fact that one person would be looked at as more important than others, even in the carnivore community, you have people talking about, well, I talked to Jordan Peterson. I met Ken Berry. I like, so what? I don't care. I got to meet Russ Mitchell. He's a friend of mine. Is he a big celebrity? No. I value people based on the relationship, the way that they look at me. The more that a person values my friendship, the higher they are on my level. You can see right here. You just talked about one of them right now, my carnivore brother. So it comes down to, it's like an investment. The more you put into it, the more valuable it gets, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. If you want to worship celebrities and you want to get excited, look, I go to Hack Your Health. I'm not going to go out of my way to meet anybody. I'm going to wait and see who comes up to me. And then, if I happen to see someone, who do I want to meet? I want to meet Dr. Chafee. I want to meet Dr. Baker. Absolutely. Am I going to go out of my way to meet them? Of course not. But if I happen to run into them, that'll be great. That's just the way it is. So, if you happen to be there, you happen to see me, you're going to see Rick in action. Just look up, see who the tallest person is there, and there's a pretty good chance one of them is me. If he's got brown hair, it's sort of a 50s or 60s style, got, dark eyebrows, busted teeth, there's only one. Skinny, there ain't no muscles on this guy. I'm just skinny, but, you know. but I'm not that bad. And I have to admit, I criticize women how bad they look. They're nothing in comparison to some of the men that I've seen. They're absolutely horrible. You have guys over there that they have such a huge gut. I don't even think they can see their own junk. They definitely can't see their own feet. And that's really embarrassing. If you're that overweight, how did you let yourself get to that point? It's terrible. Ugh, I don't know. All right. Anyway, yep. All right, let's see. Had her poster, and I'm not getting. All right. I hated shoulder pads even when they're in. I don't understand that. If you want something with big shoulders, just date a guy. Then you don't need shoulder pads. So if you're one of them guys that likes the girls with that look, say, well, I like blondes. Okay. So I'll go to the gym. I'll find some blonde guy that's a little on the fruity side. I'll date that. So I got, you got the shoulders already built in, so you don't have to worry about that. California men wear leggings. That's awful. I don't know. Did you have Travolta poster too? Worked on a home next door to Farrah and Ryan, early 90s. He'd drive up their long driveway. Their young son was on the hood. Really? Yep. I love my big hair. Hey, that's great. Poop gas. Yes. Let's get cooking. Remember that video I showed you about the flatula backfire car? That was super funny. They'd sit there in the scene and go. The range is practically unlimited. Go to Taco Bell. There's a Taco Bell down the street. It's right next to the gas station. You have a regular car, you go to the gas station. If you have a flatula backfire, you go to the Taco Bell. And then you go. There we go. All the golden girls had them too. Now, Fear of Grandma, I like this one. This is really funny. If you need shoulder pads to look human, then you need to consult with Jonathan. There you go. Hey, or you could just be like Rick. You say, you know what? I'm skinny and I like it. I'm built like a coconut tree. I put my hands out and people are waiting for the coconuts to fall. Of course, there are coconuts, but we're not going to talk about that. But anyway, all right, so I've got big 80s here too. Yes, that's true. And it's colored red because that's what your husband likes. Occasionally we wear leggings to the gym to help thigh endurance and blood flow, as I don't have great sensation. Other than that, not really something folks should wear, just my traditionalism. Yes, I agree. But when it comes to looking manly, Jonathan's got that. He's got that figured out. I think people are afraid of me. Can you imagine if they saw Jonathan coming at them? They'd really be afraid. They'd be like, I got to get out of here. I'm being attacked by the Terminator. I did not have Travolta. I sort of was fond of what my mom was fond of. I had Tom Jones. Some of the other guys from Tiger Beat magazines. Names I can't really come up with. I wasn't a Bobby Sherman fan. I like David Cassidy better. Yep, the Partridge Family. Looking at that. We're rocking that curly. There you go. I haven't seen that. Live in a Strange World. I wonder if caveman looked at others during the period and noticed differences between their clans. That's a good question. A little dab will do you. Yes, I remember Brill Cream. In fact, my mom got it for me because she said that the Greasy Kid stuff wasn't good. Yes, Brill Cream, a little dab will do you. Brill Cream, you look so debonair. I think that's what it was. The girls will all pursue you. That's got to be what it is. Let me see if I can grab that. It's got to be on YouTube, like everything else is on YouTube. All right, let's try. Okay, where am I? I am here. Let me try Brill Cream. Yes.
I got the wrong keyboard. Okay, I got two keyboards. One don't work. There we go. All right. Greasy hair. Let's see. Yeah. I guess that's the only one they have for the commercial. All right. Let's see.
And with dry, lifeless hair, become a one-dab man. One dab of real cream puts life in dry hair and fun in your life. But beware of being a two-dab man. That extra dab makes a man's hair excitingly clean, disturbingly healthy. We refuse to be responsible. Real cream, or watch out, the gals will all pursue ya. Get real cream.
There you go.
All right. Let's see. Yes. And it was around in the 80s, although the commercials, of course, were more 80s. Um, okay, yes, you did. He was actually in Mitch's private live stream. That's where he was. Respect your temple. There you go. Thanks. Good to know he's around. He's around. Didn't Joe Namath do that? Joe Namath, I thought he used to do. I don't know if he did another commercial. I know that. But, okay. What I notice all the time is that most old men have a big stomach. If you go to a car show, all the old guys have guts. I can't get rid of my husband's. It's a tough one. You get his visceral fat. I am lucky. I am lucky. I have never had a gut in my life. Let's see here. What am I doing? Nope. Hold on. You can see there is no gut. I don't have a six-pack, but it's flat. You know, there's nothing there. But, yeah. Kurt was on Mitch's meeting. Yes, group meeting. I miss him in the live streams. Yes. I will see you later. I've got to go meat shopping at 4 stores in my little old Honda that gets 42 miles per gallon. Well, it's got to be better than my very large diesel van that may get 10 miles to the gallon if I'm lucky. So, but I make up for it. You see, I get better mileage than anybody because I only use the van for work. And normally when I do my shopping, I use the bicycle. And speaking of that, take a look over here. Look at that sun. Look at that. The sun is out. They said it was going to rain today. Where's the rain? No rain. The sun is out. So hopefully we won't be here all day. But I'm glad that you were here, Tom. And I'm looking forward to the next time I see you. That's where I saw him. Yes. You play video games. No, I hate video games. In fact, the closest thing I have to a video game, I'll show you. Let's see. Ah, here it is. I thought it was here. There we go. Here we are. Yep. The bottom fell out. I don't know where the plate went. And I don't have any D batteries. Otherwise, I'd fire this thing up for you. But I don't know why people like video games so much. I can't stand them. But this is mildly entertaining. Okay. Yes, we miss Kurt. He used to call into Rick's Live. That is correct. All right, let's see. Rick is not a gamer. He's a duck tamer. Quack, quack, quack. Yes. I always said, why would I play a video game when I could get on my bike and go riding? Or I could go, as a kid, and mix some chemicals together and blow something up. That'd be fantastic. Okay, let's see. What the heck did I just do? Oh. All right, hold on a second. There we go. They will know you at 6'6". Yes. So Rick is a Pokemon player then. All right, but he attacks the Pokemon. Isn't Pokemon like some kind of cards? I forget what actress started wearing shoulder pads and turned it trendy for a time. Shoulder pads make your hips look smaller. I think that was the idea of it. Poke the bear. There we go. We're going to catch ducks. Rabbit iguana. He's going to be the best Pokemon master. Let's get physical. Yeah, but in the Let's Get Physical, didn't the guys turn gay or something at the end? They ended up going with each other. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I do remember that. That was pretty funny. Okay, a friend has a band called the Bar Fridge Family. Anything with shoulder pads look like someone should tie a string on me before I float away. My dad wore Brill cream. It smelled good. Slathered in my hair when I was about 7 at a top boy. I used to rip the shoulder pads out of my shirts. There you go. Hi, sweetie. Me too. I got good at removing shoulder pads. Ah, John Amos did a shaving cream. I kind of remember that. I do. Carnivore Muscle. I'm a big fan of Rick's attire. I think YouTube actually likes or favors Rick. I know content creators that have more modern views that have had their channel removed. Speaks volumes about this quack. That is very true. That is very true. I guess I'm just not that big enough to be a threat to anybody, so they don't get rid of me. Never had the idea to step them into my bra. Shoulder pads. Okay, we'll do a little enhancement there. Stuff. Yeah. I'm being forced to go to the Goodwill by my older children. Everyone have a good day. I'm looking for the Flash costume. Well, hope you find it. Otherwise, you'll have to make something. And let's see. Rick has the physique of an oversized boy. Yes, that is very true. I've actually had people send me pictures of when they were in their teenage years, and I look at that, I go, that looks just like me, except that I've got some more hair than they do, but still, yeah, I'm the oddball in the community. I don't have the extra fat that a lot of people do, but yeah, I do look like an oversized kid. I've heard that many times. Have a great day, Aaron. By Aaron, did a hair commercial, was combing it like Kooky Burns. I hope Rick doesn't take offense. I tend to agree. Rick will never grow up. Neither will I. My body is worn, but my spirit is quackers. That's great. You know what? The day you grow up is the day you start to die. That's what I say. So, I don't care. I kick the bucket. Who cares? What is that noise? Let's see. Oh, interesting. Looks like they got one of those dog groomers out there with the generator. How lazy does a person have to be to pay someone to wash their own animal? That's crazy. Why do I think of pantyhose when I think of Joe Namath? You could probably look that up on YouTube. Dolly Parton wore shoulder pads. Yeah, I guess it was to balance the extra knockers on the front. He won't take offense. That is very true. I remember that, but can't remember details. Rick reminds me of a letter Kenny scene. Why don't you wear a belt? Why don't you wear pants that fit? Okay. I don't know if he'll take offense by him knowing I think he won't grow up. Nah, Rick don't take offense. He's a kid. What does he know? There you go. I don't find. There used to be, remember Toys R Us had a commercial? I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. I forget how the rest of it goes. Oh, I don't remember. It's been a while. Of course, Toys R Us doesn't even exist anymore. There we go. I use Vitalis hair cream. I remember that too. Animal House here, meaning fun fraternity. There you go. My husband, 63, says he will never grow up. Yes. Women rule the world. Says women. All right. Must be a 63 thing. 60s smell like grill cream, Vitalis, and Old Spice. In the 70s, invented high karate. Oh, I remember those commercials. I think the 60s and 70s smelled more like cigarettes, the way I remember it. Everywhere you went, it smelled like cigarettes. And Cindy, there we go. Joe Van Musk is making a comeback. Wow. I thought that was long gone, but hey, everything comes back. Yes, Dolly did. I've been wearing Musk ever since high school and still get compliments. Joe Namath made pantyhose commercials. There we go. We are all kid at heart. I would hope so. Remember legs? Yes, they don't have that anymore. The pantyhose came in a plastic egg. My mother had those. Parentheses EGGS. Legs. I remember that. I guess they don't have them anymore? Oh well. Hey, some of us are just stuck in the past, right? I always thought these things were funny. I mean, really. Huh. Well, that's odd. A mail truck drove by. That's kind of early for a mail truck. He definitely did do the commercials wearing pantyhose. I kind of remember that for a minute. Stopped at Kroger's and got some great deals on meat. $7.99 a pound for chuck roast. Well, to me, I hate to say it, I still think chuck roast, I used to pay as little as $1.99 not that long ago. The last time I bought a chuck roll, which was about 2 years ago, I think it was $1.99 a pound for an enormous. It had to weigh 100 pounds because I remember I spent 200 bucks on this thing. It took me a while to eat it. That thing lasted me almost 2 months. So I'm not sure exactly. I mean, I didn't eat all of it at once, but yeah. All right. Have to go and see if ours has at that price. Okay. Oh, there we go. Lambs. Awesome. So yeah, we've caught up. Now, let me talk about what's happened during the week. I mean, obviously, most of my weeks are just work and doing stuff around the house. Because of all the rain we've had lately, I just haven't been able to do a whole lot at home. But I had no work. Thursday, I finished early, did a little bit around the house. I dragged in that stuff that my friend gave me. And then Friday, I had the day off. So I figured, hey, I'm going to get a lot done. And I went outside. It was cloudy. It looked like rain. So I came inside. I was trying to figure out what was wrong with my audio, which evidently I couldn't fix. And I ended up just kind of doing nothing. I turned on the computer. I watched, well, when I got up in the morning, I watched Kilts. Then I watched Mitch. Then I watched a couple of finance channels. I just started watching a bunch of videos. I kept watching videos. I sat here on the couch. I started falling asleep and waking up and falling asleep. Watched more videos, fell asleep, up and down. I made my lunch. I figured, let me make lunch. I had heart attack chicken. Lunch was delicious. Walked outside. Started to rain again. Came back in the house. Sat down. Started watching YouTube videos. Fell asleep. Woke up. Fell asleep. said, shoot, I'm wasting my day. So I started organizing tools, going through stuff, moved a few things around, back to the couch, fell asleep, up, fell asleep. Well, around 5:30, I had enough. Thought, you know what? All I've done is watch videos, eat, go to the bathroom, go outside a couple times. It was cloudy, but it wasn't raining. I said, you know what? I got to go to the store, see if I can find something Milton would want to eat. I wanted to hit the Aldi dumpster, see what was in there. And I had to go to Harbor Freight. I broke one of my little, what is this thing here? I use in the drill. Where did I put that? It's in here somewhere. I got my drill. The drill is here. Huh. I don't know where that went. Where is that thing? Now I lost it again. Oh, come on. What did I just do? It's here someplace. Oh, I found it. No, I didn't. This place is a disaster, let me tell you. I had it on sale. Here it is. Okay. Got this thing over here. See? These little adapters, when I'm taking stuff apart, I use a drill. Okay. And then I'll put these adapters in here, and then I can put sockets on the end of it and take stuff apart. Well, they had a sale on this set for like $2 or less. I broke, they have a good one, but I actually broke the good one. These cheap ones that Harbor Freight sells are good, but I lost one of them. So I thought, you know what? I'll buy 2 of these. So I bought one, which I took out of the package and used. This is an extra one. I think it's a weekend sale. The next time I go to Harbor Freight, I may grab a couple of more of these. These are really good. So I went ahead and did that. And then I also went to Aldi and I went to Harbor Freight. I took a shortcut. I went home a different way. I ended up going through the Winston Park Lake and bike path. Saw a family, which was really surprising because the whole family was in really good shape. Father, mother, they were probably in the 50s. Son, probably like late teens, early 20s, and daughter, really good shape. Obviously, darker skinned Latin American, but tall and lean. And I'm like, wow, I can't believe this. I must have entered the twilight zone. But and then went back home, took a different route, went through horse country, did all that, came home, said, you know what? I'm going to do some stuff around the house. So I took some stuff apart, did some vacuuming, cooked my dinner, went through some more stuff in the shop, and struggled with the computer again, did that. Let me get ready for tomorrow's live stream. And then I dropped into a couple of other, I didn't see any live streams last night, but a couple of videos. I didn't do anything really outstanding yesterday. So yesterday was kind of a waste. And my energy level was, so I thought, okay, maybe I'm getting sick. And I did feel a little weird. Several people I know have been sick. I feel better today, but I guess everybody has to have a down day now and then. Who knows? But that was what I did yesterday. A whole lot of nothing. It says, we love you, Rick and Milton. A quack and a cat. And Milton is on the bed fast asleep. He's a cute little thing, but he's a little off. Heading out to the butcher's too. Never been to a Kroger's. I thought it was the sound a toad made. There are no Krogers here, but for a while they were offering Kroger's delivery. I don't know where they were getting the food from, but they did have trucks that said Kroger's. I think they may have stopped that because I haven't seen one of those in a few months now. Happy Thanksgiving. Is it already November? No, we haven't had Hack Your Health yet. Nice Terry. It's going to be interesting to see if people put me in their videos at the Hack Your Health. I got to figure out what wardrobe I'm going to take with me. I'll definitely take this shirt along with the others. This is sort of a trademark as I started my live streams with this silliness. This is one of the very few shirts that I have from when I was in my 20s, which I think is kind of interesting. And it still fits the same as it did back then. Start getting ready for the day. We'll be in listening mode. Thanks, Jerry. Kroger's is Smith's. You must be so excited about seeing family. All right. Now, how many people do we have? We have about 35. Seems like my peak viewing hours are between, we got 36, are between about 9 and 11. That seems to be when the peak, and that's when Mitch drops in. So that's a popular time. Now, my live streams have gone as long as 12 hours. We're not doing that anymore. I'm trying to limit them to 4 hours. And as you know, one of my gags is this thing. You know about that. So about half an hour before we drop the live stream, I pop this in there. I stick it behind me. I got a lot to do today. There's a lot of things that I want to accomplish. So I'm going to do that. Let's see. I hope they get to hear you sing. You sound good and look great. My favorite part, Dad gets to see his great-great-granddaughter who lives only a few minutes away. He never gets to see. Oh, that's awesome. So anyway, what are you doing this weekend? Ivy Winnet, there we go. I'm gonna check out. I gotta check out your channel a little more, which I think is kind of interesting. I do like the whole permaculture homesteading thing, and I think especially for those of us who are carnivores, that's something we need to get into, because if for some reason, I mean, think about it, they've already found a way to cut us off from our meat source. All they got to do is raise the price, or we can't afford it. We could still trade amongst each other if we have the ability to produce it. And by the way, if you remember these old parking meters, you'll know that if you try to jam this thing up where, you know, you get in there, there were some tricks. Now, I got to remember where I put this. I had one of those sticks I used to use. I've done this with plumbing solder. Let me see if I can locate some plumbing solder. Okay, Jim, that's got to go. Bye, Rick, Milton, and Quacks. Have a great weekend. Well, thank you. Glad you were here. We're planning a karaoke night together. And I've done karaoke. I actually have a portable speaker that I use for it. You can probably see on the ground over there. See that speaker right there? That's my karaoke setup. One of my favorite karaokes was to do Elvis karaoke. And if anybody remembers Elvis, Elvis karaoke is quite fun. And on the internet now, you can actually see people that made electronic versions of different songs that you can sing to. So it is kind of fun. Although some people, they produce sounds that would cause your cat to cover its ears. Next thing you know, your cat's going like this, and your dog's going like this, and the dog's going woo, the cat's going meow, trying to hide the terrible sounds that come out of the karaoke. Oh, mama. What was that cartoon character? Johnny Bravo. Remember that? That was pretty funny. Johnny Bravo. Hey, pretty mama. And the funny thing is, although Johnny Bravo was extremely good looking, all the women would run away from him. They'd be so. Although he did have that boyfriend of his, what was that kid's name? Carl, the nerdy one, that would always chase around Johnny Bravo. He tried to get away from him. I always thought that was funny. Let's see. Okay. I'm likely to afford for karaoke. All right. Let's see what do I do with that solder? Now, excuse me, speaking of music, there's some different tunes here, which, boy, let me see. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me try to find this. when I was a kid, a lot of times when we go to Miami Beach or something, we had these stupid parking meters. So I came up with a solution now. If any of you work with refrigeration, you probably are familiar with silver solder. They come in these little rods like this. They also work as a way to get time on your parking meter. What you got to do, you got to stick it into the coin slot. Now they have this little blocker over here, so you can't do it. So you have to turn this to just the right spot. Then you stick this in here and basically just wind it up. Now, there was a trick to it. I'm trying to remember how you do it. You go like that. I used to do this all the time. I was good at this for a while, I have to admit. So stick that in there. Do this. I forgot how to do it now. Can you imagine that? Because really what it is, when you push this down, it hooks into this little piece right here. So you have to stick it in just right. And then you turn it. Like that. Come on. All right, now you're making me look bad. Come on. I don't have to worry about getting in trouble for this anymore because it's obsolete. No one's going to do this anymore. There we go. All right. Come on. There we go. Crazy little thing. Come on. It had to go right in this slot. There we go. And then you turn it. Then you got to pull it out and see, you could get an hour out of it. But the trick was you had to turn this, then you have to stick it in just the right spot, right here. Oop. If you do it like this, it'll cut this off. So you have to turn it just right here, stick it in here, and then spin it. And then you get an hour, just like that. Now, you used to get half an hour for every quarter at the time this was taken out. When I was a kid, it used to be a dime would get you an hour. But in the 1990s, they switched them all to quarters only. But I have some that still have, you could put as little as 5 cents. And there it is ticking. So you don't need any money. All you need is a silver solder rod. It also worked with a popsicle stick. But the thing was, the popsicle stick would break off. So you'd stick it in there with a popsicle stick, and you would turn it, and then it would go all the way down. But then the next time you went to use it, you stick another popsicle stick in there. Eventually, so many of them would get stuck in there. If somebody tried to put real money in there, it would jam up, and then sooner or later, it just wouldn't return because the popsicle sticks would fall to the bottom, and they'd catch the little piece. So then, whenever this unit was turned, you get this little yellow thing. It says violation. It shows tampered with. And it's really quite funny because the red and the yellow are like connected together. So if the yellow pops up, it moves the needle to 0, see? And if you try to push the red down or turn the knob, it always does that. So this is, for those of you that are old timers, you remember these, you probably have seen this before. There it is. 30 minutes for each 1/4 to maximum time on dial. Duncan parking meter. This had a 5-hour time limit. And I have to admit, in my driveway, there's one of these that sits on the pole, and I actually put a micro switch in there, and the way that it works, it's for the outside light. So if you wanted to turn on the light over the patio. You just turn this thing, put in a quarter, it gives you half an hour. So that's pretty good. Excellent. All right. So anyway, this is the only channel where they'll talk about parking meters, and the only channel where silver solder and parking meters goes together. This is 5% silver. And by the way, this is one of the ways I recover silver from old air conditioners. I actually use nitric acid to dissolve the solder. And I've been able to recover silver that way. And the way that the Federal Reserve is printing money and devaluing the dollar, having real silver is a good thing. This stuff is worth a lot more. When I bought it, I think this whole package was $20. Now it's like 60. So 3 times as much. I made more money buying silver solder rods than I ever did in the stock market. All right. So I hope you enjoyed my little distraction. Let's get back to have the best time ever. Enjoy. I did karaoke at a Japanese restaurant. Well, there you go. My first ride was a 71 Barracuda, push button automatic. I don't ever remember them having a push button. I remember in the 60s they had it. That's interesting. And I'm a Mopar man. That's crazy. Wow, you broke it. Nope. Oh, this is hilarious. Only push button starters I ever dealt with were in Korean Jeeps. Yeah. Huh. Okay. The push button automatic transmission, that was an early 60s thing. It was actually the Edsel. The Ford Edsel was one of the first to do that. They had it on the steering column, but of course it would get electrical problems and fail, and it gave it a bad name. I love karaoke. I love singing 80s songs. Seems like a lot of PhD community loves to sing. Well, and I'm not sure what PhD community includes. I guess that's the Dr. Barry community. They call themselves PhD. I don't know what that stands for. The improper duck diet? No? Okay. Anyway, I'll put this back. I got to do some refrigeration work. I got to change a compressor on a high-end wine cooler, which I've been putting off due to the weather. I may do that today and get it over with. Why procrastinate when they give you the good weather? Might as well get it done. So anyway, it seems like the comments seem to have stopped. And let me go ahead and look at how many people we have. We have only 26 now. So I scared everybody away. I pulled out my parking meter. They probably thought, uh-oh, he's doing something illegal. Another thing I'd like to do is break out the blue box. Remember in the old days when we used to get free long distance calls? You got the red box, the blue box, the beige box, all kinds of good stuff. All right, so let's see what we have in terms of our chat. Oh. Okay. Interesting. What did I just do? Okay. Yeah. So the chat seemed to have stopped. I guess I drove everybody away. All right. Now, what's been going on during the week? Well, there's been all kinds of news items. A lot of things have been happening. We know the economy slowly degrades day after day due to inflation. Cost of food is going way up. But don't worry. The experts say inflation is less than 3%. So we're all good. Maybe 3% a month. I don't know. It's crazy. And Ryan says, those brazing rods are used mostly in refrigeration. Yes, that's what I use them for. Whenever I install or service air conditioners, that's what I use. I do a lot of coil cleaning, and that's what it comes down to. My Falcon had push button too. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that was kind of a early 60s thing. Push button transmission. Although some new cars now, they do have push button transmission in some of the new cars, but that's all electronic. These new cars are a real pain in the neck, I hate to say. You can't move until you put your foot on the brake. I'm trying to figure out why the stupid car won't go, and it won't go until you put your foot on the brake. Incredible. Anyway, now during the week, obviously, we all work. We have things to do. Some people are lucky enough to be retired and be able to get some money, and that's good. As for me, I'm always on the lookout for good deals. I got my sale papers, but I didn't see any good deals. So let me grab the sale papers. They're over here somewhere. Where did I put the sale papers? Okay. Don't tell me I lost those too. Nah. Milton's been playing around. And we got some papers over here. Yeah, this must be it. Here's some papers. Okay. And this is really old. Alright. Oh boy, I lost all my sale papers. Of course, I was cleaning up. Oh, here they are. There they are. Whoops. Alright. Let's see what we got in today's inflation. Okay. Let's start with El Presidente. Presidente Supermarket. Okay, what do we got here? We got pollo entero, whole chicken. Let's see. Looks like we got pig feet. Pig feet? Yeah. Pork feet, $1.48. Nothing outstanding. We'll just get rid of that. And what else we got here? We got sedanos. Oh, we got some chicken drumsticks. 89 cents. Avocado. $1.99. Okay. $4.99 for the chuck under shoulder steak, otherwise known as shoe leather. So much for that. We got Navarro, which is a bunch of crap, so we get rid of that. And of course, for the win, Fresco y Mas. There we go. We got the Fresco y Mas. So what do we got here? We got flat meat for $10 a pound. Wow, way too expensive. Even the pork chops are $1.98. All right. Nothing else really good. So much for that. All right. Got some furniture. Speaking of furniture, I guess that's where Peter is. He's usually here. And the worst grocery store of all, Publix. Bunch of crap. Ugliest store. Looks like a big green box. And they got a lot of stuff. They got duck food. If you like duck food. Quack, quack. Stuff. What is this? Look at this crap. It's like beans. If you drive a flatula backfire, here's your fuel source. Go eat them beans and fart up a storm. Keep on farting. There's nothing good at Publix. Publix is garbage. Here we go. All right, we got the meat page. Here it is. What do we got here? I don't know. I give up. That goes in the garbage. And now we have this one. Dixie. Okay, we got oxtails for $6.99 a pound. And we got Chicken, drumsticks, thighs, and leg quarters for 88 cents a pound. Okay. What else we got here? Got the weekend sale. Okay. I don't see any good deals, so I guess if I want to get something new to eat, I got to head to the canal. So I'll have to get the net and the crossbow and go to the canal. We do the same thing, talk for a bit, then catch up. And Ellen is here. Good morning, Rick and friends. Good morning. Oh, I like Cafe Bustelo. I wonder who had the Cafe Bustelo. I didn't even see it. Let's see, that must be Sedano's. Okay. Usually Sedano's has a Cafe Bustelo. Maybe not. My mom used to like that. My dad liked it too, Cafe Bustelo. Yeah, here it is, Presidente. Presidente has a Cafe Bustelo. Cafe Bustelo, $3.98, limit 2, 10 ounce. Espresso coffee. The Cubans, they love their espresso coffee. They love that. They drink it out of these little tiny cups. They call it cafecito. So they have a cafecito. My dad used to call it Cuban rocket fuel. That stuff is nasty. It looks like motor oil, and it probably tastes just as good as burnt motor oil. But they love a cafe. And every time that you have people get together, they always offer you a cafecito. So it comes in a little plastic cup. So yeah, if you like coffee, you would love to be here in Miami because every time they have a cafecito, you're going to have it. And they cook it in one of them aluminum things, the percolator, the mocha pot. But that stuff is just way, way too strong. I don't know. Donkey's truck is twist knob transmission. Wasn't hard to adjust to it. Hi Wendy. Hi Ellen. I like oxtail soup. Throw some of those pig feet in for some good collagen. Well, there you go. The first one. That's it. And there we are. And you know, Mitch was here earlier. We've had a lot of great people come and go. We have 25 right now, so we're definitely on the downtrend. I rigged this parking meter with a welding rod. Okay. You know, what can you do, right? Ticking away. Oh, excuse me. Paul Rodriguez. Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing? Well, everybody is doing quite well. I love the tiny cups and tiny spoons. Yep. So you're familiar with the cafecito. They love their cafecito. Let's see here. Cafecito. Cafecito. There we go. All right. A cafecito is a strong, sweet-tasting Cuban espresso made with dark roast coffee that is sweetened with the sugar and coffee foam called la crema. It is a staple of Cuban culture. That's right. Often prepared by whipping sugar with the first drops of espresso until a thick, creamy foam forms, which is then mixed with the rest of the coffee. Well, there you go. That's a cafecito, a strong dark roast coffee flavor. And you know, Cubans, they love sugar. And that's because Cubans, they grow sugar cane. And by the way, they're not the only ones that grow sugar cane. I also grow sugar cane. Partially because my dad used to like it, but also the ducks, they love it. The ducks love sugar cane. Not only will they eat the sugar cane stalks, but they will eat the leaves. And the funny thing is, they can't chew. Ducks can't chew, so they poke at it with their beaks. and they pull on it. They try to suck the sugar out with their little ducky tongues. So it goes to show that even ducks are addicted to sugar. When you have ducks, you have to put mesh around your sugar cane. Otherwise, they will eat it and you'll lose all your sugarcane plants. It's terrible. Okay, let me try this out here. Let me see if I can get this camera to look better. All right. Huh. Okay. All right. There we go. I reset the thing. I love the tiny cups and tiny spoons. The tiny spoons are used to stir up all that sugar they put in there, which is absolutely crazy. But what can you do? All right. How are you doing? Paul Rodriguez, hey, good to see you again. And Milton. Milton's sleeping on the bed. Usually he'll come here within a little bit. As soon as his stomach says he's hungry, he'll come in. Or I could go in there and surprise him, and he'll go, burp. Now, I did experiment with using this phone as a remote device. You know what? I'm going to try that. This would be a great time to try it. Let me see if I can get this to work. All right. First of all, let me do this. Okay. All right. Let me get my phone. Hold on. There we go. Whoops. Okay. Let's see what we got here. All right. Where did that go? Here it is. Oh. Okay. Now, this ought to be good. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch cameras. Let me go back over here. I'm learning this from Mr. Mitch. Oops. That's not good. All right, let's see. Hold on, hold on. All right. Now, what I want to do, let me go. I don't know if this will work. Let me see. Hold on a second. I'm going to go here. Okay. Does that work? Can you hear me? Okay. Now let me switch over here to this one. All right. Can everybody hear me? Let's see. All right. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, if you can hear me, it shows that you're able to. I'm going to walk over to my bedroom and I'm going to show you the little sleeping beauty. So hold on. Let's go over here. All right. Okay. Here we go. You're a little menace, aren't you? Look at that little menace. Look at that little menace. As you can see, I have my other computer.
Game to play daily challenges. Customize what your snake or fruit looks like. Or just play the classic. Right in the Google app. Search, play, repeat.
All right, what the heck did the stupid thing? Okay. All right. I guess this thing has ads. Come here. Come on, Milton. I want to go back to... There goes the Milton. There goes the Milton. There goes the Milton. Come on, Milton. Okay. Here we go. All right. Let me get out of here. Okay. All right, that is much better. Okay. Well, hopefully, this thing has so many ads in it, it's ridiculous. Review tires. Oh well. Okay. I figured you might want to have a little bit of a, I don't know. Yeah, best you've sounded all day. That thing does work a lot better off of the phone. Let me try something else. I got an idea. Maybe if I take this, hold on, let me try something else. We'll go back here. All right. Let's see. Let me get this over here. Okay. Let's put this right here for now. Yep. Maybe that'll sound better. That's what I'm thinking. Again, I'm just dealing with what I can. What can you do? All right, so anyway, let's go ahead and... Okay, there. Rick is in the mood for coffee today. No, not me. I hate coffee. I'm planning on our village being a coffee shop, apothecary, hookah lounge. We got talking about it because that was a kind on sale. Yeah, Ellen brought up Cafe Bustelo, which was on sale. Very popular down here. The place that roasts the coffee is about 10 miles from here. It's quite strong. You can smell it for quite a good distance. Sounds like a good time. I like the regular strength coffee. The little cups and spoons look cool. Yeah. All right. South Portugal, a popular tourist place. Okay. Loud and clear. Best you've sounded all day. Nice. Suffering with a, baking soda and plantain. The plant white man's food grows abundantly. We actually have that. That plantain is like a weed. It's not like it used to be, but it's there. Papa Carnivore says I'm here. Well, there you are. I thought maybe you were at Waterbed City working today. Or maybe you worked late last night and slept late. Outdoor Survival Guide told me bees are more aggressive in the fall because there are less insects. Around here, they're pretty much the same all year round. I just wait them out. There we go. And ditto. Apple always saves a day. Well, Apple Computer is the most common computer at the dump. The problem is the stupid Apple Computer doesn't have an Ethernet port. So I had to dig through my junk pile to find an Ethernet to USB adapter, and that's the only way I can get internet in my bedroom. Benadryl, yep. Can't have apples, too much sugar. I agree. Someone recommended the plantain. Wisconsin, nowhere to find any. Well, I think they grow pretty much all around, but let me go ahead and... Oh well. I got some in here. Alright. Plantain. Okay. Plantain. That's not the plantain I want. Okay. Here we are. This is it. It's like a little weed. They used to be very common here, but ever since we've been totally developed, they don't exist anymore. We used to find these a lot in the cow pastures. Cows love to eat them. The seeds would then be pooped out with the cow manure, and they were everywhere. I really miss the cow pastures we used to have. It really is a shame that the Federal Reserve and the drug dealers destroyed Miami. What they did to this place is just, it's terrible. It really is. To watch all of this get wiped out by a bunch of greedy bastards is pretty disappointing. It's happening all over. That's the problem. I kind of wish the population would decrease. There'd be less suckers to sell that crap to. Maybe we'd have more cows. Alright. So, here we go. Let's see. Alright. No Wi-Fi, Rick? No, I don't use Wi-Fi. I have a Wi-Fi box here, but it only works in this room, and I don't like Wi-Fi. It makes it harder to sleep. When I turn the Wi-Fi off, I can sleep better. You can also use Comfrey Bone Set. They may grow here. Learn to recognize them, then find some. They're pretty much everywhere. I guess maybe in Alaska they don't have them, but the rest of the country, I've seen them everywhere. Look for a place with a cow pasture. That's usually where you find them. I like to learn more about using plants as medicine. One of the channels I used to watch, there's a guy who called himself Green Dean. His channel was called Eat the Weeds. I'm sure you've seen it. I've seen things like that walking around. I'll look when I'm dog walking. Yes. And there he is. There's our celebrity, Dustin, Quack Quack Friends. Part of the Quack Pack, yes. He's one of our fun and interesting subscribers. Young seed stalks are good like asparagus. You know, another plant that's medicinal is what we call water hemp. I have that here. I am good. Okay. Let's see. Portugal is the most touristy place. Okay. South Portugal. I'm only near the capital for some training. Let me show you another one of them. Let's see here. I think it's called pigweed. Amaranth, that's the one. This is a plant that's been used as food and medicine for thousands of years. Pigweed amaranth. Come here, baby. Milton. Come on, Milton. Come here, Powder Puff. Come on. Come here, Milton. Come on, Milton. Get over here. Milton. You're a menace. Yes, you are. There's my Milton. We have this. You gotta come in the live every now and then. Come here, baby. Oh, what a sweetheart. Look at the deadly Milton. Look at those claws. Oh, my goodness. You're a sweetie. Watch out, Milton. We'll put you over here. Okay. Hey, Milton. Look at Milton. Look at Milton. There's my Milton. Look at that face. Look at those teeth. Hey, Milton. What a beautiful animal you are. My kitty. I love my kitty. I just love my kitty. I love my... Milton. You are something else. Look at Milton. Yes, you are. Look at that face. He's a cutie. You look a lot better than me, you silly little thing. That's my Milton. Yeah, you can play with the mixer all you want. It's disconnected. Can't hurt it. Anyway, let's get back to this. All right. I think you are right. To get something to decrease the itching, it would be nice. That's the broadleaf. There's also the swordleaf. Yeah, there is another one. Amaranth is an ancient grain. That is correct. And it grows wild here. It's everywhere. I'm watching videos on Duck TV. There you go. I have a strong reaction to Benadryl. It makes me high as a kite. Wow. Okay. Lost audio. Okay, it's back. That wasn't Milton's fault. It's a computer issue. How about a wet tea bag? Okay, using our eyelids during allergies. I can't hear, my ears fell off. Oh no. I see the meter moving. I visited Cuba 12 years ago, and Cubans eat very poorly, yes. Mostly carbs. That's right. Their biggest industry is sugar. Another is Cuban cigars. So not much health come from that. Very true. Ah, and Kelly is here. Hi, Rick and everyone. Hello. Hello from Miami, Florida. Teabag, yes. Oh, they are back. Iffy, yes, perfect. My cat likes to play rough with my hand to wake me up. Problem is he sometimes gets poked in the eye. Right now he is healing from the last accidental poke. Cats have to learn the hard way, don't they? I took some last night. I'm feeling hungover. Wow. Something about that in my chemistry. Well, you got to watch that Benadryl. I bought some green tea last night. I read that can be soothing. Well, there you go. There's all kinds of medicinal plants. And again, one of the channels I used to watch, which I will show you, if I can find it, is called Eat the Weeds. All right. You behave, Milton. See, when I woke up Milton, he decided to come here and bother me. He's really good at that. I don't know why Google uses these enormous search strings. There we go. Okay. This guy talks about all different kinds of plants. A lot of ads, though. Huh. Okay. All kinds of stuff. So, had a YouTube channel, wrote a book and all that. Okay. All right. Let's see. There's a channel. It's not really all that active, but I guess, let's see here. It's been a while. And see, I'm still subscribed to it. So, I saw this years ago. See, another old channel from 2007. Back when I started making YouTube videos. But unlike me, he's got 93,000 subscribers. Hasn't made a video in a while, but there's all kinds of videos about every plant you can think of. I think the last video is like 3 years ago. Orange jasmine. A lot of this stuff grows here in Florida. Wild coffee. Yeah. And even though I'm a carnivore, I am definitely a gardener, and I know a lot about herbs. I was one of the first people that discovered that prostate problems could be relieved with saw palmetto. That's why I planted a lot of it out there. So, but yeah, not too bad. Okay, let me go over here. All right. Thanks for all your bee sting advice. I'm gonna go back here to my channel. There we go. Heart attack chicken is rendering. There you go. I need to start my heart attack chicken. Okay. So we got some questions here. Papa Junior duck carnivore looks interesting. Yes. Out. It smells good. Mortar and pestle and bowl and spoon to grind it up. There you go. The thing about plants, if you use plants as medicine, they work short term. Eventually your body adapts to it. They don't work anymore. This is why I tell people that seasonal fruit is okay on a carnivore diet, because by the time that your body adapts to the fruit, there's no more fruit available. That's one of the great things. When you live in harmony with the natural world, you can do a lot of things. I like to combine the best of technology with the best of nature. You put those two together, I think that's when you get the best results. Fried chicken is my husband's comfort food. Heart attack chicken is addictive, I'll tell you that. I put a pork roast in the slow cooker for supper. Tonight, watching some Rick Live before I go out to the bush hog the land and make a video of my new adventure. Well, I'm going to keep an eye out for that. I'll tell you one thing. If I had a lot of weeds and stuff to cut, I think what I'd do, I'd build a brush hog for the bobcat. And then after using the tractor, you can get into all the impossible to reach spaces with the bobcat. Just get somebody else to follow you up with the bobcat and you'll get everything. There won't be anything that escapes. How are your knees feeling today? I'm so happy I can chat with you good people here. Well, that's what we're here for. Add a touch of tallow if moisture needed to make paste, apply to your wound. And let's see. I'm good. Got a bad burn from cooking bacon. Wow, that's not good. Looks like it's a sign of healing. I've never gotten burned in the kitchen. I guess I've been lucky. Animal products are for nutrition. Plants are for cleansing and medicine. Well, that's how I see them. I agree. And I've added sauerkraut to my diet because I've been eating the lower quality meats. I haven't had much beef. So I'm hoping that that will definitely help. I don't want to end up getting sick. So that's fine. Oh, how one of my mason jars break. Oh, I was pouring in my bone broth. Must have had a crack. Yeah. What a mess. I've had that happen when you're canning meat and you pour it in there and it breaks. Well, I don't throw it out. What I do, I actually put the meat in water and I strain the glass out because I'm too cheap to throw it away. I just label it that it was broken, so when I eat it, I'm more careful. I've heard that witch hazel can help with bee stings and bug bites. Wasted a lot of broth on the kitchen floor, yeah. Solar light spectrum is involved also with fruit digestion. That I don't know. I've heard several people say that, and it kind of makes sense that the amount of sunlight you have in the year is going to determine how your body handles that. That might be something to consider, in my opinion. Can't wait for our interview tomorrow. Let's see. Thomas, it will work out. Yeah. Okay, well, hopefully you got your technical issues straightened out. A little better, yes. And hello, taking a Rick break. There you go. Might as well get it while you can. Hopefully won't be too much longer. As you can see, the parking meter that I rigged is ticking away. Tickety-tock. Put you over there. Somewhere around here. All right, there we go. This out of the way since we're not using it. I hope I can fix this. I need to find some kind of USB to analog converter that works. I don't know what is going on. but I'll get this mess figured out eventually. Okay, I used some of that last night and it felt good. Okay, that's good. Yeah, all over the floor. Oh boy. Hopefully the cockroaches didn't find it, because in my kitchen they'd be going in from the outside looking for something to eat. And Milton over there trying to catch them. That cruise talks about the light food relationship. Okay, it's good to know. We have hello to Peter and Thomas. Excellent. So, yeah, I hope everyone is going to be getting outside. I'm going to get outside too, as you can probably notice. The sun is still shining in my junk pile. There it is. Everything's in chaos since I've been trying to go through stuff. But the sun is out. I have some soldering to do. I got to change a compressor in the refrigerator. I got some other work I need to get done, which I've been putting off due to the weather. Today I have more energy than yesterday. Yesterday I was just worn out. So hopefully I'll get out there and get something done. At least that's my intention. Now, how much will I get done? I really don't know. But we'll do the best we can, right? Anyway, so does anybody else have any other interesting things they want to share? I see everyone has done their hellos and comments and stuff like that. Has anybody got any new projects? I did discover a new channel which I need to look at. And let's see, how many people do we have in our live? We have, let's see, we have 31. Anyway, so does anybody else have any other interesting things they want to share? I see it. Okay, so I do have sound, which is good. All right. Hopefully I'll be able to fix this ridiculous audio. Okay, there we are. It says, hey Rick, Ellen says. Now your chat is picking up. I'm here and Peter too. There you go. 55 degrees now with a high of 67. Have a great day all. You too, Amy. I will definitely keep my eyes out for your next live, which I guess will be tomorrow. Hopefully I will be here in time to see it. I try to be here every night, but sometimes I get involved in work and I can't get here in time. Other times my transmission decides to torture me, and then I have to wait until it cools off. Let's see. I'm Ellen. I saw you in Mitch's panel. Yes. He pops in there from time to time. No, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh. Well, that's really good. But yes, I hope, I don't know what the weather looks like for this area. I would check it, but it would probably crash my computer. I guess I could try. My computer crashes, you'll know why. Maybe I'll drop by the dump, see if I can find another computer. Let's see. Oh, it is working. What do you know? Weather forecast. I don't see a map. Oh, it looks like it's clearing up. All right. This is the weather. Let me see. Okay. There's a bunch of rain over here, but there's nothing here. So it looks like we're going to escape the day without any major rain. Yeah. So it looks like we're going to get a day without rain. So I would say today is the end of the rainy season. The rainy season has ended. There is some rain over here. It's probably just waiting. It says, Rick's still doing his live stream. Uh-oh. I guess we're ready to crash. Oh boy. Anyway, the rain is probably saying, well, we're okay. But Rick's going to end his live stream, and as soon as he does, let's get those clouds together. Let's send a big dark cloud over his house. I better shut this before I crash the whole thing. Okay. Oh, all right. There we go. Okay. Very nice. All right, let's see. I'll check him out. Okay. Sounds like you were winding down. Well, it's getting close to that time. Hey, Ellen. We need to give Rick time to go look for a new computer. Well, new to me, which means it's going to be in the dump. Did you send me an email? If I haven't seen it, sorry I get behind. I didn't get your email from Mitch. Is it on your channel? I looked there but didn't see one. How are you today? Nice to see you. Okay. Ask Mitch. All right. Well, that's good. So anyway, nothing new. What are the subjects that people have been talking about? Is there anything that is on your mind that maybe you want to discuss? I have to admit, there are several things that have been on my mind, most notably the economy, which continues to worsen. Everything keeps going up in price. The amount of work seems to be decreasing. The amount of stupidity is increasing. I see people are building even faster now, tearing down more houses, building new overpriced ones, building apartment buildings, shopping centers. It doesn't stop. The longer time goes on, the worse it gets. I have no idea why. I guess everybody's speeding up. I guess they're winding down the Middle East war for now. Russia war is still going. The weather seems to be pretty dead. There's no fires, there's no earthquakes, no hurricanes, nothing, no flooding. Everything seems to be pretty mild on the weather side. So it's hard to say exactly what's going on, but I do believe that we're getting ready for another disaster. It is October, which is a time when economic catastrophes happen. But of course, the Federal Reserve is printing money like it's going out of style to keep the game going. So I don't think there'll be a crash in October. That's just the way it is. I have no idea how they've been able to keep this crap going as long as they have, but I guess when most people are desperate, they're easier to control. So let's see what we have in the comments. They're coming in now. I guess every time that I start to wind down, the comments do pick up, which is good. I forgot it is noon there already. I think my email is on my channel. It should be. 90s PC all the way. Okay. Okay, Terry, I'll look. Let me think. And Orbital R Power has dropped in. Excellent. Parallel Society co-ops. That's the key. The problem is down here it's impossible. There is no land available anymore. All the land here has been totally destroyed. It's full of development. People have very small yards. Some people don't even have a yard. A lot of people have turned their yard into parking lots for all the rooms they're renting out. I have a feeling that that market is going to tank. Once people stop coming into the world illegally, then it's going to reduce the need for low-end housing. So I think a lot of these people are going to be hurting for money. And Ellen says, yes, the economy. So what do you think is going to happen? Rick, I think they're going to play the same game they've been playing. Every time the market starts to go down, they create more money from somewhere. They either create the money through money printing, they create it through swap lines, they create it through all kinds of nonsense. It's amazing how many ways they come up with to screw us. But in the end, what always ends up happening, we get more inflation, the wages don't go up, people get more disgruntled. I think that more and more people are realizing that the system is a scam. So people are opting out. On the good side, some people are starting parallel barter or parallel living. On the bad side, I think it's going to lead to protests, maybe a lot of violence. There may even be targeted things happening. I tell people, if you are wealthy, you need to start concealing that wealth now, because when people finally reach the breaking point and they're hungry and they're angry and their kids are sick and starving, they're going to lash out. They're going to find out the nearest wealthy person they can get their hands on, and they're going to take their frustration out on them. So you either have to be one of the elite that's protected, or you have to pretend like you're poor. That way, no one's going to bother you. If you're poor like me, no one's going to target you because you don't have anything for them to take. And the local governments that are taking advantage of people with regulations, taxes, and fees and all that, people are going to start attacking them like they used to in the past. Don't be surprised if your city hall's on fire. Don't be surprised if they start attacking people that work for the government. If you are a government employee, make sure that you treat people as nice as you can, so when things break down, you're not going to be the one they go after. If you're one of these bureaucrats that's on a power trip, you're probably going to be on the hit list. So beware. We need a Carrington event, something fierce. A Carrington event would cause civilization to collapse. I am convinced of that. Not only would it take out the power grid, it would take out the internet, it would take out everything. And since people are very reliant on their devices, I have a feeling that the system will just disintegrate. Complete disintegration. That's my dream, but have to find some people and some land. Well, check out her channel. There you go. That's what we're here for. We're here to try to make connections. This is the time to do it now. Because when things start to break down, it's too late. If you're one of the people that's in need, you're going to be out of luck. If you're one of the people that wants to be part of the community, you're going to withdraw because you'll see everybody else is trying to get what you have. So you have a limited time. I would recommend as soon as possible that you connect with people in this community, so that way when things do go down, you have an alternative. Try to live in a place that you have people like that nearby within driving distance, at least, or walking distance is better. If you're able to, and you have the means, you ought to get a bicycle ready to go in case we have a worldwide EMP or some other disaster, a fuel shortage, a failure. The bicycle will always work for you. Have as many tools and supplies as you can afford, and you have storage space for it. Stockpile food if you can. Learn about fermenting. Learn about canning. Learn about freeze drying. Get what you need now, because I have a feeling in the next 10 years, the world is going to be completely unrecognizable. I believe that Miami is going to start to decline to Detroit as early as 2030. Once the funny money runs out, once people rebel against the central banking system, the supply of money to Miami will stop. It will reverse, and it'll be just like the 1920s and 1930s all over again. Hey, Milton. He's playing with the Publix paper. Well, that's all it's good for. Just don't urinate on it. And he's over there having fun playing. Hey, Milton. What's the matter, Milton? What a sweetie you are. He's a good cat. And that's another thing. I'm still trying to figure out what is the best cat feeder for Milton. I am really looking forward to going to Hack Your Health. I don't like get-togethers, but just because I get to meet some of you people, that's what I want to do. I need to find a cat feeder for my Milton. I've already made him plenty of dry food, enough to last a few days. Come here. I got some pork and chicken. Oh, come on, Milton. Come on, Milton. Look at that beautiful Milton. Nope. You're not going to jump on me? Okay. He likes to do it when I'm not looking. Yes, I am that old. Okay. Still AOL. Oh, I remember that. You've got mail. For my weird stuff. I met someone on X recently who started a small community in Florida. I don't remember where, but 3 or 4 families with small farms. Well, if anybody has any of these connections, we need to set up a database or mailing list or something like that. We do need to make contact with these people because I hate to say it, the system is not going to help us. The system is concerned about one thing only, and that's to make itself survive and anyone that supports it. So only the connected few are going to get benefits from the system. The system will only give us the minimum amount to prevent revolt. Once people revolt, the system will not give you anything. Milton's having a lot of fun with the Publix paper. Hey, Milton, what are you doing? Look at that. Look at that, Milton. What? You're a silly puss. Look at that. What? Yeah. What? You're so cute. What a nice kitty. What a nice... Look at that black menace. He's a black menace. Well, cats are messy, but they're a lot of fun. My house is a dump anyway. So, come here. Milton, come on. Come on. Come on. There you go. You gonna jump up? Come on, killer. He's a killer. You wanna play? Come on. Here we go. That's the problem. Never do what you want them to. You have to give them what they want, then they'll do something. People are sick of being tax cows. I am too. That's why I'm going to sell this place and let somebody else pay all the money that I do for taxes. That's it. Going to go for a walk. I will be back. Yes. Good for you, Thomas. Sorry about your burn. Grease burns are nasty. When did it happen? Getting ready to mop. Their house starts smelling like spilled beef broth. Thanks, Rick. Well, I'm glad. See, that's why you come here. You come here to meet people. That's why I went on YouTube. It was to meet people. It wasn't to sell things. It wasn't to be popular. It was to meet people because in the end, when the system does break, as it will, it has no choice. I don't want to be out there struggling for an empty dumpster to starve. Right, Milton? Okay. There we go. Isn't a grease burn. I was cooking bacon on my ceramic pan and I reached for something across. I brushed my arm on the side. Okay. Bring your tiny house lots and trade shops need filled in Missouri. Ozarks. Okay. When we can't talk on the internet anymore, know what to do, the generation will perish. That's true. Well, this is another reason why we need to start learning about amateur radio. I know a lot of people have been in amateur radio. Oh, look at that. Look at what happened. I heard the click. Yep. And also notice when you try to push this down, the other one likes to pop up, see? But that worked. But anyway, amateur radio, CB radio, point-to-point wireless internet. There's a lot of things that we can do. There's actually a phenomenon called dark fiber, which, although it's probably not legal, I know of a place where there is a fiber optic cable that I actually helped install. The company went out of business, and that fiber optic cable is totally abandoned. Totally. There's another one right next to it. It's all in the same conduit. But there's actually a multi-mode fiber, multi-strand, that goes about 30 miles to a repeater, and it's abandoned. So when the system falls apart, and there's without rule of law, some people might be able to get in there and get this going again. And Milton is showing me, what are you doing? Milton, don't play with that. Come on, Milton. Milton, no, ow. Watch the claws. You are a little menace. Look at that, Milton. Look at that little Milton. No, watch the claws. No. You little menace. Stop it. You're a bad. Watch the claws, Milton. No, Milton. Ow, Milton. No, bad kitty. You're a bad Milton. No, Milton. Milton. Here. Do rooms to go. There you go. Oh my goodness. What a menace. He's super playful. My goodness. That means it's time to eat. And what is that noise outside? Huh. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I guess the dog groomer is driving away. Anyway, Milton, play with the Navarro paper. There you go. Oh, there he goes. Hi, Milton. He's a pussy. You're a pussy cat. You're nothing but a pussy cat. You know that? You're a menace. But you play with this stuff, tearing up my papers. I'll give you the old ones if you want to tear that up. He is a little cutie. And he's returned. Look at the Milton. Hello, little Milton. Look at those teeth. Hey, Milton. Wait. He's playful. Look at that playful kitty. Milton. Well, I gotta admit, he's definitely a healthy kitty. And I think I'm the only one on YouTube that brings his cat into there as well. I've heard Missouri is a good state to live in. I guess it's like any other state. If you're in the right part, even parts of Florida are still good. It's just Southeast Florida is not good. It will flourish for getting out of the chair and off of the monitor. Yes. Hi and bye. Okay, well, glad you're here. And anyone need helper in their farm, I can help. Just feed me duck eggs. There you go. I think Rick could be right. The next disaster will have something to do with the internet. Yes, I've been saying that for a while now. It's an easy target. It's just you get everybody used to the internet, and then you take it away. So, and the problem is, they control the internet to some extent. Not as much as they'd like to, but they definitely do. If they redo the internet, it'll be redone in a way that gives us less. I think so too, Ellen. People have to learn to communicate in person again. Or they can learn now. That's the beauty of it. You can learn now. Oh, I'll find out where he is for next time, Rick. Well, good. What I need to do, I used to have a website years ago called tallrick.com, but I just don't really want to spend the money on it now, but I think eventually I'll set up another website. Then again, I don't even know if they use HTML anymore. I don't even remember how I did it. But maybe have a database or something with a contact list. I might even put one on my YouTube page. So, like recommended channels. It's very cheap to live where I do, Springfield, Missouri. In the middle of nowhere, and a gas prices are in the top 10 cheapest in the nation. Beef cheap too. Housing is crazy cheap. Still miss New Jersey. I don't know why anybody want to be in New Jersey. No offense, Thomas. Is rabbit meat good for apocalypse? Well, it's better than nothing. What, Milton? Milton's a menace. I'm back. I went all on a mackerel haul. Okay. They want to shut down free access to the web because too many of us are waking up. Yes. Good stuff. That is correct. I just heard bacon and assumed. Burns are not pleasant either, but it should heal fast. My area is flushed with squirrels. I've never eaten one, but I feed mine well, just in case. Well, they're good. When you skin them, cut them by the tail, and then you can pull the skin off real easy. Otherwise, squirrels can be a pain. But once you learn how to catch and cook them, they're actually quick, cheap meat. 2 squirrels is enough to satisfy you in a meal. And in a survival situation, you could always add plant material. Remember, just because you're carnivore in good times doesn't mean you have to be carnivore all the time. That's like me. If I had to survive, I would mix plant material with some, meat with plant material. I'd get some plantains from the yard. I can eat those Suriname cherries that grow on the bushes. I can eat whatever fruit I can find. I mean, I can't eat avocados. They make me sick. But I can definitely eat citrus fruit. So there's a lot of things out there that you can eat, and I've actually even eaten some vegetables. I do grow onions. I can eat cauliflower. I don't like the taste of it, but it is edible. So you can mix this with meat. A lot of tricks that you can do, and I think in the carnivore community, I know that the elite carnivores, they're pushing their ribeye steaks. They're going to the gym. They're working out. They're showing how the rich people live, but the majority of people on the earth live poor. They live survival mode. So I think even if you're on the carnivore diet, especially there for a long time, 5 years or more, it might be a good idea to try some of those other things that are out there, some of the plant material, see what you can eat and what doesn't harm you. Because the reality is, although humans seem to do best on meat, we are omnivores. You can't feed a cat plants. Like Milton over here, give Milton plants, he'll get very sick very quickly. But this guy over here, humans, it takes us longer to get that sick. Milton, you want to watch me? He's a sweetie. Look, it's a Milton. Look at a cutie. You look wild. You gonna bite me? Look at that wild animal. Look at that wild animal. Look at those teeth. Show your teeth, little Milton. Huh? You're cute. I like you. You're a sweetheart. So, let's see. Especially with carnivore. Yep. I'm looking for inexpensive. I'm not wealthy, so you live there. Famine coming. It's going to come to some parts of the world. Missouri is one of the states. Now, I have a friend that lives... What is that near place? Near Kansas City, in that area. I know part of that area was like a wasteland 20 years ago when I went there. Abandoned buildings all over the place, run down houses. It may be built up now for all I know. But, I mean, it wasn't as bad as Gary, Indiana that I've seen on the internet. Still, there are a lot of places... What are you doing, Milton? If you can find a place that's not really high crime and it's a bit run down, that's probably the best. And I always tell people, when I look for an area to live in, one of the things that I really look for is open space. You want to have open green space. If you're in a desert, it's not so great because you don't have water. But if you live in a place, what are you eating? Milton, you got dirt all over your whiskers. Going through the back of that thing. You're a menace. You are a menace. Okay. But it's always good. Location is important. The worst place, I think, in an apocalyptic situation, the absolute worst places you could be. Los Angeles, New York City, Chicago, Miami. And Miami may be one of the worst because Miami is so isolated. Now, if you're a person that likes the Everglades like I do, you could probably go survive there for a while, but you're going to have to fight for millions of hungry and desperate people. So, the best thing to do is to get out of Miami as soon as possible. That's what I intend to do. The only thing worse in Miami, maybe, Florida Keys, that depends. You can get fish down there. There is some plant material. It all depends on how defensive the people are. The water comes from the mainland, but if you could stop the people from Miami from running into there, you might be able to survive in the Keys. There's not that many people there, and most of the rich people that live there will leave. So you might be able to survive as long as you got water. Upstate, North Florida, far better. If you're in North Florida, you got it made. There's not that many people there. I mean, you got Jacksonville, you got Tallahassee, but it's nowhere near as bad as South. From Palm Beach down is the worst. There is absolutely nothing here. There's a tiny bit of vegetables and fruits grown here. They're basically specialty high-end. There is almost nothing else. All the farmland here has been turned into development. It's just amazing. Farmland that was here 10 years ago is now apartment buildings. The amount of apartments they've built is insane, and they're still building them like it's going out of style. Every single old business here is being wiped out and replaced with apartment buildings, in shopping centers. The result will be really bad. Okay, now let's see what else we have here. Old CB in my shed. Wonder if it still works. I guess I'm bored enough to go figure out if we lost internet. Might be a good idea to try it out. There's still some people that use CB. That's a good thing to have. CB is available. You don't need a license for it. Just plug it in and go. My CB in my truck does work, but I don't have one for the van. I gotta look through my junk, find another CB. I threw a lot of seeds all over my area ready to harvest in 6 years. Need some animal meats now. Well, there you go. That's the start. Ideal, like the rooms so are warm and sunny. I got bad news for you. Warm and sunny is the worst place to be. When the power goes out, sleep in Miami with no electricity. The heat and humidity will kill you. You will not be able to sleep here. You will suffer. And then when the mosquito control stops, the mosquitoes will come and eat you alive. You would have to be a complete moron to want to come to South Florida. Stupid. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're better off in a place that has seasons. Remember, it's easy to make heat. It's tough to make cold. Most of my friends in California have gone to Texas or Tennessee. That's why Texas and Tennessee are going downhill. Do you think a currency changes in our future? No. They have to keep the dollar. They may try to make it electronic, but if they go electronic, the system will collapse. And that's one of the things that I have confidence in. They talk a lot about central bank digital currency. It will fail. I guarantee it. There's no way. Because once people get burned, they ain't stupid. They're going to go for something physical. What is that noise? I'll tell you, the one thing I hate about living here, every time somebody drives by, I have a very good sense of lower frequencies, and anytime that there's an engine running, I can hear it, and it gets on my nerves. So, plus I'm paranoid. I never know when people are showing up around here. Okay, you guys realize how inexpensive chicken livers are? Yes, but I haven't seen them in the store. I need to get some. Cedar 24. Oh, okay. I don't think there will be a famine. It will be harder to get good food, but plenty of crap to poison you with. Well, that's it. To me, that's a famine. Chicken livers are awesome. The only liver I like. They are the mildest of all the livers. Duck liver, especially when you fatten them up, is foie gras. That's actually the best. I live in Missouri. But Kokomo area gets a lot of snow and tornadoes. Fried up in the bacon grease real quick. They taste just like chicken, not livery tasting. That's right. How long do butter oils go bad? Depends on the temperature. Could last for years in the refrigerator. I live close to Arkansas border. More mild. There you go. I saw those at Walmart. Should have gotten them. Was going next door. Every time I've been to Walmart, which isn't very often, I don't see them. They're always out of it. Missouri has one special thing. We have all 4 seasons in one day. Okay. I'll get some on the way back. Maybe some tomorrow night. That's good. All states have nicer, better areas. Yeah. Even Florida. Florida has some good areas, but I always say you got to go north in Florida to get the good areas. The South here, totally devastated. Now, the interesting thing about South Florida, we have Everglades National Park and Big Cypress Preserve. Huge areas of South Florida totally undeveloped. That's because they're not allowed to. But every developed area of Florida has been ruined. And the very few areas that are left, they're going to be gone. I mean, even businesses like Shorty's Barbecue or that Last Carrot or all these places, they're all getting wiped out to build apartment buildings. I don't know what it is about these apartment buildings, but there's going to be so many empty apartments here, it's going to be like Detroit, and it's going to be bad. I love California, but couldn't afford to live there, so I moved after 3 years. Okay, guy on X, sounds like he has a lot of money, and the others, his community might be too spendy for me. That, or they're probably just looking to make money. It might be a fake community, it's not a real one. It's just sort of a social club for the wealthy. Are you throwing up, Milton? Oh, Milton must have eaten a lizard. Milton, what did you do? Did you throw up? Ugh. Oh boy. He may have eaten some of that cat food my friend gave for him. That'll make him sick. Most of Missouri has a pretty mild winter. Usually around January we have 2-week cold weather. Elsewhere, yeah, there you go. Dream is warm and tropical. Affordable might win out. Let me tell you something. Warm and tropical is horrible. You want to try sleeping when it's 85 degrees, 80% humidity. If you can do that, I'll be very surprised. The only reason people live here in Florida is because we all have life support. And you know what life support is? This is life support. Conditioner. It's October. It's 90 degrees outside. See how much you like it here. Don't do it. Don't be stupid. In Florida, okay? I spent February working from my daughter's house in Mesa to beat the cold. I don't know what people have against the cold. Remember the chestnut tree used to have? Yeah, I think they were all wiped out by a disease. I thought X guy lives in Missouri. Okay. It's a plant but readily available. Grocery stores sort of suck. Well, that's fine. But Arizona... The problem is it's a desert. You don't have any locally produced food. Well, you do, but it's all irrigated. Read the border. We buggered that up. I like Arizona weather. I like the desert. I hate deserts. I would never want to live in a desert. Hate it. I hate dry things. What is that noise? Oh. That's that lawn guy with the broken down truck with the muffler that fell off. That thing is a piece of junk. It makes my truck look like a new truck. Mesa has an Amazon warehouse, 1-hour delivery. Colorado River is almost as good as the beach, since there's no beach. I never go to the beach. That beach is disgusting. Bunch of ghetto people, fat and ugly and roasting in the sun. If I want to see something fat roasting, I'll put a steak on the grill. That's it. Or I'll get a big fat duck and roast it. Ecuador is supposed to be a good place to go now. The new president has really cleaned it up. Problem with South America, as soon as they clean things up, the corporations put another puppet in there and they screw it up. That's the way it works. Every single time. You want to be butted up against a national forest preserve. Well, there you go. You're surrounded by bottomlands. We have 300 acres. There you go. I take out the bridge to the Keys. There you go. You take that out, and they'll have to come by boat, and they're easier to stop. The problem is the water. The problem with the Keys is the lack of fresh water. If the water keeps flowing, Keys will be fine. I live by the forest preserve fishing spots. Yep. Throw a monkey wrench in the phone zombie's plans. Okay. Interesting. Oh, and here we begin. I got audio issues today. It sucks. They're going to stack us and pack us like sardines in the smart cities. That's what I tell everybody. They want to stack and pack you in black, white, and gray boxes. That's the goal for sure. And look at Miami. Miami is an example of it. And the people here are so stupid. Some people actually like it. Go online and you'll see these dumbass 20-somethings that are on steroids living in the stack and pack condos on Brickell and bragging about it, how successful they are and how they make $5,000 a day. I'm thinking to myself, if I made $5,000 a day, the last place I'd want to be is stacked and packed next to an ocean in a former swamp. Okay, too tied up in a shed. Okay. Let's see. CB radios is one radio if you have to hold on to. Have two of them. I still have my old walkie-talkies. He cuts out occasionally. I like clear, but sounds like AC running. Yeah, that's the problem. Without the microphone, that noisy air conditioner. Now, if I get a little money, I think I'll buy a new motor for it. The problem is, I don't want to take the air conditioner apart. If I turn that air conditioner off, this house will be unlivable. I will die in here, sweating like crazy. Like they sweating like a prostitute in church. That's what'll happen. I lived for 2 years without air conditioning a few years back, and it was not fun. So I can't turn that unit off. It has to run constantly. Now, when we get some decent weather, maybe in November or December, I will turn it off. I will remove that motor when I do my yearly cleaning. And if I have some money in my pocket, I'm going to order a new one and get rid of that noise. Because that's the reason they gave me the air conditioner in the first place. It made too much noise. But it gets nice and cold. All right, well, I didn't say Florida. Okay. Maybe one of the other countries where they have mountains and they have a place to retreat to. You could be like Paul Saladont or whatever, living in Costa Rica with a bunch of money. And that way he can go surfing all the time and go skateboarding. Talk about somebody who never grows up. That's him. I have a base unit and a mobile unit in my shed. No antenna. Well, I'm sure you could find one or make one. Okay. Talking up. Remember CV? We were talking about living locations. There we go. This is AC. His mother why quit working, so he had to improvise when we got to hear his AC. That's right. Missed a couple hours, missed so much. Don't worry, there's always more coming next week. It's been a plethora of influence. Yeah, there we go. Try to appreciate my seasons for now. And having a community like-minded people would be cool. That's another problem. Also like the dark city idea, no light pollution night. I don't have a community here. I live in Miami. Miami people never stick together. Everyone here is for themselves only. There's a few exceptions, but most people, they're in it for what they can get. That's what it is. And Milton has a fur ball. Milton ate seed oil. I guess when he was throwing up, I hate humidity. Well, that's Florida. That's Miami. Milton was eating something not normal. Yeah, some cat food. Poor Milton. I like to stay in Wisconsin and have a place down south for the winter. I want to visit Wisconsin. I like all those dairy farms that they have over there with all these interesting people. I got these channels and they look sort of happy. I mean, they work hard, but they're out there getting hay and picking crops and feeding the animals and milking the cows. That's good. Desert, not the best. If you want to listen to Jack Cruz, you'll learn why we want to go to lower latitudes. Okay. There's pink ones and green ones, little boxes. Yeah, I remember that song. Little boxes, ticky-tack. When I was a kid, we didn't have AC, just fans and water coolers. Same here. But it wasn't that hot back then. Now, with all the development, it is horrible. It is impossible. We didn't have AC in the car. I ride a bike in this weather. I know exactly what it's like. Conventional housing is never smart. What I did to make my house a little bit better, I let the trees grow over it and I planted the yard with a bunch of everything. So it is cooler. It lowered my electric bill, that's for sure. Paul will get eaten by the local headhunters, tossed in the cauldron and stewed. Miami-filled equatorial backstabbers. Haha, perfectly. Yes, that's what it is. Any carnivore ice cream recipes. If you want carnivore ice cream, go to the expert. Look for Dr. Kiltz. Look for Kiltz's ice cream. That's the one you want. Okay, I gotta go shower. I have a visitor coming to see my mom today. Time to get real. Have a great Saturday, all. Thanks for a great morning chat. Well, thank you for being here. I need to start my heart attack chicken. I mean, how can you have a heart attack without heart attack chicken? So you can listen to my air conditioner while I turn the fire on. There goes that beat up old truck. That thing's gonna fall apart one of these days. Clunk, 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 clunk. Wow, crap. Alright. goodness. You're a menace, Milton. A total menace. You don't stop. All right. This crazy thing. Anyway, let me see. All right. Positive negatives in Alabama. Cost of living, but state tax sucks. Well, if you don't have any income, you don't pay any income tax. The property tax is what I'd worry about. Egg yolks. There you go. There's an ice cream recipe right there. I make better ice cream than Kilts. I use an old school ice cream maker that makes up to 6 quarts. So you get some rock salt and ice and crank it up. You make the oil hot first before putting in the chickens. Well, I don't use oil. I use lard. I put the lard in the pot. I heat it up. And as soon as it gets hot, I drop the chicken in there. And that's it. I've made videos on it. Very simple. Cook the heart attack chicken on the air. Well, I've got the heart attack chick cooking right now. When is the yogurt lesson going to happen? As soon as I can get my computer where I can edit a video, because the problem is I can't make the yogurt all in one shot. Or I could just make separate videos and put them on YouTube, but that's it. And I was wrong. El Salvador, not Ecuador. Okay. I'm high on Benadryl, having to eat coffee. At least make video of how to make heart attack chicken. I've made several videos of heart attack chicken. And other people have made videos of heart attack chicken also. And those cars had those wing windows, which mine do. The only vehicle I have that doesn't have it is my van. But my truck has it. My cars have it. The van, I have air conditioning. I know some cool local people. Well, there you go. And you're over there. You're near, aren't you near Kerry and his group? I'm sure he can hook you up with some people. I'm sure he'll like you better than he likes me because I live in Florida. I'm too far away. Looking forward to your visit, Rick. Yes, I am too. There's a few people I keep in contact with on YouTube. I'll visit. I'll even do some work on the farm with them just to be able to visit, which I think is pretty good. But sadly, I don't, at this moment, I can't go anywhere. I can't leave until I get rid of this house because it's got so many problems. And once I move to a new, more secure location, I'll be able to close it up and travel with no problem. And hopefully by then my truck will be reliable. And I may even have another vehicle. I may even build another wood-powered truck. I may even revive my motorhome. My old Bluebird, it needs to be completely rebuilt. Or maybe I'll get another bus and start over. That was handy. You can travel for free. Basically, every farm has a brush pile. You just got to keep your eyes out for snakes. But that's why I invented that, that little cart where it has the built-in grapple. You push it, you pull the handle, it grabs the material, you tilt it up, and that way you don't have to worry about the snakes or any other unexpected wildlife coming with you. And we have LOL labor. There you go. So anyway, I wonder if this works. I'll show you the heart attack chicken. Let's see here. Let me change this over. Let's see here. Let me find... Where did that go? Oh, here we are. Okay. Boom. That's it. All right, now, let me show you what I'm doing here in the kitchen. All right. Let's see. Where is Milton? You're here somewhere, you little monster. All right. So, I'm going to give you a direct lesson. Put the light on here, and we're making some heart attack chicken now. We got some lard in the pot. Got the fire going. And by the way, you know where the gas comes from? It comes from the digester that's outside. It's located outside the door here. It's got a pipe that runs to the backyard. And the gas comes in through the pipe. Goes under the sink, under the cabinet. There's also the old oven. I never use it, but it's got, just basically is used as a yogurt fermenting area. here's the camera. Well, there we go. This is the pan. Just cooked some meat in and bacon. This fat is collected and filtered and used to make this. Now, this is almost hot enough. Probably not, but I don't care. It's not really that critical. So we'll take the remaining chicken that we have in the bag. It's not enough for a meal, but at least it's enough to finish this off. We'll put it in here. See, it's not quite hot enough, but doesn't matter. Actually, there are 3 pieces in here. This is enough for a decent heart attack chicken meal. So we'll do this with one hand. We don't drop the chicken. Oops, there goes the other one. Here we are. It's got a little chicken leg thrown in there for extra to make up the weight. And that's it. So here's the amount of garbage that I have. We'll pour this out. Okay. This bag is all the waste that I have. Now, I throw these out now. I used to use these plastic bags to make diesel when I was doing that. So that's something that, we're doing. And we have the Black Menace. What? What a cutie. You're a sweetheart. You silly puss. What do you want? Huh? What? Little menace. Look at that face. So anyway, yeah, this should have been hotter. It's not going to be as delicious, but it's still delicious enough. We use the tongs to manipulate the chicken. Don't put your hands in the hot lard. As you can see, once the lard melts, it's pretty much a liquid. Now, when the lard is cold, it's going to be hard. Now, you're in my way. Watch the pause. Okay. And by the way, you can see the garbage food that my friend gave me. He did not touch. It's still sitting there. I'm going to give that to the ducks. This is the stuff they gave me. So we're going to be feeding the ducks with this. All right. Get that out of there. I put in there to keep the roaches out. Here's the rest of the pork that I have. There's that nasty whatever that is. This is an example. This is actually beef tallow. But see, it's hard when it's cold. Oh, there goes my shelf again. And here is some leftover. This is how I get lard. When I cook the pork, I had this liquid left over, so the lard always goes to the top. Here's some more of it I've taken lard from. Collecting lard in a container here, and I will heat this up and remelt it to refine it. And that's what it is. I tried some of these commercial cat foods. He doesn't like that either, so he's not going to be eating anything commercial. And by the way, for those of you that know what this is some of the sauerkraut I fermented. I'm going to eat that along with the pork and the chicken as a way to supplement my diet. Here's more of those delicious eggs. And yes, there is some plant material now. I keep the powder in here that I use for making yogurt. That'll be in the yogurt video. And here are cabbages from my garden. There's another one here. So this is the poor man's refrigerator. They probably say, why has he got cat food in the refrigerator? Don't tell me he's that poor. No, I'm not eating that crap. That's going to the ducks. He's like, why did you give me this garbage? Look at this. Look at how mad he is. Now, there's a little piece of meat in there that he hasn't touched. What do you want, you silly puss? You want pure raw meat. That's what you get. You also like cooked chicken. He don't like raw chicken. Oh, baby. What? Yeah, meow. Meow, 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 meow. You're a mess. You silly puss. Now you can see the chicken is starting to sizzle. So we'll let that sizzle. Like I said, that's almost enough for a meal. I need to clean my kitchen. It's absolutely filthy. But the problem is, this is all the washing soda I have left. I've been trying to go to the store to get more. I can't find it. But I did look around, and I see that Lowe's actually sells it. Home Depot stopped selling it. What? 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 What do you want? You want more? I gave you pork. You won't eat it. You want beef, don't you? Well, I don't have beef. I'm sorry. Silly cat. What do you think you are, a rich cat? You live in the poorhouse, man. Okay, let's go over here. All right. Well, that's not too bad. Okay, so let me switch this over. There we go. So what do you think? You think your house is bad? You haven't seen mine. Okay, Milton, stop talking to me. I know you're there. All right, let's see. Maybe we can start our commune community in Wisconsin. Well, there you go. One of these days I'll get there. One of these days. Back on my phone started to rain. Oh, I had to get undercover not to get my shoes wet. Okay. And the roadkill scooper. Don't forget that modification. Pros and cons to every place. Yes. Milton's fetching his dinner plate. There you go. My goal is to downsize and simplify it. Be able to be outdoors. Well, that's smart. All right. Tell him, Milton. Somebody call me? Hello. Hello. Hey. Oh, not much. How's it going? Ah, shoot. You may have done a lot of damage. You're going to have to flush it. Did you change the oil? Mm-hmm. Right. Oh. Let me think. I can't get. Are you talking about the one at the very back? Underneath the cabinet. Okay. And it won't come loose. Does it have the little hex head on it that you can turn it or use it? Huh. That's pretty bad. I mean, that should come right off. It must have got corroded. It must have like water on the inside that corroded it. What I would do is keep spraying the outside of it with penetrating oil. When you turn it, start tapping on it with like a rubber mallet or wooden hammer and just keep shocking it and it should come loose. If it's still running good, it hasn't messed it up, but what I would do, I would run it and then maybe change the hydraulic oil again. Well, what I would do, you put a new filter on there. Once you get it running, maybe in a couple of days, unscrew the main hydraulic filter, dump it out and see what the oil looks like. If the oil looks okay, then you're good. But if not, I would change the oil again because there may be some hidden somewhere in the system. So far, just making lunch. I'm trying to get stuff done, but the weather yesterday was kind of cloudy, but it didn't rain. It looks like today it's okay. But I'm glad that, so when you change the filter, the machine did improve. Okay. Okay. Because when you get it together, if you want, I'll come by. I'll take a look at it. Hopefully there wasn't any permanent damage done. But and if water got in there, see the problem is that if the rust floats around in there, it can destroy the pumps. And if it's been running like that for a long time, it may already be damaged. But I think, but yeah. I don't know how the water got in there. That's weird. You think maybe that the cap was left off and it rained on it? It could be. Yeah, I have to look and see, because it shouldn't. How much water was it? Like a half a gallon or something? Oh, okay. Was there any water that was separate, or was just mixed in the oil? Was there any separate water, or was it just mixed in the oil? Oh, it's probably fine. You're probably good. That's probably okay. I think you'll be all right. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that's good. That's a friend of mine that has a dragon fruit farm, and the bobcat was acting up, and I told them the filter is probably clogged. They took it out. There was water in the system. So, but I think they can save it. It's expensive when those pumps go out. It can be a really expensive mess. Pyrolysis plastic to plastoline, we plan to do that here. Also, look into wood gas. Wood gas is something that I did for many years. It was a great way to, to get things going. Okay, looks like the Jurassic Park amber with mosquito inside. Okay, sounds like my refrigerator. About 2.5 hours drive from Cary. Okay, well, that's a lot closer than me. I don't think Carrie is interested in what we're talking about, Rick. At least, that is my impression. I think Carrie is more interested in marketing his carnivore lifestyle and growing his YouTube channel. I don't think Carrie's really interested in the homesteading anymore. The homesteading thing wasn't really... It was good for a while, but I think his concern more is trying to market different products. That's what he seems to be into. And good for him, if he can make some money out of it, that's great. I think, that's what I think. That's one of the reasons I don't see, Carrie never talks to me except when there's some type of a misunderstanding, which we cleared up. So that's really good. And let's see, where are you from? Sizzling, crackling, fire burning. Fort Worth, Texas, there we go. I love sitting on my front porch in the rain, there we are. Southern Maine this morning. No rain in New York City yet. That was in the 40s, now up to upper 70s. It's on a lake. Okay. Appearance of an ocean. I'm actually looking into raising cavies for possible meat source. What is cavies? C-A-V-Y-S. Cavies. You mean cattle, or is that something else? Maybe capybaras, or... That'd be interesting to see what that is. It's bogey again. Yeah, it just stopped. Waiting to finish my coffee, then back out. Okay, he's talking about the rain. How are you doing, Lewis? Seems nice. Well, we still have about 28 people, and it's way past that time. The Great Lakes are an ocean, largest freshwater body. The Great Lakes area has a lot of potential, and I mean, there was sort of a decline in manufacturing, but I do believe that part of the U.S. is probably the most stable, and that's really good. Is his chicken still frying? My chicken is still frying. Do you ever see a grouse? Okay. Make the call, deepest I think. Don't worry, Milton will turn it off. I usually go by smell. Let me take you in there. Maybe we can check out the chicken together. I'm surprised this works. I am using the Wi-Fi router in the back here, so hopefully it still works in the kitchen. Let me change the camera here. All right, and let's see. All right. Is that working? Yes. Let's check on the chicken. Now, I can't see your comments when I do this, but I will definitely move over here through the pile of junk, over there to the kitchen. Remember, my house is a storage area because it's small. The chicken, you can see, is still a little bit raw in some places, So what we want to do, we want to move it around. See, we'll turn it over. And I always like to do this. It still needs probably another 10 minutes or so, but all right. Put that over there. Let's check out the other one. I always put a metal grate so it doesn't stick to the bottom. And we can see. What? What's the matter, baby? What? It's not ready yet. You silly puss. What? Little black menace. Look at that black menace. Look at that black menace. What? What? Okay. Go on. No. Bad kitty. All right. So we got a little more cooking to do. See, there's my karaoke speaker over there. Old microwave. A friend of mine was supposed to pick this up. He wanted a big microwave. It's sitting here. I guess I'll have to strip it. Here's the old stereo from my room. Here's an extra hose for my torch. They gave me this blower, which I can use for parts for mine. This is my wet or dry vac. Here's that junk. What is that? A bandsaw from Sears. Right there. This is the Sears Craftsman drill press that I've been working on. This is a compressor I have to install. There's my vacuum cleaner. And I got stuff. Books. I got stuff everywhere. It's a mess. What? What's the matter? You're a silly cat. Yes, you are. Very silly cat. All right. Anyway. Let's see here. Oh, there's a good... One of my favorite people on YouTube is on. Wow. I'm fortunate. Okay, let's go over here and we'll change this to that one. And we are good to go. What? Milton. That's a good question. Great place. The Texas Hill Country is the best part of the state overall, but Fort Worth has a lot of charm. We have a lot of geese and wild turkeys where I am. What did your friend screw up? So we can learn a little from your advice. Well, that depends which friend you're talking about. If you specify, I will try and answer that. He hasn't entered the dragon fruit farm. If you're talking about my friend that has dragon fruit, because Mexicans, Guatemalans, and other various immigrants that work over there, because those are the only people that do that kind of work. They are somewhat incompetent when it comes to equipment. They don't take care of anything. They don't check oil levels. If you hire those people, you need to do that yourself. He goes away for a while, and the only time you hear anything is when the machine is broken. They have one of these tracked bobcats, which it was in good shape ago, but now it looks like it's been through the wood, so it's got problems. But sound like sound like water got in the hydraulic system. It's a bobcat. It's a tracked bobcat. My geography is good. Great things about hill country. I always think about hill country as like a dry place with tornadoes. That's what I think about. A bunch of dark cities, which I like the idea. Carrying these more dollar signs floating above your head. Well, there you go. I hate to say it, but dollar signs here. Hill country might be expensive, but maybe there are some more affordable areas. Yes. All right. Trapping some cats before the big bad nor'easter comes through. Oh, trying to save the kitties from being frozen, huh? Loves cats. I selfishly want your responsibility for me. Yeah, right? You're a good man. Yes, he is. He's always trying to help the kitty cats. There are plots around Canyon Lake with simple structured trailers on them, low cost. Still fancy neighborhoods in other parts, usually close to the water. all those Californicators. Right, that's what I meant, Rick. He's not into fostering local connections, promoting local farmers. No, he doesn't seem to be. It seems like the whole movie thing and the whole meetups, he's trying to gather up like the more influential people. And I don't know what his motive is, but when it comes to those of us that are quacks, I don't think he's targeting our type. I really don't think. I don't think it's as inclusive as some of us. Some of us are very inclusive. I mean, look at me. I have vegan friends. I have friends, standard American diet. I tell them what fruits and vegetables they should be eating and the ones they shouldn't. Can you imagine Carrie telling people, well, you know, you shouldn't eat mangoes, but avocados are probably good for you. I just can't see that. It'll be like, lion diet, lion diet, lion diet. Ain't no lion diet. A lion eats anything that moves. A lion will eat a gazelle. It'll eat a rat. It'll eat grass. A lion will eat anything when it's hungry. That would be the Rick's lion diet. Just replace Lion with Lying, and now you've got the standard American diet. Didn't know about dark cities, low light pollution, good. Miami has a lot of light pollution. This place is out of control. My house is the only one in the neighborhood I don't turn a light on at night. Everybody else, they got lights on the house. They got lights on the fence. They got lights everywhere. I tell everybody it's a prison. Prison has a lot of lights. Forest does not. My yard is dark, and thank goodness, because I got a neighbor that's got so many lights in the front, I had to plant a dense hedge just to block all that light. I don't want this shines right to my window. So I'm like, no problem. Problem solved. Guinea pig is what I think cavies are. Okay. Look that up. It's not salt water, but Lake Michigan looks like the ocean with waves. Yeah. It's just cold. 4 miles from a small, secluded beach. Work better for him. Switch to silvopasture and put critters between the trees to work. And the other thing, too, what a lot of people don't know, you can actually feed certain trees. Like, for example, here in Florida, we have a tree called the mimosa. Not the drink, it's a tree. But in a lot of the country, you have a similar tree called, I think it's called a locust tree or honey locust tree, which is invasive, and you can definitely give that to cattle. On it. So there's some trees that are edible. Little Monster is definitely hungry. Yes, he is. But he's finicky. I gave him some pork he didn't want. I guess when he saw that cat food, he got mad at me, and now he doesn't want to eat anything. I didn't know people raise them for food. But why not? They get pretty big. And Lewis says, I trapped a baby Milton. I'll send you a photo. Another little black Venice. I'll tell you, out of all the cats I've ever had, the black ones are the most interactive. They talk to you. They are so cute. I love black cats. I love black cats. I tried not to have a pet, but my neighbor found the black cat, brought it to me. I'm like, oh boy, I'll take him. They look like big guinea pigs. Okay. Kind of like guinea pig, just larger. There's wild guinea pigs in the neighborhood here. There's a house they hang out at. Larger. Throw on a wetsuit and go in. Some interesting islands around there too, I think. Okay. Must be talking about Wisconsin. The one exterior light, you turn that off, pitch black. That's why I like hurricanes here. When we have a hurricane, it knocks all the power out. My entire neighborhood is dark. The only place that has light is mine. And that's the only time I turn my light on. I turn on my fluorescent light when there's no power. I'm running on the diesel generator. I turn the light on. But I walk around the neighborhood. It's fantastic. You hear no air conditioners. You may hear generators for a couple days. Once they run out of fuel, after about the 5th or 6th day with no power, totally silent. And boy, am I a happy person. It's like, wow, amazing. Only my house, I hear the low cluck, 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 cluck of the old Lister generator. It goes cluck, 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 and that's it. Okay, Milwaukee. Yes, I like being near the water. Okay. Think of all those northern states that have those polar plunges. Yep. Liking cold plunge, no doubt. I think the heart attack is almost ready. Let me check on my heart attack. I'll be right back. Oh, is my heart attack ready? Is my heart attack? Where's the milk? Oh, you're so fast. Come here. You want me to chase you? Come here. What? What? Milton, you're a bad. You're a bad Milton, aren't you? You're trying to attack me. You sneak up on me and attack my leg. You're a silly kitty. Oh, there he goes. You going to attack? Come here. Silly cat. Oh my goodness. Silly foot. Silly foot. A bad pussycat. You're such a bad kitty. You're sneaking up on me. You're so funny. You gotta sneak up on me and attack. That's the way he does it. Alright, let's see here. I have some jerky dehydrating. That's awesome. That's awesome. I don't know if you do it in an oven or out in a solar oven. In fact, that's how I did Milton's meat. I did the meat in my solar oven outside. It works really well. What? Milton, come here. Milton, don't chew that cord. Milton, get over here. Come on. Oh my goodness. You want to get shocked again? Come on. Come here. Come on. Come on. Here he goes. Attack time. A pussycat. Oh, he's going to attack. Look at that little monster. Look at that little monster. He's back. You are so cute. Okay, let's see what else we got here. I think his focus is a documentary and raising money for that. So he is interested in connecting with people or organizations who are sources of dollars. Yes, I agree with that. And I got in trouble for saying that. It's okay. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's reality. Why would you waste your time with a bunch of poor people that can't give you anything? See, you don't see him out there giving anybody anything. He's basically asking for it because that's his goal. His goal is to finish the movie. Oh, Milton, now you're chewing paper? You're going to get sick on that. Look at this cat. Yeah, I'm watching you. You're a silly pussycat. Look at that cat. I like you, but my goodness, are you destructive. And if you think that's bad, you should see what happened when Milton got into my communication closet. He rewired my phone system in a matter of minutes. All right. Cabin up in the National Forest is off-grid. And Lewis has a question. Where did Milton get his name? Milton got his name because my neighbor discovered him while driving during Hurricane Milton. He said he was running in and out of the street, grabbed him, and he wanted to keep him as a pet, but his mother was afraid of cats. So he tried to give him to everybody, and then he came to my house and gave him to me. So Milton got his name from Hurricane Milton. That's what he called him. I was going to call him Shadow, which is what my friend's black cat used to be. And that'd be an appropriate name because he follows me everywhere. But I ended up calling him Milton. I call him the Black Menace. I call him anything. I call him, get out of here. My cat is crazy. I love him though. All right, let's see. I'm not being snarky. Just his priority is doing what will fund his project, which makes sense for him. Exactly. No, I agree with that. I understand that. That's why he doesn't have time for the rest of us. It's all try to connect with the big shots in the space so they'll get behind his project. That's why I'm hoping that when the movie fails, he will wake up and he will return to his roots. And I think he will. And again, don't get mad at me. I'm not saying that the movie is a failure. What I'm saying is you have too many expectations. It's not going to do everything that you think it will. But it will be an excellent record. In other words, like a cult classic, a movie that originally bombs, but then later on becomes popular. That's what's going to happen to the Healing Humanity movie. So it's not a waste of time. It's a good thing. You're documenting the stories of different people. That's great. But I don't think it's going to have that super duper earth-changing whatever. It's not going to happen. But it's a worthwhile exercise. And if I had the money, I would donate to his movie as well. I mean, he's putting a lot of work into it. And I've said this many times. It's just people misunderstand me. They think that I'm trashing his movie. I'm not trashing his movie. I'm just saying don't get your hopes up. Because my experience has always been things don't turn out the way you say they were. And that's why we talked about this back in July. July, on my 18-year anniversary, Carrie called in. I had my little acoustical panel set up. We talked about it. And if you want to see what I said, you can simply go back to that live stream and listen in. It was very interesting. In fact, I need to go back and listen to it again. I even thought about, I had a couple of my subscribers saying, Rick, you ought to make some shorts out of that video. But I didn't see the point of doing it. But again, when I meet him in person, I have a feeling that certain people are going to be really interested. I know Russ, he's going to want to hang out with me. And I have a feeling that Dr. Kiltz is going to be happy to meet me. We're going to, I think we'll spend some time together. Once he sees me in person, he'll probably like me a lot more. It'll be like Mitch. You know how Dr. Kiltz and Mitch like each other a lot? I think that once he meets me, he'll like me. But I'm wondering when Carrie and his group meet me, how they react. It's going to be very interesting. I'm the kind of person that people either like me a lot or just stay away from me. It's one of the two. I had a black cat that didn't return to home one day before we had a deballing appointment with the vet. He must have known something. Well, that's why I keep quiet about getting Milton fixed. Yeah? Oh, Milton, do you want to be fixed? You want to be fixed? Good thing you don't speak English. He's like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. And I am not going to tolerate it. Look at that cat. What? Huh? You sure are a healthy kitty. You're spoiled, but you're healthy. Use an AI filter that makes you look like Scrooge McDuck and watch him warm up to you real quick. Yeah. I was trying to connect with him because the Village Network we were putting together in our state has to be commercial color. Were you able to contact him? Well, that's it. If you're working with mostly low income, probably won't be interested. Yep. I mean, dehydrator, the black blur. There you go. I mean, he's not just fighting favor, he's fighting it. Yeah. Your cabin. That's also important to me in the outskirts now. There's so much light at night. Right. The Phantom Menace. I'm hoping to watch it. Now, when Adam, Adam Lacey was on with Thomas, he mentioned that they were going to make it available at low cost or no cost or something like that. I don't know who's calling me. Yeah, I don't waste my time with that. Not important. But I have not been able to get access to the Animal movie. I've looked all over. I can't find it. I don't have a streaming service. And this was my complaint. There's still a lot of people out there that don't have a streaming service. They're so interested in making money, they don't want people to watch this, I think you're missing out on it. Great animal. If somebody sends it to me, I'll watch it, but I ain't paying to watch nobody's movie. I'm making my own movie right now. You have good resources, like articles about how lighting up your yard like Christmas year-round does not increase security. You know, it's funny because my yard is dark and nobody wants to come here. When people walk around at night, they walk on the other side of the street. They're afraid of my house. They robbed the houses next to me. They never came in this yard. You think about it. You come in my house, I got bars on the windows. I mean, look. Those are iron bars from back. I don't know if you can't really see them, but if you look, I see the iron bars outside. That's what I hang my bicycle on. Yeah, they could steal my bike, but... So you got to cut through the iron bars. The doors are steel. If I hear somebody coming, I'm going to be waiting for them. And I know that they've come to my house to get the free lead. The free lead is always available. The trick is catching it. It may go right through you. So, you know, if you're coming here for the free lead, you're better off saying, hey, can I have some of the free lead? And I'll point to the scrap pile. Yeah, but otherwise you're going to get it delivered very quickly and you won't be able to catch it. Maybe that's why he's playing with the paper. He thinks it's edible. Of course they'll like you. I'm not sure if you're referring to me or somebody else. No, it's not me. First insects show up, and then a bat will show up and run a circle around the cabin, opening his mouth as he streaks past. There you go. It's not an insult, it's just his reality. Exactly. I'm not trying to insult anybody, and if somebody's watching, they're watching me to see if I see something bad about somebody else. This is the reality of the situation. And I'm just telling you how I feel. It doesn't matter what I think. Who cares? That doesn't matter. It's going to matter what the general public thinks. Right, Mr. Milton? You're so pretty. I think my heart attack chicken is ready. You want some? I'll give you some. I always do. Burp, burp, burp. Smells like it's ready. Let's see. Listen to the delicious. It's still sizzling. Hello, Milton. You want some heart attack chicken, don't you? It's still sizzling. Listen. Eat it up while it's still sizzling. Remember Bugs Bunny? For the chicken? Okay, Milton. It's too hot for you, all right? So, I'm having my heart attack. A very light lunch. We have 3 pieces of heart attack chicken, 2 leg quarters, and a little tiny leg. So this is, it's like a very small meal. We're in economy mode right now, so we're going to have a very small meal. And I'm going to use some salt. So we'll put salt all over the heart attack chicken. We want to make sure that we increase the coronary catastrophe. Very, very important. We do not want to have anything low fat or low salt on the heart attack diet. What do we got here? Ballless and flawless. Oh, poor kitty. Kitty with no nuts. Okay. Why do I hear a noise outside? I gotta fix that camera. Huh. Okay. As long as it's not code enforcement, And I got some rotten duck eggs ready if it's code enforcement, so we'll keep that ready for them. Nice. Oh yeah. That's real good. Yum yum. Okay. It's funny, I'm always eating on camera. That's what people tell me. My life is about enjoying food. Okay, that would be very interesting to promote if one was an influencer, I would think. Yes. Aren't those chicken legs cremated by now? No. Look at this. Delicious. Look at that steam. Perfectly cooked. Tasty. I'm crunchy too. Nothing like a good heart attack. Right. I've not seen an animal movie. Can't find it anywhere to steal. That means it's not popular. Popular content and concealed. Exactly. See what I mean? The same thing's going to happen with the Healing Humanity movie. Wait and see. I'm not being negative. I'm being realistic. You're not going to make a difference with the movie. A movie normally comes after the movement starts. We'll see. Just came back still alive. Doors and windows secure, but the walls. The walls are concrete block and poured concrete. Very difficult to break through. I wasn't going to pay to watch animal movie. Not me either. I left a message via PH. This theater. Oh, by phone. Okay. And emailed and commented. And he never returned the message. That's what happened to me originally when somebody was criticizing his movie and I sent him a message. He didn't respond. But the funny thing is, once I made a big stink about it, then he responded very quickly. So I guess the squeaky wheel gets the grease. What is going on outside? I would look out there, but Milton will run outside, you silly puss. Oh well. Anyway. He and his wife have a lot of businesses. They run the movie theater, have an Airbnb, dog boarding business, and the Amazon business. Maybe even more, so they are very busy. Yes, that's what I figured. Animal was one of the Muppets. Animal was on the Muppet Show. Remember that? I remember that pretty well. Always played the drums. I remember him. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. The Muppet Show tonight. I'm old enough to remember the Muppet Show. I actually have a post about us looking for influencers. Well, hopefully they don't give you influenza. Yes, what Rick said. Okay. Anyone who goes to a handful of live streams regularly, skip animal. It's okay. Same faces, same talking points. Exactly. For us, it's a waste of time. Not only do we know this, we live this. All I gotta do if I want to see a carnivore talk, I'll just look at my computer right now. Or, here's my favorite carnivore. What you doing, monster? Huh? Little black menace. Okay. Yep. Daffy Duck's unceremonious end. Alright. I remember now, challenge I see. Anyone who is an influencer is interested in making money. And well, a project like yours doesn't. That's correct. Thing is, here's the way I see it. The only thing I need money for is to buy what I need. What if I could get what I need without spending money? Like a dumpster. Or catch it at the canal. If it wasn't for property tax and energy, I wouldn't have to use money at all. Hey Milton, you got some chicken, don't worry. Here comes Milton. Here, Milton. Check this over here. Hold on, Milton. Hey, guy. Want some chicken? Too hot for you. Okay. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. Very nice. Here. Go play with it. There it goes. Honey cat. All right. Very poorly done, nothing new. I guess you're talking about that movie. There's nothing new about this. It's been around for generations. PVC air compressor duck egg launcher. You know, I used to launch air potatoes, which is a weed. And when kids would come here when I was younger to throw eggs on Halloween, I used to shoot them with the air potatoes. I hit them hard. They stopped throwing the eggs. I'm on my way to Miami to have some chicken with you. Well, come on down. We can head to the canal, maybe catch a duck, have heart attack duck. I never understood why they said Colonel Sanders chicken was finger licking good. Heart attack chicken is not finger licking good. It's good. Delicious. If I buy the animal movie, I'll invite y'all to see it on my site. I do have a bunch of Parallel Society ones from Mickey Willis. Okay. I'm there though. Right? Yeah, Milton's having fun with the paper again. Okay. You need to find someone who shares your passion, or best, you need to become an influencer. Okay, that's true. He spoke on the film. He imagines a vacuum cleaner stuffing up dollars out of his pocket. Right? I haven't watched Animal yet either. I'm waiting on free streaming. Yeah, exactly. That one has been hard. That's because nobody wants to see it. It was a flop. It was a total flop. If you don't give the stuff away, you're not going to get any interest. I think people make more money when they let the stuff go away for free because it stimulates interest. Marketing ain't cheap. When you think about it, you got to pay somebody to advertise money. It's cheaper to let people download it for free, and if they like the movie, they'll buy it from you. I know a lot of people who download stuff for free, and you know what they tell me? Before they buy a movie, they find a place to download it for free. If they like the movie and they want to support it, they buy it. That's it. Simple. And you know, the sad thing is, I'd actually forgot about the movie until somebody mentioned it. That's how sad this is. I was talking about Animal movie and now I've forgotten about it. Okay. Crabs and bills in the air. Okay. Everything you do is co-op. Influencer would get 1/3 the proceeds. Okay. Well, you're not going to make any money as an influencer, at least from my experience. Animal ad. Have you seen this very important movie? Could you add geothermal cooling to eliminate your colonies? Maybe over there, but you can't do it in Florida. the average temperature here only goes 10 degrees. So if it's 85 during the day, 95 during the day, it's 85 at night. Geothermal does not work in Florida, but in other places it might. No neighbors, we haven't. This thing sells itself. Have you ever fried heart attack duck? Yes, I have. Heart attack duck and heart attack iguana. Delicious. Milton's over there chomping on the bone. Yep. He likes to play with the bones. All right. Oh, it's good stuff. I love heart attack chicken. Absolutely delicious. And so cheap. Cheaper than Taco Bell. And unlike Taco Bell, you don't have to go to the toilet that fast. In Taco Bell, within 3 hours, you're on the porcelain throne. Yeah, porcelain throne. Delicious. There you go. We can make a carnivore movie also better. Comedy in action. Rick going to the canal, pointing to the water, telling me they took a gator, and then shoving me back in the water. My feral cats like bones. They get some meat too. There we go. Hey, are you carrying a gator attack? I'll tell you. You know, that's the other thing too about the movie, which I mentioned before. So if you're watching, Carrie, I ain't making fun of you. When they did the first trailer, it was like, kind of boring. The second one was better. So they're trying, but I don't know. We'll see. I know for people that are a betting type, I wouldn't bet that that thing's going to be a blockbuster. Total failure? No. Not a total failure. I'm thinking more cult classic. That's what I'm thinking. And speaking of the movie, we were talking about old carnivore Kip lately. That's now Kip Moore. And he was talking about he needed the, what do you call it? The bypass surgery. Well, somebody else mentioned a comment that I was going to mention before they mentioned it. What about Bill Knott? Bill Knott was far more obese than Kip. Bill Knott was confined to basically a room. He didn't get any surgery. Look at him now. Do you watch Bill Knott's channel? I do. I think he's very inspiring. And he's a big part of the movie, so it's going to be nice to see. Maybe somebody would watch that. Maybe somebody like Kip that's thinking about getting surgery, they might watch Carrie's movie and go, you know what? I'm going to try this carnivore diet. So, who knows? Don't give dogs, cats cooked bones. Never had a problem. I haven't either. The thing is, the deep fried bones, they don't change much. They're almost like raw bones. I would watch yours. Putting chickens in wheelchairs. Right? Let's see. Good afternoon, Rick. Good afternoon, Larry. I'm still here. Usually be gone by now, but somehow I'm still here. I got 29 people watching. I'm having delicious Look at the crunchy skin of the hardtack chicken. What a nice crunch. And again, hit it with the salt. You want to get that heart attack. Salt it like crazy. I don't salt beef, so we're going to make it up with the chicken. So good. You gave up on the bone, Milton? Sandy says, I think Bill Knott was held up in small house for 7 years. Yeah, exactly. I mean, seriously. Bill Knott was going down the drain fast. He contacted Carrie. And Carrie decided, you know what? I'm going to help this guy out. So, you can't criticize him. I don't know what his motives were, but I think they were good motives. Carrie could have ignored him, but he didn't. Not only that, Bill lives in Alaska. Alaska, in the middle of nowhere. And yet, Carrie took his time, family time, went all the way out to Alaska to meet up with Bill. He didn't have to do that. He could have just kept remote contact with him. But he took the time out, and, you know, so obviously Carrie cares a lot. I mean, a lot. Now, that's a good thing, you know. Yummy, yummy. Alright. Yeah. Bedridden, his room was built to have a toilet close to his bed. Exactly. And, I mean, obviously, when you watch Bill Knott versus watching, and he has his cat Daisy, by the way, which is, he's a cat person. Everybody loves Daisy, right? I got Milton. So, let's do a comparison. Bill Knott and Daisy versus Rick and Milton. Okay? Hey, Milton. Milton is a complete menace. Rick is always on the move. And so is Milton. Yeah. One more chicken? No. I gave you some, now you won't want to have. But the thing is, Bill was basically bedridden. He had no future. What did he have to look forward to? Wait to die. Now, he can go out and about, can ride his ATV, go outside in the summer. He got his life back. Dr. Chafee also helped him, and it was like a team effort. But really, when it comes down to it, Carrie Mann is the main reason why Bill Knott is doing what he's doing. And Bill Knott doesn't make excuses. Some of the other people in the carnivore space, they lose a lot of weight, they gain the weight back, they make excuses. No excuses from Bill. None. So that's kind of a good thing. Isn't it, Milton? I mean, he does love his cat. He even built a sort of an indoor-outdoor thing where his cat can get a little time outside without being in danger from the Alaska wildlife. So, that's great. Again, Bill Knott's very inspiring. So, if I ever do get to see Carrie's movie, I'm going to look forward to seeing Bill in there and see the progress that's made. Right, Milton? What I don't want to see is a Milton versus Daisy thing. I don't know which one of those two is more of a menace. That's funny. Alright, let's see what we got here on the comments section. Yes, Wendy. Question. Did you say beef tallow for heart attack chicken or bacon grease? You can use either one. You can also use pure white lard. It doesn't matter. Any animal fat will make delicious heart attack chicken. I can already feel the chest pain coming on. I can feel my arteries clogging up. So when I get on my bike ride and go all out, I can thank my heart attack. Here, have another bone. He's like, nah, I'm going to hang out with my friend here. And Sandy says, Bill Knott is awesome. Yes. Yes, he is. I use lard. Lard is a great choice. It's cheap. Well, cheaper than beef tallow. And it works good. It does not have a piggy flavor. Any kind of animal fat is really going to bring out the goodness of chicken. Oh, yeah. People say, well, what does Rick really eat? Just watch his videos. You'll see. I not only ate the chicken on camera, but I showed you how I cooked it. The problem is, I get lard all over my shirt. Oh well. I'm going to wash this anyway pretty soon. I'll be hanging this outside to dry once the sun is out. The sun's still out. Whatever you have enough of. Yep. I have more tallow than bacon grease. Well, there you go. Tallow is the best. Tallow is the best. Use it and enjoy. Yeah. Make some hearts of chicken, wet batter of eggs, and dry batter with pork panko. Oddly tastes like country fried chicken. Well, of course it does. The flour that they put chicken on doesn't have any flavor. The flavor comes from what you put on it. So if you cook with pork rinds and animal foods, it's still going to be flavorful. Daisy's a no, yes. That's what I said. I don't want to see a Daisy versus Milton thing. Yeah, ultimate cat fight. Bill is very encouraging. He doesn't tone down his faith, and that puts a few people off. Well, you see, that faith is probably why he's still alive. Whether or not you believe in God, that's your business. But you need to believe in something. If you don't believe in God, what are you going to believe in? You believe in maybe friendships or whatever. But having that faith, it keeps some people from feeling like they're alone. And whenever they have a difficult moment or they have a problem, they can turn to prayer and it'll make them feel better. So, why not? I have no idea why people get so critical when people start talking about scriptures and Bible and all that. There's a lot of people in the carnivore community that push that very much. And that's one of those things that you need to respect. The whole idea is to have freedom of religion. Freedom of religion means you have the freedom not to have a religion. So if you're one of those people that doesn't believe in God, you need to respect the views of other people who do. And if you're one of the people that believes in God, you need to respect the fact that some people don't. And that's it. You can share your faith, but if they don't reciprocate, what are you going to do? Sounds yummy. Oh, it is. Try it. You won't regret it. Pork panko, real panko is carbs. Right. But what I do, just get some pork rinds. When you cook your pig, cook the skin up, deep fry it, and make it until it's crunchy. And then you just break it up. Just smash it up with your fist. You put your meat, you roll it around in eggs. You got to take your meat, wash it, dry it off, roll it around in eggs, and then drop your pork crumbs on it. Chuck it into the fryer. And I'll tell you one thing. It's absolutely delicious. There's no duck food that tastes as good as heart attack chicken. And as you can see, it's gone. And I could eat more. I could eat another 3 pieces of chicken. But I'm trying to cut back because of expense. Hopefully I don't lose too much weight. I'm holding around 200 pounds. But I don't want to get down. If I get below 190, I'm going to have to go to the canal and really grab whatever I can. Even if I have to eat mercury fish, I got to eat something because I don't want to get skinny. Getting skinny is bad news for me. For the average person, they'd be happy. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put this Let's see. Let me wash my hands off because Milton, you made a mess. Bones everywhere. Look at that. I got all that lard on my hands. Let me go in there and wash this off. Come on, Milton. What are you doing? Dragging bones all over the floor? Live call. Ah! Come on, Milton. Watch out, Milton, you silly boy. You're gonna trip me with a little pause. All right. Does anybody remember that commercial for Life Call? I'm having chest pains. That's what I always say after I have my heart attack chicken. So let me go over here and a little coffee. Let's see what we got here. All right. Okay. All right, let's see. Life call. Life call. There we are. Let's see if I can bring this up. All right. Let's see. There we go. Let's hit this. And let's see. Where the heck is the sound? Okay. Go. Up. Come on.
Recently, when I became deathly ill, I was able to summon an ambulance, my next-door neighbor, my family, and my doctor without picking up a telephone. I used this remote control to contact Life Call, my 24-hour emergency medical response service. Watch. You just press this button and speak into the air and...
I'm having chest pain.
I'm calling paramedics and your family, Mr. Miller.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
We're sending help immediately, Mrs. Fletcher.
See? Protect yourself with Life Call, and you're never alone. To get complete free information by mail about this affordable medical emergency response system, call toll-free now. Life Call can save your life, so call to get free details by mail right away.
For free information about Life Call, call 1-800-872-9100. That's 1-800-872-9100.
Low-quality ladders are unstable, poorly loaded, and dangerous. Check out the Beaver Telescope.
I'm having chest pains. Skinless boneless is put in a food processor and blend to a paste and make little nugget patties. And batter and beaten egg and pork panko for carnivore McNuggets. There you go. The only McNuggets that don't give McDiarrhea. And we got another car driving by. What is this? I must live in the ultimate high traffic area. A street that goes nowhere and everybody drives back and forth. I think people just drive around in circles so they're not bored. All right. Let's see.
What the heck did I just do?
Oh. All right. Okay. Anyway. Cut the thighs in cubes first to not stress my food processor. Well, I'll tell you what. If you want to get Carrie's attention, I was able to do it. It's very simple. Just start saying bad things about his movie, and then he'll cut you off from his channel. Then you can stir up the community, and you'll get his attention. So, I'm sure this. Hey, maybe you'll get his attention now. One of his people probably watching my channel, monitoring it, is like, oh, there goes Rick again. He's causing trouble. Every 6 months, Rick comes out there and stirs the pot. Oh, my goodness. For free from our chicken plant. Look at that. Pilgrim's Pride. They sell that here. How'd you get the chicken thighs for free? Good score. You hit the dumpster. Hi, pretty lady. We have a pilgrim's. Yeah. Mig diarrhea. I've gotten mig diarrhea a couple times. Remember the fake hair? Yes. Yes, Beefy707, who has not been back. I hope he's okay. I tried to email him, but I didn't get any response, so hopefully he hasn't had a heart attack. That'd be terrible. I wonder. Huh. Somebody's running a wood chipper. Oh my goodness. Milton, what did you do? Are you the Black Menace again? Alright, alright. Where'd the thing go? Oh my goodness. Oh, it's on the floor. You silly pet. Alright, there we go. Okay. There we go. Yep, I hear crunching. I'm just trying to be funny. Actually, like I said, you may get his attention because I know some of his people probably watch the channel. Maybe the word will get back to him. I mean, your channel seems interesting. I think he would like it. I think the problem is, like Ellen was saying, he's just way too busy. That's why when I sent him the email the first time, he didn't get it because he had too many things going on. I mean, look, I don't have that much going on. I can't keep up half the time with my email. I just don't spend enough time at the computer. So let me just go back to your channel. Oh. And give away extra stuff. Well, that's good. Wow. Wow. Well, that's one of the advantages of living in the country here. They don't have no chicken processing. The only chicken you'll find here is the chicken legs of the ugly tourists who go to the beach. That's the only chicken you'll find. Wow. Well, if you chicken wings, I hope you're making heart attack wings. The coronary cluckers. They're the only chicken wings that give you chest pains just by looking at them. Oh. Well, you can always go to Mitch's channel for a good rant, or you can go to Rick's channel for a good funny rant too. See, you can have a place to sit here and live off heart attack chicken. Now all I gotta do is find a place that sells pigs and get my hands on enough pig fat to make some lard. I'll get all that lard cooking, all that heart attack chicken. And wherever I live, you know I'm going to bring my ducks and iguanas with me. I may have to make a special house for the iguanas, but there we go. I smoke the wings in my electric smoker. Well, that's a problem because, again, I don't use electricity for cooking. I'm like the Amish. See, the Amish people, they don't use electricity. Well, I don't use electricity for cooking. That's one of my rules. So I'd have to use actual smoke. I'm crazy interest to getting your brain. Check out my Substack articles. Well, I'm going to have to do that. I got to look you up. Let me go back here. What did I do with that page? Okay. Let's see. Okay. What did I do with this? Whoops.
Recently, when I became deathly...
So much for that. Okay. What the heck did I just do? All right. Okay. Huh. All right. It's weird. Oh, where'd it go? All right, let's see. I accumulate so much beef fat from burgers, I could keep you stocked up on tallow. Well, there you go. Everyone can work together and try to give Rick the heart attack he's been looking for. I've been trying for decades to get the big one. I just can't get it. It's like Peter says. I've been trying to get a heart attack for years, and all I do is keep getting thinner. I could pass for a vegan. I'm so skinny. Let's see. I prefer you to Mitch. Well, thank you. Everybody has their preference. I guess some people like what came out of the dumpster. That's me. I came out of the dumpster. Mitch is a love, though. Well, there you go. We appreciate Mitch for what he is. Mitch is unique in the carnivore community. There's nobody else like Mitch. Not even close. And there's nobody else like Rick. Not even close. Because, I mean, Mitch is more mainstream than I am. And Mitch is not what I would consider to be average in any way. But he's still more mainstream than me. I mean, he lives a more normal life. You're not going to see Mitch picking food out of a dumpster, hunting ducks or iguanas from the canal, pushing a van when it breaks down, riding a bike all over the place. Mitch has a new car. Mitch works for his money. I mean, he can't risk have some piece of junk. Can you imagine Mitch driving a 30-year-old rust bucket falling apart and then it breaks down and he's got to go out there and struggle to fix it? No. So and he lives in the trailer park, and he doesn't have to worry about yard work. They bother him all the time when he's doing his live stream and make noise. And then he has people that he can talk to, and then he has his kids. You know, he's smart. He lets the kids live their own life. So Mitch has a totally different life. My life, I live by myself. I have a cat. That's it. Mitch would never have a cat because pets are not his thing. And that's again, but there's a similarity. We're both outspoken. We both have our own ideas about things. Neither one of us really cares what other people think. You know, the difference is when somebody starts arguing with Mitch and, you know, disagreeing with him, he just goodbye. I don't want to deal with you. I'm not going to waste my time. My life is short. I'm not going to waste my time with you. And me, I just laugh at him. So it's basically the same thing. It's just a little different. Let's put it that way. And that's probably the reason why I like his channel so much. I think Mitch is awesome. I don't criticize him. You never see me making fun of him. What am I going to do? I got a lot of respect for Mitch because I can see some of myself in him. That's the funny thing. And it's amazing. We're two totally different people, but we still have something in common. I like that. And besides, when I was a kid, I had a lot of older friends. Mitch is like the kind of person I made friends with when I was a kid. The senior citizen who's had a lot of experience, is retired, willing to talk to me, and Milton just jumped up here. What? Milton's on the rampage. I learned so much from the old timers. That's why I know as much as I do about this area and the history and how to do things. The old timers were the most, the kids my age, most of them knew nothing. What they told me was nonsense. The only ones that knew anything are the ones that had older friends. And that's what it is. So, like Mitch says, I'm a baby compared to him. Well, I'm not a baby, but Mitch was already, well, he's 78. So he's already 21 years old when I was born. So yeah, technically I'm a baby compared to Mitch. That's great though. Isn't it a nice thing that we have this internet where we can meet people without meeting them in person first? And then when we do meet them in person, it's almost like we know them. And Mitch, he has his coffee and cigars, but otherwise he eats the same thing that I do. He likes his tech gadgets. I like my tech gadgets. My tech gadgets are not quite as nice as his, but, you know, Mitch gets the tech gadgets first, and then I get whatever somebody else threw away. I cobble it together. And I have some things that Mitch doesn't have, and he has a lot of things that I don't have. But I enjoy it. I like being able to go and have a conversation. You know, thanks to my friend Kurt, he put me in the private community with Mitch. I can go in there. And I think I add a lot to the carnivore community, and that's great. It's really interesting. I think the whole thing is just, it's fascinating. Why do you think I spend Saturday morning with you, my friends, online? Because I want to establish a relationship. And then that way, now while times are relatively good, we can make the connections. When times go bad, we know who to trust. I'm building a giant dome greenhouse for my chickens to help me in mini silver pasture. Well, that's good. You know, the other thing I've seen people, they build these portable chicken houses. I mean, you got the chicken tractor, but they actually have, I saw somebody with a dome, and what they did, they made it so they could get inside the dome and move it so they can move the chickens from the inside. That's another idea. But anyway, and Mitch is her favorite grumpy uncle. There you go. And Carnivore Talk, good afternoon. Bob is here. Good afternoon. I see you've taken some time to drop in to the Quack Center here, you know, the Quack House. Not the Crack House, the Quack House. Mitch is a professor. Rick is the average Joe professor. The ironic thing is, I taught at Miami-Dade College for 13 years, so technically I was a professor too. I taught electronics, computer repair, those A+ certificate classes, tech, math, all that stuff. That was really something. We have a hello to Carnivore Talk. You're in Pirate Town, aren't you? Yes.
Well, Florida is basically, my dad used to call it the Buccaneer town. Everybody here is trying to get something for nothing. That's Florida. Although they're mostly in the Keys, I'm sure they went to Miami as well. So anyway, and here I am. I just put my feet up on the old computer and relax. I'm not your typical YouTuber. Most of the YouTubers, they have their gaming chair and they sit there and they use the technology and all that. I'm sitting in front of a 10-year-old computer with a bunch of rigged up whatever. A crazy cat that's over here tearing the place up. What are you doing? And once this is over, I'll go outside and get some work done, hopefully. It's about 2:15. We have, let me see how many people we have. We have 20, 29? It keeps going up and down. It's kind of interesting. It really is fascinating. Let's see here. Yep. I know your actual professor. Yeah, I figured that. Crazy old Rick. He's a quack. I was a very popular teacher at the college. People would actually drop classes to take mine. They had to play a game because when they got somebody that wasn't very good, I was part-time, so they always had to get the full-timers to class first. They had to do bait and switch. A lot of times what they would do, they would sign me up for a class. When they got enough students in there, they'd move them around. And if it was somebody they didn't like, they would drop the class. So they had to start. It was a bit of a mission, but they finally gave up. They said, you know what? It's better if we get more people to take the less advanced classes with Rick, and then we'll have more for the upper classes and the regular professors. And it all worked out pretty well. At first, there was not enough students, but after the second year that I was there, it sort of fell into place. And then it was like a 4-to-1 ratio, generally. You had 4 times as many people take the intro class, like intro to electronics, than they would take the more advanced classes. And that's a pretty good ratio. So what I would do, every couple of terms, they would have the more advanced class. So there were times when I had almost a full load, and you could only have a certain amount of credit points before you were no longer part-time. And sometimes they'd have to give me an exemption. But I did teach at least one class every term. Sometimes I taught 3 classes in a term, which was almost full-time. So, but the full-timers get office hours, the part-timers don't. I did spend some time in the office, but that was on my own expense. I also worked as a tutor at the college for many years. I started tutoring in 1988 when I was a student, and I continued to tutor on and off until probably 1998. So probably 10 years on and off tutoring. I've had several jobs. I worked with companies that did electrical work, plumbing work. I also worked with a company that installed fiber optic cables. I had a business that did networking in the 90s. We had a business that did DVRs and networking in the early 2000s. I got out of that in 2008. 2010, I moved in with my parents. I took care of Dad for 2 years, Mom for another 8 years. So it wasn't until 2020, when my mom died, that basically I was freed up and able to do whatever I wanted to. And of course, the COVID thing hit. That turned everything upside down. But on the good side, it gave me a lot of IT work, setting up people, setting up a Zoom and podcast and multimedia at their home, a lot of database migration. So that worked out well. But then over time that died out, and now everything has gone back to normal, and I've resorted to doing odd jobs and labor. That's it. Okay, let's see. I idolize you, Rick. It's scary how much I've learned about you over a short period of time. But that's your fault. You're honest and open about yourself. Well, the problem is, I've done so many weird things. I have to be honest because I couldn't remember. I wouldn't be able to keep track of what I did if I wasn't honest. If I tried to make up some kind of lie, like I was a rich influencer living in a condo and driving a Lamborghini, then I would be easily spotted that I was lying. So I tell you the truth. I take you around my dump, my house. I show you my crappy van, broken down truck. I haven't showed you my rusted out Chargers yet, but I will. And you can see that I'm just a poor man, and that's it. And you're sitting on your floor. Okay. Well, that works. So, anyway, let me see here. Let me go back. Oh, here we go. All right. Let's see. Okay. All right. Let me go back over here and let me check out your channel because you're relatively new to me. I saw it earlier.
There we are. Okay. Silvestre Forest. Garden. Okay. Homestead villages with plateau. Well, that's good. Let me go over and see. Why is this not working? Okay. We network. Okay. So we'll have to put an email in there and subscribe. Let me see what happens if I do this. Oh, there we go. Okay, the We Network, healing the world through fire, community, and co-op. All right, that sounds good. Let me see here. Co-op villages. There we are. We Network. Okay. Well, that's good. That's good. All right. We Network. That might be something for us to check out. Let's see here.
I've seen pictures of your rusted Charger. It's the one you are referring to. Yeah. Yeah, there's a few of them. I mean, there's definitely a few rust buckets here. As long as you can get back off the floor, that part is important. Well, I have no trouble with that myself. I move all over the place. And this is the one thing that I can't sit still. One of the reasons I never did well in school, I can't sit up straight. Sitting up straight to me is very, very uncomfortable. If I sit straight in one place, my rear end gets numb. I have to admit. And I can't lay in, I can sleep at night in one position without a problem. But I can't sit down in one position. It bothers me. As strange as it may seem, I actually prefer something that moves. So I tend to drive old cars and trucks and all that, and they're rough riding, they bump and whatever. Somebody else rides with me, they complain, this thing is too rough. I get in something that's too comfortable, and I don't feel good. So that is very strange, but I thrive on movement. And again, if you've ever watched my live streams, you'll see that I don't really stay in one place for long. I'm always moving. Now, if I was to sit still, you know what? I'll fall asleep every single time. If right now I sat still, I would fall asleep. Not good, is it? Boy, it's a shame. It's such a nice... Look at the day. It's a little cloudy, but it's not raining. I go stir crazy when I'm inside too long. And the other problem is, it all depends on the environment that I'm in. Now, when I'm in my own home, which is basically a dump, think about it. It's like Sanford and Son in real life. How many people have engines, tools, all kinds of stuff in their house? Piles of stuff everywhere. Nobody. And a cat running all around acting up. But I really don't I don't understand the black, white, and gray movement, which seems to be the trend nowadays. Everything is black, white, and gray. I don't know why people do that. What is the appeal of having everything black, white, and gray? Look around me. Yes, the place is a dump. It's old. But everywhere you reach, there's something you can touch, something you can move. It's real. Nothing here is fake. It's all real. I see people that have virtual backgrounds, or some of them don't have interesting spaces, but they live in spaces that are very boring. They call it elevated living. I call it stack and pack. They call it simplifying. I call it simply crap. They have all these names for this stuff, and I laugh at it. I still have paneling on my wall. I got plastic colored doors, from the 60s. Got all kinds of stuff around here. I like that. I go to a place that is new or remodeled, it's depressing. I've been in buildings that I remember when I was younger, they looked like this. I come back now, they're stripped. There's nothing left from the old days. It's all been removed and replaced with a bunch of just plain crap. And then what do? They put pictures all over the walls. The place is so boring and ugly, they have to load it with pictures. There are no pictures anywhere in my house. I don't have room to put them. Nothing. What is that? I heard a big bang outside. Oh. Unbelievable. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Well, all the wonders of living in Miami. There's just been a big old car accident down the street. Two cars crashed into each other. And what else is new? How do you end up crashing into each other at the end of a neighborhood street? That's crazy. Anytime. I turned 51 this weekend and never going to stop doing yoga. I'm out of my wheelchair. Barely use my cane. Well, there you go. I'm not stopping now. That's awesome. That's awesome. I don't do yoga, but I've had people that I know, they get in the yoga pose. I think they call it the lotus, and they go like that. And I was able to do it without a problem. And they're like, how can you do that at your age? I don't know. I mean, I'm one of the few people that can chew his toenails. That's how flexible I am. I have no problems with any of that. Let's see. I do in a much smaller house before I need room. Yeah, exactly. That's right. I see my home's got character. That's exactly it. Mine does too. It's unique. I could find any one of these internet clones. All I have to do is go online and look for a channel, and they're all pretty much the same. They all have a black, white, and gray space. It's really quite depressing. So let's say I go to the internet, and I pop in here. I go to YouTube. All right, so let's go over here to YouTube. I like this guy. Okay, and let me say here. Huh. Okay. Let me try. Miami Scammer. Is Miami
The scam capital. I saw that on the news, by the way. Real estate scam. Oh boy. No shortage of scams, I'll tell you that. $800,000. Oh no, man. Scammer. Okay, let me see. Okay. Let's see. Scammer. You have to find these people. Let's see. I don't know. I can never find these people when I want to. I have to do a little research. Oh, you recommended Live at 8 with Rick. I don't know, that Rick guy, I don't trust him. He looks like a quack. Huh. Scammers ruined Lamborghini. Maybe I can find. How about Miami? Let's see. Link. I mean, I see so many of these people. If you go downtown, you can see them out there with their camera. Oh well. What can you do? Oh, here we go. Why every entrepreneur leaves Miami eventually. Oh, here's one. This is your typical how a young entrepreneur in Miami lives. Let's see here. Yep, that looks pretty typical. Very interesting. And yeah, see, they always have their crappy stuff, you know, I don't know, is that a Corvette? What is that piece of crap? What is that thing? It's some overpriced junk, like everything else. Yeah, if you look through, a lot of these internet scammers, oh, look at this. Homestead How. Thank you, moron. Oh, how interesting. Alia Wells is with Homestead How. I like Alia. That was her first interview. Let's see. What happens when life takes an unexpected turn? Oh. Okay. I guess Carrie is sharing his story with Alia. Okay. I'll have to check that out. Anyway. Very interesting.
But yeah, Miami is definitely the center of the toilet bowl. I'm back. What did I miss? What did I miss? Well, that's up to Milton. He's the one making the mess. Not much. Just Rick talking a bunch of crap as usual. Yeah, there's a traffic accident down the street. I was listening and went, BAM! And at the end of the street, I see a car steaming up and I don't know, I hear the police cars coming. Police station's down the street, so it doesn't take long for them to get here. Oh, somebody I guess went through the old stop sign and kabam. Are you stalking me, Thomas? I'm back for a minute. Then recording videos for next week on my computer. Mine's crappier than yours. Didn't miss much. Just me being annoying. What happens when I leave? Why does Rick want to chew his toenails and nervous? It's just to prove that it's possible. Okay. Amy Perrin posted in Coach Chat she was in car accident. Everyone okay, no hospital, thank God. T-boned. She will be very sore tomorrow. Wow. No. It's been a while since I've been in a car accident. The last one I had, I think, was 2018 when I was in my friend's car and I got rear-ended. Probably the most exciting one is when I hit that car that pulled out in front of me by the apartment building and I ended up in the parking lot of the other condo. But I had absolutely no injury and no damage to my truck. It basically just scraped some of the rust off of the bumper. Her car, on the other hand, was totally destroyed and they had to use the hydraulic jaws to get her out of the car. But whatever you do, don't get T-boned because you went through a stop sign and you got hit by a Dodge D300 1969 with a tow truck bumper reinforced with channel. This bumper was so strong, I knocked down a shed with it. That's how strong it was. Okay. Best click hate title. I told Allie a great job on the title, but she said Carrie's idea. Now again, the one person you'll never see Carrie invite to any kind of discussion is this one right here, because Carrie don't like quacks. So Amy is okay then. Yeah, I hope so. Been posting a lot, so she's okay. Well, that's good. That's important. You can always replace a car, unless it's an antique car, in which case you'll have to look for another one or try and fix what's left of the one that got destroyed. But my theory has always been drive the biggest vehicle possible. The problem is if you hit something fixed, like a bridge or building, and you're in a large vehicle, you're probably going to get it really hurt. You might actually do better in a small car. I know somebody with a smart car that ran into a tree and walked away. Problem is somebody else got hit by a truck by a smart car. No, the truck hit a smart car and they were dead instantly. It's like anything else. Mass and acceleration determines the force. If you're driving a light car at a reasonable speed, you'll probably be fine. But then again, if you're driving a big vehicle and you hit a fixed object, all that weight is behind you and you're done. So just because you drive a big vehicle doesn't mean you're safer. But in traffic, if you hit another car or if a car hits you, you're much better off in a large vehicle. Truck, SUV, whatever. I like my van. A truck or van rear-ended, you get absolutely nothing. I got rear-ended so hard in my truck, it destroyed the other car and the truck was barely damaged. And my dad's old van got rear-ended and it just felt like the transmission jerked. Car that hit him, destroyed. So in a rear-end collision, trucks and vans are the best. Front-end collision, not so much. But generally, if I'm going to have an accident, it's when I'm not moving. When I'm sitting still. Okay. And we have, Juliet says bait, not hate. Oops. Okay. Well, there you go. All right. Click hate title. Rick was getting ready to sign up a couple hours ago. Yes. And we started talking. That is correct. But we'll get it eventually. I got many things to do. Of course, accidents. So if I want to go somewhere, I'm not going to be able to drive to the end of the street. I'll have to go the other way. But then again, if I use the bicycle, looks like there's a cloud coming. And you know what's going to happen? As soon as I finish the live stream, it's going to storm. But hey, that's the way it is. That's fine. But look, I've gotten to meet some of the regulars. I got to meet somebody different that's setting up, a network of survivalists. So that's good. And let's see. What do we have here? Were you able to avoid being in car accidents because you are carnivore? LOL, Rick. Well, I seem to have good reflexes on the road, and I'm able to read what people are going to do. You can see me riding my bike many times. I've never been hit on the bicycle because I always get out of the way of the other car, and I wait until I know that a person's not going to go through and try to run into me. But the only time I've hit somebody moving, like I said, I was driving down 107th, going to work at the college, and I think at that time I was just a tutor. I wasn't teaching a class. It was during the day. I was going 40 miles an hour or close to it, and some lady just pulled out. I saw her driving towards the road, but I had a car right next to me. So in my mind, I had to make a decision. There was a car next to me, so I can't go around her. And if I hit the brakes, I'm going to lose control. Because when you hit somebody with the brakes on, you're going to lose control. So what I did, I let off the accelerator, steering wheel, tried to relax, and just waited for the bang. Because there was no time. It came out so quick. It all happened like that. So as soon as I hit her car, because of the bumper I have is very stiff, it pushed my truck to the right. I held on the steering wheel, didn't hit the brakes, steered my way into the banker's condo, and then slowly pressed on the brake. And I stopped just before I got to where the building was. By some miracle, and I mean it was a miracle, I didn't hit the car next to me because evidently the car next to me were going the same speed. When I hit that car, it slowed me down enough. I could feel it. The car kept going. There was probably no car behind me because that car was going fast. Crossed over into oncoming traffic. It was incredible. The whole thing was amazing. The other thing that happened, I was going on the same road a few years later, and somebody stopped too quickly. I hit the brakes. The pedal went through the floor because the whole firewall was rusted. I steered up onto the sidewalk. I got between a bus bench and a fence. 7 feet. My car's about 6 feet or whatever. 6 feet, 6 inches. Got through there, didn't hit that. Between the utility pole and the fence. Came out the other side and kept on driving. I'm like, how did I do that? I was going down to Key Largo one time. Somebody was passing. They were coming head on. I went off the road, basically into the swamp. Did not flip over. Just no brakes. Held on the steering wheel. That was it. I've had a tire blowout in my old truck. I didn't hit the brakes. I actually stepped on the accelerator to try to get the momentum behind me. Held on the wheel. Did not crash. I had a time where I was pulling my friend's trailer. The tire blew up. Trailer started swaying. Did not hit the brakes. I pushed the trailer brake button. Held on the wheel. I think I've done pretty good when it comes to avoiding accidents. But then again, I'm not the average person. I work on cars. I work on equipment. So I know the limitations. I've been able to avoid problems. I've been driving since 85. 40 years? And I've never caused an accident once. Not once. And I drive junk. Lots of junk. Of course, I don't have a cell phone service. I mean, I carry some type of phone with me for 911. I've had a time where I had some car following me that I thought was a fake police officer. I called 911. The guy was some undercover thing. I ended up getting in trouble for that one. Had the wrong vehicle anyway. And that's about it. So I do pretty well, but I do tend to anticipate disaster. I've avoided a lot of accidents. My reflexes are good. I've had times where I'm working, something falls over, I instantly move, or I put my hand up. I've avoided getting hurt many times. A lot of people I work with are just too slow, or they react the wrong way. They may just shut down. But me, when there's a disaster, I instantly try to protect myself and get away from it. That's what it is. It's like when I'm moving something around, I'll let that thing break before I put my life in danger. If something is falling over, I lose control, I jump out of the way. I know people, I have a friend that tried to save a car from a rolling toolbox, and he ended up injuring himself pretty badly in the shop. I just stand by. It's like, what happens, happens. I did have one time, I was in the shopping center, and the shopping cart was heading for another car, and I took my leg and I kicked it, and it went the other way. So, but I don't risk my life for property. That's just the way it is. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Carnivores don't get sunburned, they get car accidents. Well, if that was only true. Having a steak with lard and bacon grease. There you go. Well, I hope the Romans appreciate your Greek bacon. How many wrecks are caused by female drivers? I don't know. Must be a high amount. Well, somebody's assuming things. I don't know. I know several women, they've never had an accident, so who knows? Of course, you got the drunkards. Oh, yes. I've encountered quite a few of those. I do try to avoid them. My sister saw my last video and congratulated me. That was cool. Yeah. A lot of males in that category. How about the phone zombies? You know they cause a lot. You have accidents? Yep. Phone zombies and NPCs. NPC. Okay. Can't wait to see it. Yeah, hopefully we'll see it soon. My sugars were going up, so I was going to take some insulin. But I decided to eat my steak first, and now it is dropping down. Okay. There you go. So you're learning how to control those blood sugars. That's good. Okay, so I consider every other car on the road as a hazard. Yes. Thank you, Ivy. I hope you like it. Well, that's good, see? That is good. All right. So, again, we're getting to meet some new people and come up with some new projects. That's great. And my table is squeaky as usual. Milton has left the room. I think Milton has gone back to the bed for a little Milton nap, which is well deserved. Maybe the air conditioner is too cold for him. That could be it. But anyway, so how many people do we have? How many people do we have in the chat? Let's see. Okay. Where did that go? All right. Okay, we have 25, it looks like. So we're losing a few. We got a few hardcore people that stick around, but that's okay. This must be pretty old because I'm drinking water. Yeah, it fell behind. We'll move this up. I don't know why it keeps falling behind. Oh well. No big deal, as they say. All right. So, anyway, let's get back over here and let's wrap this up. Okay. Let me get back to the other. So we got this one, and we got this one. And I'm sitting here falling into the old couch. Thank you, Ivy. Hope you like it. Well, there you go. So is that the last of the comments? Well, that looks interesting. All right. So, it's almost 3 o'clock. I hope everyone's been having a pretty good day. Thomas is having a live stream at 4, aren't you? Or am I incorrect? Somebody, what about, I know you're going to have a live stream too, or post a video. I don't want to go to 4 o'clock because the thing is, if I start, this goes on and on and on, I'm going to interfere with everybody else's live stream. I'm already taking up too much time. And let's see, I recently added a few, missed my cue. Okay. The outside is calling. Yes, it is. So what I want to do, I want to wrap this up. Now, let's see who else is coming on. So let's check out some of our friends. I always like to give somebody else a chance. Now, this guy's always talking about appearance. Now, I have to admit, I do judge people on appearance. I'm sorry about that. It's a bad habit of mine. But I don't judge their character on appearance. I judge their health by appearance. not the character. Some of the ugliest people I know are some of the best people in the world. They just got hit by an ugly stick. So let me see here if I can find. Let me go back and see who is going to have a video today. All right. This guy's popular, but he's pretty good. I see it looks like Bart K. Jr. is here. So who else? What in the world? Let's see. All right. I'll have to go person by person. Let's see. Right. Did Mitch post a video today? Let's see. I guess not. I guess Mitch, let's see, did he? Okay, he did. So Mitch posted a video. There we go. Let's see who else has got videos. All right. There we go. There's Thomas. Okay. Yes. Thomas is having a video at 4. All right. Live in 70 minutes with Angela Mullins. So you might want to check that out if you have the time. I'm going to try to do that probably while I'm working outside. So you may not see me comment, but I will try to. What about Aaron? Where's Aaron? We love Aaron's videos. Let's see. Aaron's videos. Where is Booby Goats? Okay. I'll find it. It's only a matter of time. There we go. All right. You have any lives coming up? Guess not. Oh. Okay. So, haven't made too many videos. Let's see. Oh, she put out a video. Okay. Carnivore tried Arby's steak nuggets. Arby's. I guess there's an Arby's around the corner from here. All right, let's see. Go back to the comments. Let's see what we got. Outside is calling. Yes. It's Art Power. Yes. Great way to spend a Saturday. Well, thank you. Hopefully you'll get more exciting things done. Outdoor adventure. Your audio has gotten staticky. Well, that's not good. Oh, boy. My computer must be dying. This fan is going really, really fast. And I don't know what's going on here. Yes. With Angela Mullins. Yes. Where to next, y'all? That's where you can go. I got hit by the ugly tree. No, Thomas, you are not ugly. Does anybody else think that Thomas is ugly? If you do, you need to get your eyesight checked. Thomas is not ugly. Actually, Thomas is one of the better looking people here. I mean, his body is not that great yet, but it's getting better. But he's got a nice face. There's a lot going on there. So you got to watch out. The more in shape you get and healthier you get, you're going to be a lot more attractive. and you'd be surprised. You may have to fight off the girls. That could be a problem. So be careful. Be careful. How about muffed ovens? Okay. You might have posted Big Doubleson. What about Duff Man? That's the one you want. You want Duff Man from The Simpsons. Makes it sound like a clandestine broadcast. That's weird. Okay. Yeah, I'm just being truthful. Like you're J.C. Denton and this is Deuce X. I don't know who that is, but whatever. But you're talking about Duffins or whatever. Does anybody remember that Duff Man thing? I always used to tease my friend about that he looked like Duff Man. If you don't know who Duff Man is, you haven't watched The Simpsons. There we go. Let me go over here. Here's Duff Man. Remember that? Yep. Duff Man. I think that's pretty funny. Some muscular blonde guy with beer cans all around him and a cape. Oh yeah. They had that song from, I think the group was called Yellow. Remember back in the 80s? Yellow? There you go. Okay, let me go back here. Yeah. I just thought about Duck Dodgers in the 24th and a half century. RK and Coach Steven later. Okay, so they're starting to come online. Usually by the afternoon, a lot of people come on. I come on in the morning. I'm the quack, the filler. I'm the one that nobody really lines up to see except for the best of the best. Only the highest quality people are going to spend their time in Rick's live stream. So I'll go ahead and do this now. All right, let's try this. Oh, okay, we got some problems here. I got technical issues. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, this thing is dying out. That's not good. We got a problem here. All right. Phone is dying. Oh well. It's dead. That must be what the static was. I guess it's trying to send me a message. Rick, you talk too much. You don't stop. You just keep on talking and talking and talking. So Brian says, everyone have a great day. Eat meat. Eat then repeat. I agree with that. And let me double check and see what we got down to over here. We got Duff Man. Go back to... let's see. Oh, 22, yeah. We're down to 22, so we're definitely on the way out here. So let's go ahead and wrap this up at about 3 o'clock so that we have time for Thomas. Maybe we can do something. Maybe take a bathroom break. I haven't had a bathroom break all day, but that's okay. I can go all day with having to take a leak. I don't drink that much water, and it's not too bad. I work all day and generally don't have to take a bathroom break. But I know some people, that's like a big deal for them. Especially if you eat Taco Bell. Because you know what they say about Taco Bell? Don't trust a fart. I just can't believe anybody would eat that crap. Then again, Taco Bell used to be pretty good when I was a kid. But it was far away, so, where did we normally go? We went to Taco Viva. And if you've never seen Taco Viva, it's time to see Taco Viva. Let's see over here.
All right. Okay.
Taco, taco. When you say taco, say viva. I never had a better taco if it didn't say viva. When you say taco, say viva. When you say taco, say viva.
Well, there you go. So that was Taco Viva. Now, obviously, you had the old Taco Bell, which wasn't too bad. But one of these days, I'm going to make Rick's tacos and the carnivore tacos. I never gave them a nickname because I don't make them often enough. It's not like Heart Attack Chicken. It's not like Pacemaker Pizza. It's just tacos. So, Rick's Tacos, I got to wait until ground beef becomes affordable again. But it's actually very delicious. Ground beef, cheese. And yes, for those of you that like vegetables, I can give you sauerkraut in your taco, or you can have cilantro. I got that growing in the yard too. That's fine. But a true Rick taco is just eggs, cheese, and the filler, meat, cheese. You want some peppers? I'll put them in there too. I got some hot peppers out in the yard, so that's it. I prefer Ren and Stimpy or Pinky in the Brain. Is Pinky in the Brain? How does it go? Pinky is Pinky and the Brain, 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 brain. They're insane. They're laboratory mice. Their genes have been spliced. Is Pinky and the Brain, 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 brain. Amazing how I can remember that stuff. Bathroom break, so there you go. Isn't that Tinkerbell's cousin, Taco Bell? Taco Bell. More like Taco Hell after you eat it. Everybody I know that eats Taco Bell, they have to find a bathroom very quick. Taco Bell. What is it with that nasty stuff? How can anybody eat Taco Bell? Stuff is disgusting. Horrible. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. There you go. Sauerkraut's good. Yes, it is. It is very good. In fact, I'm probably going to have some with my dinner when I have my pork. What are we going to do now, Brain? Like always, take over the world. Snarf. I can't have the cilantro. That stuff tastes like soap to me. It's nasty. I don't understand why people like it. It's disgusting. It's like eating watercress. Yeah. Horrible crap. Let me tell you. Just plain old meat and cheese is good enough for me. Some ground beef cooked in a pan, add some cheese to it, wrap it with a mixture of eggs and cheese, and you got yourself Rick's carnivore taco. Delicious. Dookie, dookie, dookie. How about duck tacos? Yes, I've made duck taco. It's put in duck skin. So you deep fry the duck skin and you put your duck meat in there. Duck tacos. Just don't tell the ducks about it. They might have a duck flotilla to come and get you. Quack. Okay, so it's about 3 o'clock. So my audio's all screwed up, so I can't play you any music. Hopefully between now and next week, I'll be able to figure out what the heck is wrong with my audio. I'm sure it's one of these stupid things. I don't know where I can get another USB to analog audio thing. I don't know what to do. I give up. It worked fine in the other computer, but for some reason this computer, it doesn't like me. Oh well. What can you do? Anyway. So, Rick's batteries are running down. Oh, that takes me back. Soap on a dish. That's terrible. Yeah, if somebody has an idea what I can do to connect my analog setup to the computer without it messing up, for some reason, I don't even know. I can try it again, but I think it's all screwed up. Let me get the microphone back here. It looks good on this end, but for some reason, I just can't get it to work. Let me switch this over. Maybe it fixed itself. Let's see. All right. Can you hear me? See, it's all screwed up. I have no idea why it does that. Look at that. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, it's all messed up. The problem is in that. So let me go back to the other one. Okay. There we go. All right. We don't need this anymore. We'll use the one on the webcam, which is a crappy mic, but it's better than nothing. All right. So Ellen says goodbye. I'll have a great Saturday. So glad I got to spend some time with old and new friends. Yes, I'm glad you were here. And GDF's favorite book. GDF's favorite book. You talking about me, the Duck Man? It's like Duff Man, but Duck Man. I don't have a favorite book. I guess the World Book Encyclopedia. I don't have a favorite book. I don't read books. The only time I pull out a book is when I got to look something up. Thought it might be the wrong version USB. No, it's plain old USB. Just stopped working. I'm sure it's a mismatch between the hardware and the computer. I don't know. I give up. I have no idea. So glad, Rick Charger Mopar, for providing this great meeting space for us all. Hey, it's only once a week. You only got to put up with me one day, and you can come and go as you like. It's like when you go to the comedy club and nobody's laughing, but the guy keeps on talking. And once in a while, people laugh and they walk away, then somebody comes in. Okay. Enjoy your afternoon and evening, Ellen. Yes. Low volume. Yeah. See, it's no good. Next best thing to being in our commune in person. Well, there you go. And Stuka Pilot by Hans Eric Rodell. Not familiar with it. I will, Brian. You also. Rated R for Rick. Good Saturdays, movie 420. Yes. The Great Duck Flotilla. They're coming. They're coming. It is, isn't it? Back at you, Ellen. It's fun here. Yes. Who is it that uses that saying? I know there's a business. Might be Home Shopping or something like that. One of these businesses say it's fun here. Well, it's actually pretty quacked here, so I guess that's fun by default. So anyway, we have no more comments. We have about 20 people in here, so I think we're doing pretty well. And I'll go ahead and I will wrap this up. And I hope that everyone is going to have a great rest of your weekend and maybe watch some more YouTube channels. And that's fantastic. So I'm going to go outside and let's see. It's cloudy, but as soon as I walk outside, it'll rain. At least that way I can test my tarp. So there's something good about that. There's always a good side to the rain. I'd rather have it rain than not rain. And let's see. It's not only fun, it's real. No fake. That's right. Ain't nothing fake around here. You're just getting the real deal. There's nothing fake. There's nothing staged. We're not selling anything. We're not buying anything. We're just here. Nice to be able to relax and chat. Have a great afternoon, Wendy. Okay. And let's see. We got a nice goodbye. Spreads wings, ready to fly away. I took off for a while and just got back. Rick's hair has grown since I left earlier. There you go. I need to cut my hair. I just keep putting it off. True that by Fisherman. Space Force or Duck Force. Here comes the ducks. It's like that movie, The Birds. Can you imagine if I had a bunch of trained ducks and every time you wanted to get rid of somebody, the ducks would come and attack and they'd be over there. They'd turn people into duck food. The vicious ducks. Good to see you. Yes. All right. So anyway, I'll go ahead. I guess I could play the outro. I don't have any music available, but this should work. I haven't cut my hair since 2020. Well, there you go. You can be like Fabio. I can't believe it's no butter. What was that movie? Oh, this was a stupid movie. I think it was called. He had Fabio. He was kissing some gal, and then a couple of guys were kissing each other to try to make him look bad, and he got disgusted and walked away. I think it was called My Car. What the heck was that movie called? Dude, Where's My Car? Remember that? Dude, Where's My Car? A couple of stoners, and then they had some gay aliens or something that they wanted some transfunctioner, transvestite thing or whatever the heck it was. That's what it was. It was called Dude, Where's My Car? Well, there you go. Let's see. All right. Oh, and speaking of ducks, if you ever watched the Wild Wild West, remember that TV show? Miguelito Loveless, which was the villain, he was attaching poison to ducks so they would fly around and poison the water supply all around the world. I don't know if you remember that show. The Wild Wild West. I used to watch that a lot as a kid. No wonder my mind's messed up watching all them goofy TV shows. Wasn't going to wear a mask. Okay, there you go. That's what I used to call you before I learned your name. Well, there you go. Now I kind of like the long hair. Well, hey, if it works. I can't believe it's not butter. Yes. If you were in Western PA, everyone think you were behind all the ducks showing up in Canterbury. Check out the Dark Sky site. I've thought about trying to approach my city about being a dark city. I'm sure they think I'm crazy. I'm sure you look fabulous. There you go. All right, thanks. That's fine. A lot of people still call me Scooby even after knowing my name. All right, so let's go ahead and I don't know if I can do this or not. Let me see. Actually, I probably can. Maybe not. Oh well. All right. Well, sound effects don't work. Mixer is dead, so let's just sign off. I'll catch you next week. I'm sure I'll see you. I guess this Tuesday I'll be on again with Russ Mitchell of the Keto Cookout. So if you want to hang out with me, come by Tuesday night, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, and let's hit it. So let's see. We got some more comments. Whenever you see a dog owner for their walk, they should be offended. Men look better with long hair. Well, it's possible, but the problem is if you see some really good-looking blonde-haired guy out there with long hair, you might think it's a gal. You go there, it's like, she's pretty. And you turn around, it's like, uh-oh, I'm in big trouble. Until the guy says, hey, I like tall guys. Oh, no, I'm in trouble. Lady June says, bye all. If Peter was here, he could tease me about the Dr. Baker with the blonde wig kind of thing. That'd be funny. Rick's got a girlfriend now. Where? That. Oh, no. I can't get around that. That's too scary. All right. So, Lady June, bye all. Let's see. See you tomorrow morning, Rick. Yes, I will drop in to Mitch's live stream if he lets me in. He may decide to kick me out. No ducks today, but who knows. And then after work tomorrow, so I'll probably leave for work around 9, 10, and that's fine. Everything will work out good. That silhouette would have to be off. I don't know. I've seen one years ago. I saw this, which I thought, oh, look at that pretty gal over there with the long blonde hair. And I looked and I said, hey, that's a, you know, it's a nice looking gal. And I got closer. I thought, I'm impressed. She's tall and fit and looks great. Then when I got closer, I looked and there was like, a beard like this. I go, oh no, I did it again. And thankfully, he didn't even look at me. Probably was afraid. Probably looked at me and said, I gotta get away from this crazy guy. But you know how that is. But anyway, you'd have to ask after that one. Yeah, right? Enjoy the weekend, everyone. Do something nice to someone. Well, I kind of already did, but yes, I agree with that. Shouldn't we do that every day? I try to. I don't go out of my way to do anything bad to anyone. The only time I'll do something bad is when somebody attacks me or somebody does something bad to me. And you've seen me for a long time online. I don't attack anybody. It's not in my thing. And I see that Thomas is trying to be like Billy Crystal. Rick, you look marvelous. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Even though I'm blurry because my camera's out of adjustment. If I go to the other one, yeah, maybe a little bit better. But if you like skeletons, you like somebody who's super skinny, you like a 57-year-old who looks like a 30-year-old vegan, hey, that'll work out just fine. Although, I have to admit, one of my friends said, Rick, you don't even look anything like a vegan. If you look like a vegan, you'd be sunk in, your hair would be falling out, and you'd have no energy. And you're probably right about that. Plus, if you've ever heard a vegan talk, they do tend to stutter a lot. And they tend to lose their train of thought. It's just, that's the way it is. That's the nature of being a vegan. If you really want to see what a messed up vegan looks like, before I go, let me just show you one of my favorite vegans. Yes, Rick has a favorite vegan. Where did my... Uh-oh. Somehow I lost... Oh, there it is. Okay. I can't see the screen because I got a printer sitting in my way. Has anybody else seen this wonderful man? Oh, now I lost it again. Okay. Let's see. I don't think he makes videos anymore, but I haven't seen him in a video in a long time. Okay. I think he may have died and they don't talk about it. This man right here, let's see.
I remember looking into fasting because it's been a common interest for years. Just in the last few years, there's been an explosion of research into intermittent fasting.
Water. Not working. Okay. Let me show you. Remember him? Yes. Okay. This is an old video. This is years ago.
Only fasting, 5-2, 25-5, time restricted feeding, all these tremendous literature. And what's interesting about the intermittent fasting literature, some studies show it.
Look at how many times they have to cut the video. This man can't keep a coherent thought, so they have to edit it like crazy. And the voice is just absolutely awful.
It's great for you. Other studies show it's terrible for you. It has all these negative metabolic consequences. And it turns out it's timing. Early versus late. So
when you break the fast,
so your window. So if your window is late, you get the negative.
All right. I got bad news for you. Dr. Greger is younger. Younger than me. Yes, he is. He's younger than me.
Those who get more fiber in their diet, significantly less likely to get heart disease and to die from heart disease. Less likely to get cardiovascular disease in general, less likely to die from it, less likely to have a stroke, less likely to get diabetes, less likely to get colorectal cancer, less likely to die from cancer across the board, and less likely to die from all causes put together. But all of this is for fiber from food. In terms of fiber intake for optimal health, the first...
It's so frustrating to listen to this crazy man. These are all old videos. I mean, if you look at some of these videos, now this video is from years ago. This guy's younger than me. It's crazy. And he has the nerve to write a book called How Not to Age. It just cracks me up. Michael Greger. Is 1 egg a day just too much? And by the way, you notice he doesn't put his face in videos anymore. So he's probably looking so sick that he probably doesn't want to be in videos anymore. Anyway, that's just a little comedy relief. The oatmeal cure, it's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Okay, so let's see. All right, let's double check here. Boy, that's a short list. Thank you for the stream. Going to work now. Take care. The only person we see is you. His voice is already off. Ew. We had DuckTales. Quackaroony. Looks like a greedy merchant. That's exactly what he is. He must never look in a mirror. And again, I'm not joking. The guy wrote a book called How Not to Die and a book called How Not to Age. And he's younger than me. I think he's like 5 years younger than me. It's ridiculous. I don't understand it. The way that he talks, the way that he looks, it's terrible. And then you compare him to somebody like Dr. Sean Baker, who I like listening to Sean Baker. He's actually sounds good. He looks good. I think Sean Baker's awesome. But none of the vegan doctors look like that. It's terrible. Well, anyway, so let's wrap this up. We've gone way past our time. And I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to sign off. And have a great day. And check out Thomas. Check out somebody else if you want to go online. And I'll see you tomorrow morning along with Mitch.